Shanghai Realm, Daqian Dynasty, Beijing. It was morning, and Wang Street at the south gate was bustling. The hawkers' shouts, the restaurant's laughter and scolding, and the Red Hall's solicitation of customers were all mixed together. And even a team of knights, flying into the city on horseback, could not stop it. Liu lay on the rocking chair, humming softly with his eyes closed. There was a table next to him, and a tea table on it. A half cup of tea that had not been finished was steaming. It's time. Liu opened his eyes. After putting away the tea table, Liu stepped into the small building. The corridor was slightly narrow, and only one person was allowed to pass. Passing through this narrow and somewhat dim corridor, I came to the hall. There were bookshelves in the hall, and there were books on the shelves. It was the study room left for me by my cheap parents in this world. Gulme, Liu whispered. An ancient book appeared in his hand, with no words in the whole book, emitting a faint golden light. Liu saw the golden light, and his face lit up. Finally, it's done. The next moment, Liu waved his hand fiercely. The sunlight, coming in from the crack of the door, turned into a golden brush. The golden book floated in the air. 21 years of human life, no longer stepping into the dust of the world. Liu thought of all the things in his past and present lives. He was a time traveler, a grassroots clerk. There's a typical and old-fashioned way of time travel, being hit and killed by a private car while crossing the road. The soul came to this world to reincarnate. Following him, a golden book and jade book similar to the system came, and they were reincarnated into a well-off family in Beijing. Maybe because Mungpa Soup was not drunk, the memory of the previous life was not erased. So this life started to grow up from a child, without crying or making a fuss, precocious and sensible, and was placed high hopes by his parents. But he had been studying how to use this golden book and jade book, and finally awakened it when he was 10 years old. This golden book and jade book can turn what he wrote on it from false to true. It's a pity that it needs certain conditions and absorbs certain energy. It has been dormant until now, which makes Liu quite helpless. During the book's sleep, a plague broke out in the capital. Both parents were buried in the plague. Liu was helpless about it. He only thought that when the golden book and jade book awaken in the future, could he write them again? And today, he suddenly felt the throbbing in his heart. The golden book and jade book awakened. It's worth waiting for 21 years. Liu thought. In these 21 years, Liu also figured out the pattern of this world. The area where he is located is called Zhongzhou, which is ruled by the Daqian Dynasty. There are martial arts in this world, but the level is not high. I heard that the top masters use their internal force and true qi with all their strength. But they only stretch 10 feet, about 40 meters. It is far from the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea in the novels on the earth in Liu's previous life. No matter how powerful the master is, he can't resist the siege of thousands of troops, and he can't be the world by himself. In this world view similar to ancient feudal China, the imperial court suppressed everything. Although the Daqian dynasty at this time had already shown signs of collapse, with heavy taxes and disasters. I wonder if I can become an immortal with one stroke. Liu threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and picked up the pen to write words on the golden book and jade book. Liu, the 6th alley of Nanhuang Street, the capital of the Daqian dynasty, was enlightened one day and became the only true immortal in this world. He traveled to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwu in the evening. Liu started writing, but he couldn't write anymore. The ink on the book collapsed. Liu felt a shock in his heart, and then a fishy sweetness surged up his throat, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Is it not possible? Liu felt the pain in his chest and smiled bitterly. It is indeed conditional. Then a line of words appeared on the golden book and jade book. This is the golden book of heaven, which can transform all things. To use it, all spirits must worship it together. All sentient beings in this world, including joy, anger, sorrow, greed, anger, ignorance, and resentment, are nourishment for the golden book and can be used as sacrifices. This is the condition of use. Collect the emotions of all living beings in the world. The more emotions I collect, the more things I can write, and the higher the level. Isn't this just the system collecting emotion values? It's so complicated. It also made up a paragraph of such low-level and semi-literate words, like a riddle man, asking me to guess. Liu felt speechless. In this way, I will become the mastermind behind this world, the master and promoter of history. It's quite exciting to think about it. The fastest way to obtain emotion values is naturally to influence the changes in the general trend of history and affect hundreds of millions of lives. In this way, the benefits obtained are indeed much, but you can't let the dynasty change every day. Today's emperor, tomorrow's emperor, it's annoying to see it. Liu came to the chair next to the counter, sat down directly, and tapped the table lightly with his hand. The golden book and jade book also floated in front of him, and another line of words appeared on it. After the destruction of this world, martial arts will not flourish. 500 years later, a catastrophe will come from the sky, and the demons from outside the domain will descend to the world and destroy all sentient beings. Seeing the words on the golden book, Liu raised his eyebrows. Is this asking me to improve the martial arts of this world? The demons from outside the domain. Liu felt that the golden book had its own ideas, so he asked, "Can you just write an invincible technique and throw it to every corner of this world?" Liu knew that this idea was unlikely. After all, if he wanted to become an immortal god directly, his emotional value was not enough. Creating an invincible technique is a disguised way of taking advantage of the loophole, but I don't know if the golden book allows it. Creation must have a basis, and it can conform to the rules of this world, and the sequence of things is complete. This is a short sentence that appeared in the golden book. So, my creations need to be supported by something. They cannot be created out of thin air, and they must conform to the rules of this world. In that case, creations like two-dimensional foil and human body equations that do not conform to the style of this world cannot exist. Unless I vigorously develop industry now and push this world into a world of science and technology, but that will take too long. 500 years may not be enough, so I can only start with martial arts. The creations must also be supported by a relatively complete worldview structure. Liu stood up and thought about what to do. The creations in Jin Shu have support, and aren't the entertainment works in my mind the best support? The settings in various TV dramas, novels, and movies can be pulled out to whip the corpses, and the level of this world can be slowly raised. From low martial arts to high martial arts, and even a fantasy. Liu has seen that 500 years later, those extraterritorial demons descended on this world, and saw the miserable appearance of a group of fantasy masters who could burn the sky and boil the sea and play with the timeline. Chapter 2. The Secret Realm. Let us first create a secret realm of considerable martial prowess. Liu commanded the Golden Tome. Having deciphered some of its uses over the years, the tome projected a map, revealing the vast territories of the Deqian dynasty. He decided to position the entrance of the secret realm in the southeastern part of the Deqian dynasty, particularly in Changming County, where a narrow passage opened. A wormhole gradually unfolded, and a refined young man clad in azure robes, adorned with a moon-white jade pendant, emerged, Liu himself. This place possesses intriguing qualities, he mused. As he harnessed the tome and amp, Appos, S power, treading upon the void and gazing into the distance. Before him lay an expanse of untamed wilderness, lush and vibrant, imbued with primal energy. Scattered human settlements appeared as small villages, merely hinting at the presence of humanity. However, the most striking feature was a profound gorge, seemingly cleaved by a mighty force. Narrow yet extending deep into the earth. Shrouded in mist, the gorge remained impervious to the radiant sunlight. After probing the depths, Liu discerned it was nearly 500 meters deep, a terrifying chasm for an ordinary person. He pondered whether this remote location would remain unexplored for centuries. Indeed, this place is exceedingly desolate. The narrow passage is perilous. It may be a long time before anyone ventures here. He conceived an automatic attraction mechanism, allowing individuals to enter the secret realm upon triggering specific conditions. Resolute, he summoned the Golden Tome and inscribed, "The narrow passage, an ancient forbidden land, shunned by all." Yet, within this desolation lies vitality. Those who tumble into the abyss may encounter celestial fortune, awakening the divine realm of the world. As the last character was inscribed, an inexplicable transformation enveloped the narrow passage. A gentle golden energy enshrouded the area, forming an almost imperceptible vortex akin to the wormhole. Approaching the small whirlpool. Positioned 100 meters from the cliff and Appos' summit, Liu felt its alluring pull. He surrendered to the sensation, closing his eyes to embrace the marvel of traversing the void. Moments later, he opened his eyes to behold a sprawling expanse of vines clinging to the cliff face, stretching to the horizons. Surrounding him, the grass towered to his knees, interspersed with various precious herbs. Hisho Wu, raspberry, San Huang, ginseng. He recited the herbs he recognized, pondering their age. This must be the base of the narrow passage, a splendid location, ripe for transformation to meet my desires. The emotional value inherent in the Golden Tome was challenging to quantify. Yet Liu categorized it into 4 grades: A, B, C, D, each further divided into 3 sublevels. Presently, he found himself at the lower tier of D. He summoned the tome again, contemplating, "Let us use that world as a blueprint. The heavens open across vast lands, humanity reigns over all realms. The ancients observed the chaotic dance of celestial bodies, mastering the movements of creatures, crafting laws within the universe, thus wielding boundless power. A realm is formed, featuring 4 extraordinary arts that astonish the world: the War God Manual, the Longevity Sutra, the Celestial Demon Strategy, and the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. After great destruction, all laws cease. The realm is remade, awaiting future generations. With a single breath, Liu infused the background of the secret realm with this world, enhancing the plausibility of its future emergence. The characters he inscribed solidified, and the environment of the narrow passage began to evolve. Next came the scene setting he contemplated. The cliff of the narrow passage had inexplicably expanded, resembling a world unto itself. Above, clouds floated across the sky, while the earth was adorned with undulating mountains, cascading waterfalls, and flowing springs. Countless breathtaking vistas coalesced within this confined paradise. He envisioned a cliff of enlightenment. With a flourish of his brush, a smooth stone tablet arose between 2 descending waterfalls, embedded within the cliffside, directly facing the entrance of the secret realm. Every explorer entering would behold it, a boon to the martial artists of this world. The Cliff of Enlightenment bore inscriptions of many martial arts secrets familiar to Liu. From the 9-in Manual to the War God Manual, with the pinnacle of skill transcending this realm. The higher one's comprehension, the greater the rewards bestowed upon them. Liu nodded in satisfaction as his pen moved with increasing speed, shaping this miniature world into a more complete entity. When the final stroke was pinned, the base of the narrow passage had undergone a remarkable transformation. Gazing at his remaining emotional value, Liu pondered. Without the tome's power, I am but an ordinary man. Can I employ some extraordinary method to elevate my martial prowess? Determined, he began to write. Liu, the proprietor of the 6th Street bookstore, blessed by heaven. Condensing the essence of martial arts, achieving the innate realm. As he inscribed these words, a sweet taste filled his throat, followed by a metallic tang flooding his senses. It appeared that the conception of innate martial arts was beyond the manifestation of his current emotional value. Shaking his head, he revised his approach. After testing, he realized he could elevate his martial prowess to the pinnacle of this realm and Appos, masters, not an invincible existence, but sufficient for his current self. It was time to return. Liu ascended into the heavens, casting one last glance at the secret realm. He stepped into the void passage constructed by the golden tome. Returning to his bookstore. It was midday, and the street bustled with life, filled with the sounds of vendors and footsteps. Through a thin wooden door, Liu could distinctly hear these sounds as he emerged from the void. Normally, he would only perceive a cacophony, unable to discern direction. Now, endowed with the heightened hearing from his masterful inner strength, he could distinguish most sounds within 10 paces. He noted various details, including Aunt Li selling vegetables across the street, Uncle Wang selling meat next door, and Grandpa Chun operating a breakfast shop diagonally across. Is this the life of a martial arts master? It certainly felt extraordinary. Quickly dismissing the sensation, he reminded himself of his role as a bookstore owner, which called for a certain elegance, a life of conflict unbefitting of his character. He mused that he should be akin to a great antagonist in a tale, observing the world as tides with calm detachment. Just as he prepared to open the wooden door, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps interrupted him. With a resounding crash, the wooden lock on the door splintered, and the 2 wooden doors were kicked apart. Liu stood in bewilderment. Was his own door truly smashed open? Chapter 3. The treasures of the former dynasty. A group of 7 or 8 individuals stood at the entrance of the bookstore, their attire remarkably uniform. At the forefront was a slight, middle-aged man whose countenance exuded a sense of cunning, his mustache adding an air of absurdity to his appearance. Are you Liu? He inquired with a sharp, scornful tone, tilting his head slightly and avoiding direct eye contact. Upon seeing this man, Liu immediately understood the purpose of their visit. 3 years prior, following the death of his parents, this very group had come to extort an unfounded and Appos property management fee, and Appos, the leader of the group, seemed to possess a nickname, Husan. The mole. What worth does this shabby bookstore hold? Husan sneered a scar-faced man to the left, spitting contemptuously. He strode forward, entering the shop with a mocking laugh. Might as well tear down the beams and sell them for firewood. Husan approached with a swagger, his gait reminiscent of a weasel. Young Masterly, your esteemed father left behind a debt of 300 taels to the Hongyun gambling house. This study has been pledged as collateral. As he spoke, he produced a yellowed promissory note from his sleeve, the ink still fresh, clearly a recent forgery. With interest, it amounts to 500 taels. Today, you either pay up or relinquish the premises. Liu and Appos, gaze turned icy. He had no recollection of his father having any penchant for gambling. His fingers gently brushed over the books on the table, and the qi he had recently gathered flowed through his meridians, causing the pages to flutter without wind. It was an opportune moment to test his skills against these intruders. I have no money, he declared suddenly, seizing the inkstone, and with a swift motion, he splashed ink like a torrential downpour towards the assailants. Watch out. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, ink droplets shot forth like arrows. Husan felt a chill at the nape of his neck and turned to find all 7 of his subordinates collapsed, wailing in agony. The scar-faced man fared the worst. His arms pierced by the ink, blood gushing uncontrollably. You You wield sorcery. Husan stumbled backward, colliding with a bookshelf, ancient tomes crashing down upon him. A shadow flashed past, and the inkstone grazed his ear before embedding itself into the wall. Husan stared, horrified, at the inkstone. Liu stood amidst the chaos, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If you wish for your life, come and take it. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of chi shattered the counterfeit promissory note in Husan and Amp. Apos, grasp, scattering it into the air. Spare me, great hero. Husan fell to his knees, his forehead thudding against the blue bricks. Liu and Amp, Apos, gaze remained frosty. I'm curious as to what my humble shop possesses that compels the Hongyan gambling house to pursue it so relentlessly. Trembling, the infamous Husan replied. It is all the doing of Liu, the manager of the Hongyan gambling house. He claims that your ancestral home conceals treasures from the former dynasty. Treasures from the former dynasty. Liu stroked his chin, pondering. It seemed no one had mentioned this to him. Great hero. May I take my leave? Husan ventured cautiously, noticing Liu and Apos' momentary distraction. Begone, Liu gestured dismissively. At his command. Husan fled like a slippery fish escaping a hook. The edges of Liu and Amp, Apos' scholar and Amp, Apos' robe fluttered without wind as he watched the frail figure stumble out of sight around the street corner. Li, are you all right? Called out Aunt Li, who had been buying vegetables across the street, her voice trembling with concern. Li actually knows martial arts, exclaimed Olchin, clutching the doorframe. Still shaking from the previous encounter. Apologies for the fright. Liu turned and bowed to his inquisitive neighbors. At the alley's entrance, Husan leaned against the brick wall, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment. Cursed scholar, I shall one day pluck your eyes from their sockets and pickle them. But then, his expression turned mournful. What shall I do if this matter fails? He thought of his master, Manager Liu, the ever-smiling proprietor of the gambling house. You must handle this well, or else. None shall escape unscathed. Within the study, Liu finished tidying up the last stack of fallen books when a sudden warmth surged in his chest. The golden tome was radiating heat. Someone was approaching the secret realm. Just as his fingers brushed the cover, a vivid scene unfolded before him. On a sheer cliff that made one's heart race, a ragged boy was inching along the stone face, a bamboo basket swaying precariously at his waist. His fingers gripping the crevices until they turned white. He was quite young. Liu leaned in closer. Suddenly, the boy halted, as if sensing something. What herb is this? I've never seen it before. It was a verdant plant, surrounded by a profusion of medicinal herbs. A primal instinct told him this herb was extraordinary. His throat tightened. Perhaps it could fetch a handsome sum, enough to afford my mother treatment. The boy excitedly unwrapped a hemp rope from his waist, securing it around a protruding rock, and skillfully grasped the precious herb, stowing it in his basket. Clearly, this was not his first endeavor of this kind. Is that blood-cleansing herb? Liu raised an eyebrow. The bookstore's text had mentioned this medicinal plant. The blood-cleansing herb was said to refine one's bone marrow, greatly benefiting martial artists. The boy delved deeper into the harvest. Almost there, just a little more to trigger the realm's absorption mechanism. Liu watched in anticipation as the boy descended slowly, excitement bubbling within him. His meticulously crafted secret realm was on the verge of revelation. With this bounty, I should be able to settle my taxes with Qingqing manner. The boy nodded in satisfaction, preparing to ascend once more. Liu, however, shook his head in disappointment. It seems my first venture has come to naught. Chapter 4. Undercurrents. Liu turned off the projection of the golden book and continued to idly peruse the collected works he had acquired. The study left behind by his father in this world was surprisingly well stocked with tomes. For instance, the volume he currently held, a detailed analysis of the forces in the martial world, was something one would scarcely find in any bookstore. As he skimmed through the names of various factions like Xinjiang Guan and Xian Kongxi, his gaze ultimately settled on a place called Qingqing Zhuang. Their stronghold is remarkably close to the secret realm I have created. Intrigued, Liu read on. This Qingqing Zhuang was located in Changning County, where the one-line sky also lay within its borders. How curious. As one of the foremost powers in the martial world, it was rather unusual for Qingqing Zhuang and Apos' stronghold to be situated in such a remote county. This defies logic. Liu closed the book, intending to seek more information about Qingqing Zhuang. This world seemed far more complex than he had initially assumed. The image of the one-line sky canyon, resembling a sword scar, brought a smile to Liu and Apos' lips. Not simple at all. This is splendid. Such circumstances would prevent my actions from appearing overly conspicuous. In the basement of the Hongyan gambling house on Fulin Street, east gate of the capital city, Husan stared at the corpulent middle-aged man before him, trembling in fear. The cold edge of a blade pressed against his chin made him acutely aware that any slight movement could lead to his demise. You're saying that your failure was due to the opponent's martial skills? Liu, the proprietor, inquired, his left hand gripping the knife, its blade poised against Husan's throat. Why yes. Yes. Husan stammered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The inky spat was like arrows, piercing Liu and Apos' arms. Liu and Apos' eyes narrowed into slits. His gaze icy as he scrutinized Husan. Are you attempting to deceive me? Only top-tier masters possess such capabilities in this realm. The blade pressed deeper into Husan's neck, a a trickle of blood seeping forth. You mean to say that a scholar, not yet 20 and showing no signs of martial training, who recently recovered from a severe illness, has suddenly become a top-tier master? Lu and Apos' voice rose in incredulity. Hussein trembled even more violently. I swear I am telling the truth. Could it be that he has acquired that so-called treasure from the previous dynasty? At the mention of the previous dynasty's treasure, Lu's pupils constricted. Masters in the martial world could generally be categorized into several tiers: unskilled, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and peak masters. It was utterly implausible for an ordinary scholar to ascend to the status of a first-rate master without cause, unless he had obtained the treasure from the previous dynasty. After all, that was said to be capable of transforming one into a peak master. Lu slowly retracted his long knife, fixing his gaze on Hussein. This is your final chance. Go and summon the Qingyi Tower. Since the opponent possesses martial skills, we must take action. Lu spoke methodically. Hussein, trembling, rose from the ground. But the Imperial edict. The court officials are currently embroiled in fierce conflict, and the capital is rife with chaos. Killing one or two people is inconsequential. Moreover, the opponent is skilled in martial arts and has not violated the prohibition against harming civilians. Lu declared, turning away. Hussein, relieved at the prospect of leaving, exhaled quietly. In the county seat of Changming, Wang Chui tightened the straps of his backpack, excitement coursing through him as he hurried forth. Most of the items in his basket would be counted as tax for medicinal herbs, leaving him with only a meager portion to sustain his family. Today, however, was different. That unknown herb would surely fetch a handsome price, sufficient not only to treat his mother, but also to procure some nourishing goods for his frail sister. Thinking of his sister and Apos' emaciated figure spurred Wang Chui to quicken his pace. He navigated through the muddy main street and arrived at a shop with the sign reading "You Family Medicinal Tax." A line of herbal gatherers awaited their turn, and Wang Chui joined the queue. The gatherers conversed in pairs. Have you heard? The second young master of the Yu family is getting married again. Did he not already take 3 concubines? What is he thinking? This time he is marrying a legitimate wife with a significant background. Her surname is Lu, and she hails from the capital. The capital. The second young master of the Yu family can ascend to such heights. The Yu family has ties to Qing Zhuang, so it is not entirely surprising. The chatter among the herbalists was lively, yet the Yu family and Apos, as proprietors, seemed indifferent, focused solely on tallying the herbs while occasionally jotting notes. Wang Chui, unaware of their conversation and Apos' content, was nonetheless keen to listen. Soon, it was his turn. Name? Where are you from? The Yu family proprietor asked, without looking up, his fingers mechanically working the abacus. Wang Chui set down his backpack. I am Wang Chui from Shangbai village. The proprietor rifled through the ledger, locating Wang Chui and Apos' name. He then glanced up and instructed his assistant to check the herbs in the backpack. Wang Chui, is that not Wang the scholar's son? The proprietor exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. Wang Chui nodded, as his father was indeed the only scholar in Shangbai village. Faced with the proprietor's eagerness, Wang Chui felt a twinge of disdain. He understood the proprietor's ulterior motives. It was merely that his sister had caught the interest of the Yu family's second young master, who had been rebuffed by their mother when he came to propose. The proprietor was undoubtedly attempting to facilitate this match, seemingly sensing Wang Chui and Apos' aversion. The proprietor was about to speak again when his gaze fell upon something in the backpack. Is that blood-washing herb? His pupils dilated. He abruptly grasped his assistant and Apos' hand, leaning in closer for a better look. Moments later, he turned to Wang Chui. How about this herb in exchange for a year's worth of medicinal tax? Wang Chui observed the proprietor's reaction and shook his head. This herb is not for tax. The other herbs suffice. A year's tax is too distant. I urgently need funds for my mother and Apos' treatment. Converting it into silver is the most suitable option. The proprietor was about to protest when a figure emerged from behind the medicinal cabinet. Falao, let it go. If the young man is unwilling, let him be. We are not the type to resort to coercion. The speaker was slightly rotund, youthful in appearance, and clad in a silk robe. It was none other than the second young master of the Yu family. Wang Chui glanced at him. Thank you. After the assistant finished sorting the herbs, Wang Chui picked up his backpack, which still contained some herbs and the blood-washing herb, and departed. The second young master of the Yu family beckoned the proprietor to follow him to the back hall. The man referred to as Fulao spoke first. That is indeed a blood-washing herb. It could transform your young master's prospects in martial arts. The second young master of the Yu family replied, I am well aware. Find an opportunity to acquire that herb discreetly. The proprietor, clearly accustomed to such unscrupulous dealings, furrowed his brow slightly. What if he exchanges the herb for silver the moment he leaves? We would find it challenging to track him down. The second young master chuckled. That would be ideal. It would save us from resorting to underhanded methods. In Changming County, which apothecary or pawn shop is not under our Yu family's influence? Indeed, wise young master. The proprietor bowed and took his leave, having grasped the second young master's intent. A mere farmer could be disposed of without consequence, after all. Once the second young master of the Yu family and the proprietor departed, he reclined on a chaise lounge, humming a soft tune. The blood-washing herb was indeed valuable, But it was Wang Chui and Amp, Appo's sister, Wang Ling and Amp, Appo's, who was the true Jim. Chapter 5, The Annihilation of a Family in the Capital City, a Contingent of Cavalry. Banners held aloft, thundered through the southern city gate, their golden tokens raised high. The sound of hooves struck the ground like a clap of thunder, scattering pedestrians who pointed and whispered in terror. What could this be about? Hadn't an Amp, Appo's, there been cavalry here just this morning? I have no idea. The banners bore the embroidered pattern of fiery clouds. Could they be the Scarlet Flame Army? The banners swept past like flames. Urgent news raced ahead. The barbarian tribes from beyond the borders had breached the defenses. 3 cities in the northern desert had fallen. Among the ranks, a cavalryman brandishing a golden token bellowed. The rhythmic pounding of hooves mingled with the murmurs of the crowd, yet the mention of the barbarian tribes could not be overshadowed. Liu stood by the roadside, contemplatively observing the cavalry galloping toward the Imperial city. He had intended to seek information about Qicheng Manor elsewhere, but had not anticipated encountering such an event upon stepping outside. Barbarians. Liu silently repeated the word, recalling the accounts he had read. In the year of the armored horse, the white barbarians breached Feiguan, conquering 12 cities, alarming the emperor, who then launched a campaign to Yangzhou. The white barbarians invaded the capital, plundering the surrounding areas before eventually retreating. For a long time, not a sound was heard from the 1,000 miles around. This passage was rather intriguing. Liu gazed at the retreating cavalry. This incident should have occurred 20 years ago, yet the records were vague. For instance, did the capital actually fall? What prompted the retreat of the barbarian tribes? There were far too many uncertainties. 20 years is not a distant past. Yet the accounts were exceedingly brief and did not align with reason. The barbarians had once again besieged the city. It remained to be seen how far they would advance this time. But what concern is it of mine? Liu chuckled softly, humming a tune as he strolled along. He had no aspirations of being a savior. With his current strength, he could traverse the world at will. Even the otherworldly demons were of no interest to him. Were it not for their desire to annihilate the world, leaving him with nowhere to take refuge, he would have no inclination to resist. As he approached the quaint village of Baiwang nestled among the towering mountains, a sense of home washed over him. Wang Chui wiped the sweat from his brow and entered the village. The dilapidated thatched cottages were scattered about, and most villagers appeared emaciated. Upon seeing Wang Chui, they displayed little reaction, mechanically continuing with their tasks. Wang Chui sighed in resignation, recognizing that everyone was struggling. He thought of his ailing mother and his frail sister. Clutching the oil paper-wrapped pork in his hand, he hurried toward his home at the village and Appo's edge, excited at the prospect of providing a proper meal for his mother and little sister. At the village's end stood a thatched cottage surrounded by a picket fence. Wang Chui stood outside the yard, pushing open the wooden door. Wang Ling was crouched in the yard, picking wild vegetables. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, she looked up suddenly. The eyes of the 10-year-old girl sparkled like the morning light dancing in a mountain stream. Brother. She stumbled into Wang Chui and Appo's embrace. Wang Chui affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he supported her slender frame. Feeling her light weight in his arms, he felt a pang in his heart. His little sister was still far too thin. He remembered the peculiar herb in the basket, something that the residents of Yujiazwang coveted and would certainly fetch a good price. With that, his sister would no longer need to endure hunger. With this thought, Wang Chui playfully shook the oil paper bundle. Be careful, or it will fall. Wang Ling's eyes brightened. Brother, is that meat? Suddenly, a woman's violent cough echoed from within the house. Wang Chui hurried inside, thrusting the oil paper bundle toward Wang Ling. This is pork. Quickly wash it. I'll check on mother. Inside the house, there was little in the way of furnishings. Just a wooden bed. Wang Chui rushed to his mother's side. Have the taxes been paid this year? His mother spoke slowly, the effort of speaking clearly taxing her. Yes, it and Amp, Appo's, that's all settled, and there is still some left. Wang Chui replied, setting down the basket and producing a handful of copper coins. That's good. Before she could finish her sentence, another fit of coughing racked her body. Wang Chui expertly patted her stooped back until she coughed up blood-streaked phlegm. Brother, I've prepared the pork. You need to cook it. His sister called from outside. Wang Chui looked at his mother. I bought meat today. You and Ling can have a hearty meal. A smile crossed his mother's pale face. The night air was particularly frigid. Wang Chui gazed at the herb bundle swaying from the beam, contemplating which apothecary he should visit tomorrow to sell the herbs for money. His little sister had enjoyed a satisfying meal of pork and had already fallen into a deep slumber. The oppressive sound of his mother's cough echoed from the adjoining room. Wang Chui's resolve hardened. His mother's illness could no longer be delayed. Selling that herb to Yujiazwang might be a viable option, even if they would certainly try to haggle fiercely. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he began to drift into sleep. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted into his nostrils. Wang Chui jolted awake. What is that? Is it fire? He leaped from his bed, kicking open the door. A wave of heat surged toward him. Several shadowy figures loomed near the flames of a burning pile of firewood, their steel blades glinting in the light. One figure, upon seeing Wang Chui burst through the door, froze momentarily before breaking into laughter. We've been discovered. But it matters not. You're all doomed. Wang Chui paid no heed to their intentions. The fire had ignited the woodpile on the fence. If he didn't escape with his sister and mother now, they would be trapped. Gritting his teeth, he swung his startled sister onto his back, crashing through the dilapidated paper window. He quickly grabbed the basket, placing his sister within it. His mother had just awakened. Wang Chui unleashed a surge of strength. One hand lifted the basket containing his sister, while the other wrapped around his mother, hoisting her onto his back. In truth, they were not heavy. It was the prolonged malnutrition that had rendered them so light. The sound of collapsing beams echoed behind him, followed by the crackling of flames. Several figures in black broke through the wooden pillars, disregarding the front door entirely. This ancient thatched house offered no resistance to those who had cultivated internal strength. Don't let them escape. Although the young master ordered us to capture that woman, we must also secure that herb. You all search here. I'll pursue. One black-clad figure darted forward with startling speed, closing in on Wang Chui in the blink of an eye. Clenching his teeth, he felt the fierce wind rushing past him. Wang Chui ran desperately. His mother seemed to tremble on his back. Wang Linger, nestled in the basket, caught sight of the black-clad figure raising his blade to strike at her brother. Brother, watch out. Despite being right next to Wang Chui, her voice was still loud with alarm. What to do? What to do? Wang Chui shouted silently within his heart, urging himself to run faster, yet it felt futile. The assailant was mere inches away, his blade descending swiftly. Chui, I'll join your father now. Wang Chui heard his mother say this, and suddenly felt a force pushing him forward, causing him to lose his balance and stumble. His mother's hands pushed him away, freeing herself from his back. The blade fell, and blood sprayed forth. Wang Chui turned back in anguish, catching a glimpse of his mother's eyes. The elderly woman's murky gaze shone with an unsettling brightness in the firelight. Go. His mother's voice was resolute and powerful, entirely unlike that of someone who had long been ill. Suppressing his immense sorrow and fury, Wang Chui seized his sister and ran forward. The black figure watched him flee with a cold smirk, preparing to accelerate. Yet, beneath his feet, a force tugged at him. Old hag. The blade of the black-clad figure descended once more. The elder raised her wrinkled face, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. The cold steel of the knife intertwined with the warmth of her blood. The figure clad in black swung wildly again and again, appearing almost frenzied amidst the flames of the night. After a considerable time, he kicked aside the nearby flesh, cursing under his breath, damn it. Wang Chui and Appos, as silhouette had vanished into the darkness. Unable to locate him, he surmised that the young man had been taken away. A few individuals emerged from the dwelling. The dark-skinned man let out a cold laugh, declaring, Do you think you can escape? Let us pursue together. Chapter 6. The secret realm awaits. The night wind wailed as it traversed the mountains. Wang Chui gasped heavily, leaning against a grand tree, uncertain of how long he had been running. A searing pain gripped his chest, and a glance revealed his sister, Wang Linger, weeping silently in the basket beside him. Suppressing the tidal wave of sorrow within, Wang Chui managed to smile at his sister. Brother Wang Ling called softly from within the basket. It's all right. It's all right. Wang Chui gently patted her head. He wished to say more, but flickering flames in the distant thicket drew his attention. Brat, you cannot escape. The voice of a cloaked figure resonated ominously. Wang Chui straightened, grasping Wang Linger, and dashed forward. They would soon be pursued. He had to avenge his mother. He could not perish like this. Damn it, this kid can really run, cursed the stocky black-clad man. Though their martial skills were mediocre, they had trained enough to surpass ordinary endurance, yet they could not overtake a mere youth. The leader of the group struck a tree with his blade, coldly commanding, Continue the chase. Fried cakes, 2 coins each. Come and enjoy, master. The calls of vendors mingled with the tales spun in taverns and the solicitations of courtesans. Exquisitely crafted lanterns adorned the area, illuminating South Phoenix Street with a warm glow. Take your time. Liu ambled through the bustling street, savoring a skewer of candied hawthorn. It was undeniable. The capital of the great Qian Empire thrived, even at this hour, with no curfew in sight. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped his chest. The golden book and jade register reacted. Is someone approaching the secret realm? Liu quickly deduced the cause. The insects behind him could be spared for now. He mused, hastening towards his study. As he turned a corner into a dark alley devoid of lantern light, several figures whispered amongst themselves. What level of martial skill does this person possess? One inquired. The leader shook his head. I cannot discern. Perhaps he has mastered some technique to conceal his true energy. Then, what of this contract accepted? But report to the higher-ups. Send more men. Also, inform manager Liu to prepare. Inside the study, Liu activated the speed projection, raising an eyebrow. It's this kid, but his current state seems precarious. The chilling wind howled across the cliff's edge. Wang Chui hunched over, holding Wang Linger's hand. One step back would plunge them into the abyss. Their reckless flight had not evaded the 3 predators. Why do you seek to harm me? Wang Chui stared intently at the 3 black-clad figures, his heart already suspecting the truth, yet he sought confirmation. If he managed to escape this time, he would avenge his mother's death. Dead men need not know so much. The stocky black-clad man replied coldly, advancing a step. Wang Chui tightened his grip on his sister's hand, retreating further until he stood at the precipice, the basket teetering perilously. Wang Linger's grip on his hand tightened. Brother, they're coming. Liu watched the scene with excitement, anticipating the unfolding of a beloved narrative. Boy, stop asking questions. Just leap, and you shall acquire the chance to cultivate divine skills and return in glory. Yet, Wang Chui defied Li Yue's suggestion. I suspect you are after this. He seized the blood-washing herb from the basket, clutching it tightly. The three black-clad figures exchanged glances, understanding dawning upon them. While their master sought the girl, it seemed Manager Fu desired the herb. If forced to choose, they would still heed Manager Fu's wishes. Yet, in this scenario, obtaining both should not be insurmountable. Indeed, if you toss that herb our way, we shall grant you a path to safety, the leader declared. If you both accompany us willingly, perhaps in the future, we shall honor you as young Master Wang and Madam Wang. The stocky black-clad man chuckled. Wang Chui suddenly bowed his head, an inexplicable laughter escaping his lips. Wang Ling looked at her brother with concern. The three black-clad men frowned but remained silent. Inching closer, nearly within reach to seize them both. Ha ha. Wang Chui's laughter crescendoed. He abruptly lifted his head, tears streaming from his eyes. It is merely for a single herb, just a single herb. In that moment, he perceived a flaw in this world. Were humans akin to grass? No. They were beneath it. He fixed his determined gaze on Wang Ling. Sister, are you afraid? His tone softened. Wang Ling seemed to grasp his intent, smiling brightly. I'm not afraid, brother. The leader of the black-clad men felt a jolt of unease at Wang Chui's demeanor. No good. Seize them, he commanded as he lunged forward. The black-clad man sprinted with unprecedented speed, yet still fell short. Wang Chui abruptly stuffed the herb into his mouth, pulling his sister along as they leapt into the abyss. The night wind was chilling, the forest lamenting with mournful cries. The leader of the black-clad men watched as the two figures plummeted into the unfathomable void, a sense of dread creeping over him. He gazed at the dimly lit sky, pondering whether he had made a grave mistake. The sensation of weightlessness engulfed Wang Chui, vivid memories flashing before him. He recalled the village elders' tales, that in one's final moments, the living would replay their past. It seemed he too was nearing death. Yet, at least he was not alone. His sister was with him. Gazing at Wang Ling beside him, he found only darkness and silence surrounding them, devoid of the towering trees or howling winds. Suddenly, a light tore through the veil of darkness before his eyes. Liu nodded in satisfaction. This unfolding drama was captivating. The youth's quest for vengeance was about to commence, and his secret realm was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 7. Waiting darkness, pain, dampness. And cold enveloped Wang Chui as he struggled to open his eyes. He felt an uncomfortable wetness clinging to his body. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was lying in a puddle, flanked by narrow cliffs. A glimmer of light ahead illuminated the gloom, offering a semblance of hope. I'm still alive, Wang Chui murmured in disbelief. Given the height of the cliffs, he should have met his demise without question. But where was his little sister? In a flurry, Wang Chui rose and spotted a small figure ahead. He rushed forward and cradled his sister in his arms, checking for her breath and sighing in relief upon discovering that she had merely fainted. Yet, thoughts of his mother being killed in the flames, the shadowy figures, and the glint of cold steel surged forth, igniting an inferno of rage within him. With an icy glare, he vowed, Yujia, this time, if I escape this calamity, I shall avenge you. Li watched the projection of the young man with a clap of his hands, exclaiming, yes, this is precisely it. The youth charges forward, and before him lies the opportunity one have prepared for you. Prepare for your return to vengeance. With that, Liu switched off the projection. It would take some time for these two to discover the Cliff of Enlightenment. Relying solely on individual discoveries was far too slow. It was time to create a stir. Once Wang Chui found the Cliff of Enlightenment, Liu planned to add some excitement to his secret realm, ensuring that the news would spread far and wide. As dawn broke imperceptibly, the sounds of activity outside Liu's study began to crescendo, prompting him to shake his head in self-mockery. I've been up all night. Just as he contemplated a much-needed rest, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Frowning, he wondered who might seek him out so early in the morning. Surely, it could not be a book buyer. Upon opening the door, a jovial voice greeted him. Li brother, it has been a long time. The speaker, dressed in scholarly attire with his hair tied atop his head, was Huang Zhang, a former classmate from his time at the Tranquil Academy. Their relationship was merely cordial. They had never shared a deep bond. What could have prompted him to visit? Greetings, Huang brother. What brings you here? Liu inquired directly. Huang Zhang replied, I come seeking a favor. How about we gather at the Red Sleeve Pavilion for a more detailed discussion? The Red Sleeve Pavilion was one of the most renowned establishments in the capital. Although Huang Zhang came from a well-off family, it seemed unlikely he could afford to squander lavishly there. Very well, Liu responded with a smile, intrigued despite his suspicions regarding Huang Zhang's intentions. Visiting such a place was an opportunity not to be missed, for it would broaden his horizons. Please, the carriage awaits outside. Let us rekindle our camaraderie, Huang Zhang said, gesturing for Liu to precede him. As they stepped outside, the bustling streets were alive with activity. A carriage stood conspicuously at the corner, attended by a servant and a coachman. Climbing aboard, the two engaged in light conversation, discussing various topics including the recent uproar regarding the barbarian invasions. The officials in court are nothing but decayed wood. Were I in a position of power, I would lead the army myself and keep the barbarians at bay. Huang Zhang exclaimed passionately, revealing a surprising fervor. Liu observed Huang Zhang, noting that he appeared more genuine than he had anticipated. The carriage rolled along, leaving Nanwang Street and heading towards the heart of the capital. As they entered the wealthier districts, the crowds began to thin. The carriage slowed and eventually halted on a broad avenue. Liu lifted the curtain to see a servant wrapping something around the horse's legs. He recognized the procedure as quieting the hooves, a recent trend intended to muffle the sound of hooves on cobblestones, ensuring the powerful were not disturbed. Please wait a moment. Li brother, Huangzhong smiled, as Liu regarded the scene outside with curiosity. A high wall on the right side connected to an estate, appearing to be a singular domain. Noticing Liu's confusion, Huangzhong explained, this is the residence of the Prince of Chu. That wall marks the boundary of this street. To the right lies his territory. Truly a noble abode, Liu remarked, astonished. The Prince of Chu, a favored son of the Zhao royal family, was the fourth prince, known as Zhao. As the servant completed his task and boarded the carriage, another carriage approached slowly from ahead. Liu paused, sensing an unusual energy in the air. How intriguing, he mused, observing the plainly adorned carriage. Was there a master of the martial arts among them? Suddenly, a figure leapt from the left side building, drawing a bow and releasing an arrow that soared towards the carriage like a shooting star. In quick succession, several masked figures appeared on the rooftop, each brandishing weapons. They leaped down from the building, charging towards the carriage. Just as the arrow was about to pierce the carriage's curtain, a powerful voice bellowed from within, "Who dares to assassinate Lord Liu?" Accompanying the voice was a flash of steel as a figure clad in simple garb emerged from the carriage, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of formidable energy. Liu assessed the man's presence, noting that his level of true energy was near that of a first-rate expert. He glanced at Huangzhong, who seemed flustered yet maintained a semblance of composure, instructing the servant to retreat. In broad daylight, an assassination attempt in the capital was a troubling sign of growing chaos. The clashing of weapons echoed through the once quiet street as the assailants engaged the swordsmen. From the carriage, an elderly man, sharp-eyed and vigorous despite his years, peered out, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. As the archer aimed once more at the old man, the swordsman was momentarily preoccupied and unable to intervene. Yet, the elder displayed no fear. A glimmer of cold light shot forth from the carriage, a throwing knife. The knife collided with the arrow, sending both tumbling to the ground. A graceful figure burst from the carriage, a woman veiled and elusive in appearance. Demonstrating remarkable agility, she leaped onto the walls, scaling towards the rooftops in pursuit of the fleeing archer. The capital's law enforcement is remarkably slow to react, Liu murmured to himself. Despite the brevity of the conflict, the chaos unfolded right beside the Prince of Chu's residence, and yet no one came to restore order. Liu turned his gaze back to the princess estate, pondering why Zhao Qi had not dispatched anyone to investigate the disturbance occurring right at his doorstep. His attention then shifted back to the ongoing confrontation, where the assassins, despite their swift actions, remained entangled with the swordsmen, failing to reach their target, the so-called Lord Liu. Do you know this Lord Liu, Huang brother? Liu suddenly inquired, directing his question at Huangzhong. Huangzhong paused, momentarily taken aback by Liu's inquiry. He then chuckled, I recognize him, yet he does not know me. This Lord Liu, Liu Jiting, hails from the esteemed Liu family of the Southern Qin. Although he is retired from public service, he shares a profound camaraderie with the left chancellor. And it is not inconceivable that he may be called upon again in the future. Liu observed the battle unfolding outside the carriage, a cold smile creeping into his heart. For my sake, they have staged a grand performance. Or perhaps, I am merely a supporting character. However, this play is rather foolish. Anyone can discern the underlying truths. The King of Chu, the left chancellor, Liu Jinting, and the Hongyun gambling house. The King of Chu's mother is none other than the Princess of Southern Qin. At this moment, the King and Appo's formidable influence is inextricably linked to the staunch support of the left chancellor. It is likely that the Hongyun gambling house also bears some connection to the king. Chapter 8. The act of murder. Thus, it follows that their next target is none other than themselves. Upon this realization, Liu regarded Huangzhong with a hint of amusement. For a moment, Huangzhong appeared at a loss, stammering, Li, brotherly, why do you look at me in such a manner? Liu was certain that this invitation harbored ulterior motives. If there is nothing amiss, why does Brother Huang not instruct his subordinates to steer clear of this place, lest they become collateral damage? Liu inquired with a smile. Huangzhong felt somewhat uncomfortable. Their time together as students had been brief, and during that period, he had perceived Liu as somewhat simple-minded. How was it, then, that today he appeared so astute? Unbeknownst to him, that seemingly foolish demeanor was merely Liu and Appo's indifference toward such matters. Huangzhong chuckled awkwardly, attempting to brush it off. Liu did not press further, for he was keen to observe the underlying arrangements. Such courtly strife might inadvertently bolster his own momentum in unlocking the secret realm. Liu redirected his gaze to the battle outside the carriage. This assassination was nearing its conclusion. The assassin displayed a slight superiority in skill, forcing back the attacker with a single stroke before leaping onto the carriage. The remaining assailants refrained from advancing, instead retreating to widen the distance. The assassin stood at the carriage's edge, coldly addressing the others. I am Yu Fengdao of the Yu family from Qingqing. Your assassination attempt today is doomed to fail. It would be wise to withdraw now and preserve your lives. The other assassins, as if rehearsed, responded with a cold laugh, since you are a master from Qi-Qing. We shall concede and take our leave. With that, they skillfully retreated in the direction of Li Yu's carriage. Observing the approaching assassins, Li Yu sighed softly. What is the necessity of this? This Hongyun gambling house was likely complicit in the scheme, conveniently aiming to eliminate him. The assassination of Lu Jinzhuang was merely a facade to cooperate with certain individuals. However, their intention to eliminate him was genuine, crafting a narrative that he had been mistakenly slain while passing through a scene of the attack. The assassins moved swiftly, reaching the side of the carriage in mere moments. One suddenly sprang forth, positioning himself with a flourish. His long blade gleamed menacingly as it lunged towards Li Yu. At that moment, Li Yu remained still, holding the curtain, calmly observing the blade's approach. The assassin estimated his skill to be at least second-rate. The remaining assassins simultaneously launched their assault from various directions towards the carriage. Brotherly, be careful, Huangzhang shouted, instinctively dropping to the ground. Li Yu shook his head in resignation. Huangzhang certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Since you have witnessed everything today, I cannot allow you to remain. The first assassin, seemingly intent on making his presence known, declared loudly. The blade was nearly upon Li Yu and Apos' brow when he smiled, extending a finger to touch the steel. An overwhelming surge of true energy bursting forth and coursing into the blade. In an instant, the steel shattered, fragments flying in all directions. In the astonished gaze of the assassin, Li Yu flicked his finger, sending a shard hurtling through the man and Apos' throat. Warm blood splattered. The shard embedding itself in the wall of the Duke of Chu and Apos' residence. This transpired in a heartbeat. Before the remaining assassins could react, Li Yu and Apos' finger moved once more. Several shards spun through the air, targeting the approaching attackers. One by one, they were pierced through the throat, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground, blood pooling around them. Li Yu pulled aside the curtain and stepped out of the carriage, treading upon the bloodied ground, glancing back at Huangzhang inside. With a polite bow he smiled. Brother Zizhang, will you not join me in observing these assassins? Huangzhang, whose courtesy name was Zizhang, sat in disbelief within the carriage, staring vacantly at Li Yu outside. He had been observing Li Yu since dropping to the ground, fully expecting that Li Yu would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. He had not anticipated such an outcome. His former classmate could eliminate several assassins with but a flick of his finger. Huangzhang struggled to rise, speaking with difficulty. Brother Li, I presume you are fully aware of everything, are you not? Li Yu offered no confirmation, instead turning his gaze towards a certain direction. A figure clad in white, veiled, gracefully ascended to a high rooftop, holding a masked assassin in her grasp. This woman was the one who had previously pursued the archer. Upon witnessing the slain assassins below, a look of astonishment crossed her veiled face. Yet, she said nothing, simply releasing the archer from her grasp, who fell with a thud, lifeless. The woman leapt down from the rooftop and entered the carriage. Yu Fengdao, the knife-wielding assassin, observed the scene with growing trepidation. Swallowing hard as fear reflected in his eyes, is this a master of the highest caliber? Li Yu cast a smile towards the knife-wielder, then turned back to the carriage, instructing Huangzhang to head towards Hongxiu Tavern. The carriage creaked softly as it distanced itself. Yu Fengdao released a sigh of relief as he entered the carriage, where Lord Lu and the woman in white were already seated. Yu Fengdao spoke, "My lord, all the assassins have been eliminated. It may be difficult to explain this to the Duke of Chu." Lord Lu, unfazed, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It was always intended for someone to die. Whether it be one or all makes little difference. This presents an opportunity to report to King Qi, whose law enforcement has failed in the capital, resulting in casualties beneath the emperor's feet. As for the Duke of Chu," Lord Lu paused before continuing, "let him devise his own solutions. I have already played my part in this charade. Must I confront a master of the underworld? Then let it be as if nothing has occurred," Yu Fengdao concluded. Lord Lu glanced at the white-clad woman beside him. "Ting Chan, once this matter is settled, you shall visit Changming County and reassure Xuan that the betrothal is merely a ruse. There is no need for excessive worry." "Understood, uncle," the woman replied. "Freshly baked buns, exquisite buns. The martial spirit of Shu is flourishing. Come, let us go to Zue Xianju for a drink." Li Yu sat within the carriage, listening to the raucous sounds of the crowd outside. This was Qinglu Alley, one of the few lively markets in the heart of the capital. "And thus it is," Huangzhang said glumly. After hearing Huangzhang and Apos' account, Li Yu understood the entirety of the underlying scheme. The Hongyun gambling house, having failed to manipulate Husam previously, had learned of Li Yu and Apos' martial prowess. Thus, they sought out Huangzhang to issue threats. Given his lack of familiarity with Li Yu, Huangzhang acquiesced to this request, inviting Li Yu to Hongxiu Tavern. The tavern itself was deeply entwined with the Hongyun gambling house, making an assassination there advantageous for erasing traces. Coincidentally, the task of assassinating Lu Jinting aligned closely, leading them to test Li Yu along the way. Ideally, they could eliminate him effortlessly. Otherwise, they could let him lower his guard for another attempt at Hongxiu Tavern. As the carriage continued onward, Huangzhang wore a distressed expression, devoid of the confidence he had previously displayed. After revealing the full extent of the scheme to Li Yu, he remained in this state, occasionally lifting the curtain to gaze outside, seeking solace in the lively atmosphere to alleviate his internal turmoil. Observing Huang Zhang's demeanor, Li Yu sighed and shook his head. Very well, let us offer him assistance, for his entanglement was in part due to his association with himself. Brother Huang. Why the long face? Li Yu asked with a smile. Huang Zhang shot him a sidelong glance. You ask me, knowing full well. Li Yu laughed heartily. If that is the case, shall I assist Brother Huang in shedding this burden? Huang Zhang and Appo's eyes brightened. Brotherly? Do you have a plan? Li Yu gently patted his shoulder. In this banquet of treachery, simply heed my arrangements, and you shall be free of worry. Hearing Li Yu's words, Huang Zhang and Appo's brow began to ease. He had previously witnessed Li Yu and Appo's remarkable prowess, which could only be described as extraordinary. It was quite possible that he had prepared his strategies well in advance, enabling him to effortlessly surpass the Hongyun gambling house. However, Li Yu did not share Huang Zhang and Appo's convoluted thoughts. Determined to arrive at Hongxiu's age, he resolved that regardless of what his opponents presented, he would simply overwhelm them with his unparalleled strength. Since Wang Chuyi entered the secret realm, he had contributed a measure of emotional energy. The meager energy accumulated in the Golden Book and Jade Register was sufficient for him to glimpse the pinnacle of existence. This represented a martial arts realm that had never before been manifested in this world. This was Li Yu's earlier conception of innate martial arts. An unparalleled master condenses all their true energy into a martial essence crystal, concealed within their dantian, referred to as innate. The carriage gradually navigated through the bustling center of Qinglu Fong, arriving at the edge of the marketplace. Seated in the carriage, Li Yu inhaled the moisture-laden air, tinged with a faint scent of powder. Hongxiu's age had arrived. Li Yu lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Chapter 9. The Red Sleeve and Li Yu lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The roadside was devoid of any buildings, vendors, or taverns, only lined with rows of willows providing shade. Between the cascading willow leaves, variously adorned carriages rested beneath the trees. People dressed in a kaleidoscope of colors greeted one another, scholars, wealthy merchants, and officials alike. Li brother, we have arrived at the Red Sleeve Inn, Huang Zhang exclaimed, shaking off his earlier gloom as he stepped out of the carriage and beckoned to Li Yu. Li Yu followed Huang Zhang down from the carriage. Despite having lived in the capital for 21 years, he had never visited the Qinglu Lane, let alone the renowned Red Sleeve Inn. That is the Red Sleeve Inn. Huang Zhang pointed ahead. The moment Li Yu disembarked, his gaze was captivated by the imposing structure Huang Zhang indicated. It was a towering building, 9 stories high. The grandeur of such a brothel was astonishing and evoked a sense of wonder in Li Yu, highlighting the uniqueness of the world around him. In fact, he noticed that the decorations on the building were already extravagant beyond regulation, such as the dragon motifs adorning the eaves, which were clearly reserved for the Imperial Palace. Behind the grand edifice flowed a wide and tranquil river, known as the Lishui. On its surface, he could faintly see the luxurious boats belonging to the Red Sleeve Inn. Huang Zhang led Li Yu towards the towering structure, enthusiastically sharing details about it. The Red Sleeve Inn is one of the 2 major brothels in the capital, featuring 13 boats on the first floor. What we see now is the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance of the Red Sleeve Pavilion, a throng had already gathered. Huang Zhang continued. Though the Red Sleeve Inn does not have the excessively high threshold of the Qinghua Pavilion, it is not as accessible as the Shinro. One must either be accompanied by an acquaintance or pay a considerable sum to gain entry. This implied that the threshold for the Red Sleeve Inn was already quite elevated. Li Yu and Appo's curiosity was piqued about the Qinghua Pavilion, which Huang Zhang had described as having an extremely high threshold. What exactly does that entail? He inquired. Huang Zhang chuckled. It is so elevated that it hardly resembles a brothel, making it challenging for anyone to enjoy a fleeting moment of romance there. The Qinghua Pavilion permits the ladies to choose their clients, not the other way around. Even the current King Han, who coveted the famed courtesan Li Tingchan of the Qinghua Pavilion, was unable to succeed in his attempts to take her away by force. Li Yu grasped the implication. The Qinghua Pavilion was a matchmaking venue with considerable influence. He turned his attention back to the entrance of the Red Sleeve Pavilion, where numerous wealthy patrons were queuing, bidding for entry. Another line featured scholars composing poetry to be judged by an elderly gentleman. Those with remarkable talent could also gain access. Must we partake in such endeavors as well? Li Yu asked. With manager Lu and Appo's invitation, we need not worry, Huang Zhang replied. Striding towards a young servant stationed at the entrance and presenting an invitation, the servant respectfully led the way, and the 2 entered the Red Sleeve Inn. Upon entering, Li Yu was met with the animated conversations of the patrons. Ah, Madame Chen Miaoying truly deserves the accolades from the Qin sect. Her melodies are enchanting. Miss Xiuxiu and Appo's accompanying dance. I hear today and Appo's performance is titled and Appo's, listening to the bamboo melody and Appo's by Lu. The performers graced a grand white jade stage, illuminated by the sunlight streaming from the central atrium, creating an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. The servant led the way, while Huang Zhang proudly shared his insights about the Red Sleeve Inn. Liu lingered at the back, listening intently. As they traversed the grand hall on the first floor and ascended the staircase to the second floor, the servant halted, allowing another individual to lead them further. Through Huang Zhang and Amp. Oppo's narration, Liu gleaned an understanding of the Red Sleeve Pavilion and Amp. Oppo's layout. Rather than merely a brothel, it served as an entertainment hub. The first floor was dedicated to performances, while the second featured various games, including chess, gambling, and throwing pots, all accompanied by beautiful women. The third floor housed the staff and Amp. Oppo's quarters, inaccessible to outsiders. The fourth floor was a private domain for dignitaries, where banquets were held. Only above the fourth floor did the establishment take on the conventional role of a brothel. Brotherly, we are almost there, Huang Zhang said as they approached the staircase to the third floor, stepping aside to allow Liu to go ahead. As Liu passed him, he caught a glimpse of the arrangement by the Hongyan gambling house. Huang Zhang chuckled awkwardly and followed closely behind. The staircase was wide, adorned with a crimson carpet, and scattered with flower petals. As Liu ascended, individuals descended from above, each with varying status, all nodding respectfully in his direction, including some striking courtesans casting flirtatious glances. Liu found himself puzzled by the antics of the Hongyan gambling house but continued his ascent. Just as he was about to step onto the fourth floor, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted toward him. A stunning figure draped in white gauze, accompanied by several maids clad in pale yellow silk, blocked his path. Liu was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the figure. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, even veiled, her exquisite features were evident. Her fair skin shimmered through the sheer fabric as she smiled gently. You must be young Masterly. I am Mingpanner, here to pay my respects, she spoke softly. Performing a graceful bow, Liu recognized her name. Mingpanner was one of the two leading courtesans of the Red Sleeve Inn, renowned for her captivating beauty and charm, surpassing her rival in recent years due to her youth. Liu chose to disregard her, glancing past her at a stout, tall man nearby, who, despite the mild weather, wore a heavy cloak. When he noticed Liu's gaze, he burst into laughter. Haha. I am Lu Tianlong. Pleased to meet you, young Masterly. Mingpanner stepped aside, allowing Lu Tianlong to bow respectfully. Greetings, manager, Liu acknowledged, appraising the man before him. He quickly discerned that Lu Tianlong possessed formidable martial skills, a first-rate expert, even surpassing the assassin he had encountered previously. Lu Tianlong scrutinized Liu in turn. Upon seeing this young man for the first time, a pang of apprehension gripped his heart. Despite his own expertise, he could sense nothing extraordinary about Liu, who appeared as an ordinary person, lacking the confidence of a seasoned martial artist. Had Husen deceived him? The thought crossed Lu Tianlong and Oppo's mind but was swiftly dismissed. Husen had no reason to mislead him. The only explanation was that this young man was exceedingly powerful, perhaps nearing the pinnacle of first-rate prowess. Though Lu Tianlong did not entertain thoughts of the absolute peak, such a master could be exceedingly rare in the world. Liu noted that Lu Tianlong and Oppo's gaze lingered on him longer than expected, prompting a chuckle within him. It appeared that news of his previous encounter outside the Chu Wangfu, where he had dispatched several assassins, had not reached this place. Young Masterly, please, the banquet awaits us upstairs. I wish to resolve any misunderstandings between us, Lu Tianlong said with a smile, attempting to grasp Liu's sleeve to lead him upstairs. Liu deftly sidestepped Lu Tianlong's grasp, smiling, I appreciate your kindness. Lu Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise with a smile, stepping ahead. As he turned, a cold smile crept into his heart. It seemed Huang Zhang had not fulfilled his duties adequately. The demeanor of this young man named Liu was rather indifferent. Oh well, there would be ample time later. That Huang Zhang shall certainly face consequences after this matter. Liu, oblivious to Lu Tianlong and Amp. Oppo's thoughts, strolled along while taking a keen interest in the surroundings. The entire fourth floor was remarkably spacious, adorned with exquisite potted plants artfully positioned to create a striking visual appeal. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, likely emanating from some exquisite spice. The nearby rooms were tranquil, yet a few stood open, occasionally filled with the melodious laughter of women or the harmonious sounds of various musical instruments. Chapter 10. The table turned. Liu followed closely behind Lu Tianlong. While Huang Zhang and Mingpanner did not accompany them, Lu Tianlong seemed to be discussing matters of great secrecy with him. Perhaps it was his benevolent nature that led him to spare others from involvement? With this thought, Liu couldn't help but smile. The proprietor of the Hongyan gambling house could hardly possess such a temperament. Arriving at a door, Lu Tianlong pushed it open, and Liu stepped inside. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if someone were watching. He turned around and, through the courtyard, he caught sight of a woman gazing at him. She was dressed in a delicate red garment, her beauty striking, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon noticing Liu's glance, she offered a gentle smile and a nod as a greeting. Liu reciprocated, then entered the room. This woman, judging by her appearance, must be one of the two renowned courtesans alongside Mingpanner, known as the captivating Fu Hongyan, whose beauty was said to bewitch the hearts of many. Fu Hongyan stood on the corridor, leaning against the railing, her gaze traversing the layers of floors, following the sunlight as it fell upon the jade-white platform on the first floor. There, performances of song and dance continued, yet her brow remained furrowed with worry. The maid, Xiao Chui, emerged from the room and, seeing Fu Hongyan's troubled expression, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Sister Hongyan, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Maybe we can truly win, Xiao Chui suggested. Fu Hongyan shook her head. Her voice melodious yet heavy with despair. It is difficult, Xiao Chui. Whether within the establishment or outside, they will not allow me to surpass Ming Panner. She has caught the eye of the Prince of Chu, and at 26, I am no longer suited to be a courtesan. Xiao Chui, hearing Fu Hongyan's words, grew anxious. But if you cannot outshine Ming Pan and Appos, you will have to take clients. Am I not aware of that? Fu Hongyan relished the gentle breeze brushing her cheeks. Yet a sense of unexplainable sorrow lingered in her heart. Li Gongzi, please take a seat, came Lu Tianlong's voice as Li Yu entered the private room. The table before the proprietor was laden with an abundance of delicacies, from mountain treasures to seafood, and a variety of fruits and vegetables. However, Li Yu paid little attention to the feast. Instead, he scrutinized the surrounding screens. Lu Tianlong, noticing this, raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Is it the screens that catch your fancy, Li Gongzi?" "Indeed, they are quite exquisite," Li Yu replied, "especially the landscape paintings upon them. They must be replicas of esteemed works." Hearing this, Lu Tianlong felt a quiet relief and silently admired Li Yu's discerning eye. As Li Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, he regarded Lu Tianlong with a half-smile. He was certainly not appreciating any artworks. Behind those screens lay an ambush. The scenario of a banquet concealing 300 assassins had truly unfolded before him. Lu Tianlong felt a chill under Li Yu and Appos' gaze, leaning back slightly. "Li Gongzi, your expression." Li Yu lifted a cup of wine, lightly caressing it. He had grown weary of this charade and had no desire to continue playing along with Lu Tianlong. After all, he was on the verge of wielding control over the tides of history. Engaging in such trivial games was beneath him. Thus, he decided, let the table be turned. With a crash, the porcelain wine cup shattered suddenly. Lu Tianlong and Appos' expression shifted dramatically as he realized Li Yu had discerned the ruse. He shouted, "Attack!" Just as his voice fell, he felt a sharp chill in his throat, as if it had been sliced open. Struggling to look at Li Yu, he caught sight of the scholar's enigmatic smile and the slender fingers holding a shard of porcelain, from which blood dripped. "Master Lu, I have preemptively smashed the cup as a signal," Li Yu said with a slight smile, remaining seated. The screens around them were violently torn apart at that moment. Fragments of silk fluttered as gleaming blades surged forth, forming a deadly web aimed at Li Yu. Wang Yang relished the role of an assassin. Recently, he had received a task from others within the establishment, requesting assistance in eliminating a scholar. He had scoffed at the notion. After all, why would so many be required for a mere scholar? Yet, he had accepted nonetheless. Upon gathering with the other assassins, he found the ensemble to be exceptionally formidable. Members of the Qingyi Building's silver medal assassins and the 12 fiends of the heavenly net had all arrived. Initially believing the task would be easy, he was taken aback when the employer was swiftly killed at the onset. However, it mattered little. After all, payment had already been rendered, and the young scholar seated before them seemed incapable of countering the onslaught of 12 silver-clad assassins, appearing almost frozen in anticipation of death. The assassins struck swiftly, but to Li Yu, their movements appeared languid. He watched with keen interest as 12 individuals, all second-rate masters clad in dark blue stealth attire, advanced toward him, their collective identity unmistakably that of the infamous Qingyi Building. Wait, how did he know so much? Had he read about them? Li Yu mused that his adoptive parents in this world must have been quite remarkable, for the bookstore they left behind contained such extensive knowledge. As the 12 blades approached his throat, Li Yu smiled and vanished in an instant, moving like a specter. The hand clutching the porcelain shards sprang into action, swiftly slicing. The sharp energy enveloping the shards severed one assassin's throat in a heartbeat. Blood splattered. Wang Yang, in his final moments, felt a pang of regret. At the brink of death, he thought he should never have become an assassin but rather pursued a different path. One that would spare him from perishing at the hands of this formidable scholar. Li Yu and Appos' speed was astonishing. The assassins were taken aback, their bodies still lunging forward. As their blades clashed, chaotic energies intertwined, tearing apart the scattered screens on the ground. In a moment of realization, they noticed one of their own had fallen, Yang Sha. Exchanging glances, the assassins shared a single word, flee. This scholar in the blue robe was far too terrifying. He had effortlessly broken through the encirclement of blades and slain one among them. Such martial prowess was unparalleled. Li Yu marveled at the peak of mastery. Recognizing a profound divide between such experts and the average ones, he felt as though he had touched something extraordinary. His earlier actions had been instinctual. Despite having no formal training in any techniques, his speed was ghostly. The remaining 11 assassins unleashed their swiftest movements, leaping toward the window. Yuan and Appos' escaped. Li Yu gently flicked his sleeve, sending dozens of porcelain shards aloft with his energy. Some assassins had already leaped out, but as they glanced back, Li Yu's cold smile met their gaze. This time, he intended to make a grand spectacle of it, ensuring that no insignificant characters would dare approach him with ulterior motives. With a flourish of his sleeve, the shards flew like the most fearsome of hidden weapons toward the fleeing figures. The assassins felt a chill run down their spines, followed by searing pain. One assassin looked down to find a bloodied shard protruding from his chest, letting out a scream before plummeting to the ground. Each assassin fell, pierced from back to front, their hearts shattered by the porcelain shards. Li Yu, having concluded the encounter, did not bother to observe the aftermath. Instead, he sat down, savoring the untouched delicacies before him. Just as he took a few bites, a thunderous roar erupted from the central courtyard, imbued with a powerful energy, spreading throughout half of the Red Sleeve Tower. Who would dare to cause trouble in the presence of the Red Sleeve and Appos? Essalur? Chapter 11. Cavalry at the Chu King and Appos' mansion. A young man, wielding a brush, practiced calligraphy on a sheet of white paper. He was Zhao Qi, the fourth prince of the Deqin dynasty. Upon completing the final character, Zhao Qi gazed at the elegant strokes with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Not bad. Just as he was about to write another piece, he heard footsteps approaching from outside, the steps disordered. Your Highness, something's happened. An elderly servant burst through the door. Zhao Qi, somewhat displeased, paused his writing. What has occurred? The servant bowed and replied, At Hoshu Tavern, a life has been lost. Zhao Qi remained silent, fixing a dissatisfied glare on the old servant. The servant quickly leaned closer, whispering something in his ear. Before long, Zhao Qi slammed the brush onto the table. A mere scholar dares to be so arrogant. To have you eliminate Lu Tianlong was already enough, yet you still dare to cause trouble at Hoshu Tavern. Zhao Qi felt an immense fury rising within him. The offender was indeed a figure of the martial world. He had spared Lu Tianlong's life out of consideration for his status. Yet this person was still not content and chose to stir chaos at Hoshu Tavern. Zhao Qi turned, waving his sleeve. Send those 4 fools to deal with him. Yes. The servant promptly replied. Zhao Qi added, Also, instruct Lin Su to take action. He has been too complacent as the chief of the Public Security Bureau and should do something for me. The servant complied and swiftly exited the room. At this moment, the study was empty. Zhao Qi suddenly found himself devoid of rage, becoming calm, even bearing a hint of delight. Third brother, I was just pondering how to present you with another opportunity, and lo and behold, the Public Security Bureau under your command is truly a waste. Little did I expect a sleepyhead would bring a pillow. The death of Lu Tianlong, a foolish man, still held some value. Initially, Zhao Qi thought that offending such a martial expert would mean a needless demise. At the banks of the Li River at Hoshu Tavern, Li Yu sighed as he heard a loud shout. This truly disturbs my enjoyment of the meal. A tall figure rushed up from the first floor. Accompanied by the sound of whistling wind and gasps from the majority of the patrons, he landed outside Li Yu's private room. With a resounding crash, splinters flew as the tall figure shattered the door of the compartment with a single punch. Li Yu raised his hand, gently brushing away the splintered wood and dust, which were instantly halted by an unseen force, then settling on the floor. The food and wine on the table remained untarnished. Li Yu also caught sight of the tall figure's appearance, a middle-aged man in gray robes, his hair entirely silver. The middle-aged man regarded Li Yu with a solemn expression. The skill of halting the dust with his energy was something he had never witnessed before. Li Yu rose, assessing the middle-aged man, a peak expert, far superior to that Lu fellow. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted as he noticed the corpse of Lu Tianlong beside Li Yu. This person? The manager of the Hongyan gambling house. Capturing him would require considerable effort. However, it seems this young scholar before me could dispatch him in a heartbeat. Realizing this, the middle-aged man swallowed hard. He was merely a devotee of the Hoshu Tavern and had no need to fight recklessly. He immediately clasped his hands. Senior, I apologize for my rudeness. I shall take my leave. Having said this, Zhou Dong began to retreat, intending to exit the private room. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us exchange a few blows. Li Yu smiled, his figure suddenly appearing behind Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong's expression changed drastically, quickly exclaiming in alarm, Spare me, senior. Although he said this, his hands did not cease, attempting to turn and retaliate with a punch. Suddenly feeling a lightness in his body, the energy flowing through his meridians abruptly ceased. It's over. Zhou Dong was horrified. Just as he was about to say something, he felt himself becoming weightless, like a feather, yet with immense force, he was hurled out of the window. Li Yu grasped Zhou Dong and Appos' shoulder, exerting a strong upward force, sending Zhou Dong soaring through the air. Heavens, another person is falling. What transpired at Hoshu Tavern? In the heart of the Emperor's domain, a series of fatalities occurred, indicating poor management by the Public Security Bureau. Below Hoshu Tower, a crowd had gathered, mostly patrons who had just fled from the building. Seeing yet another individual plummet from above, the murmurs grew louder. The earlier assassins thrown down by Li Yu were already enough to draw attention. And now with Zhou Dong added to the mix, it was quite the spectacle. In midair, Zhou Dong and Appos' face flushed crimson. The previously obstructed energy within him began to flow freely again. He desperately circulated his energy to envelop his body, hoping to lessen the impact when he landed. Zhou Dong recalled Li Yu and Appos' terrifying speed, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Fortunately, that seemingly supreme young scholar did not wish for his life. Otherwise, he would be meeting the king of hell. On the willow-lined avenue, 4 figures raced towards Hoshu Tavern. Look, there and Appos, as someone up there. one person exclaimed, pointing towards the window. The others followed suit, their gazes drawn upwards. In an instant, all patrons looked up. They beheld a young scholar in green robes standing by the window. His demeanor calm, yet extraordinary. Li Yu surveyed the crowd below, amused. The effect this time was splendid. It appeared that soon news of the secret realm would spread far and wide. Li Yu suddenly noticed the 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. Judging by their appearances, they were not young. The youngest woman appeared to be in her 30s. The 4 figures halted outside the crowd, witnessing a tall figure tumble from Hongxiu Tavern. They exchanged glances. The stoutest among them, resembling a laughing Buddha, looked uncertain. Is that the iron arm of the sea, Zhou Dong? The woman nodded affirmatively. It must be him. He is the only master within Hongxiu Tavern. The troublemaker is not to be trifled with, remarked the tall, lean man gravely. They recognized Zhou Dong, who was ranked 7th among the top experts in the capital when the best did not emerge. If he were easy to deal with. Yiwun and Appos, TB causing trouble at Hongxiu Tavern. The last figure was short, resembling a dwarf. Zhou Dong rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the esteemed iron arm of the sea, he was not keen on being the subject of public ridicule today. Zhou Dong executed his lightness skill, leaping away from the crowd. His speed was remarkable, and while using a willow tree for leverage, he suddenly spotted the 4 figures. The stout monk, the lanky ghost, the ground mouse, and the venomous bride, each renowned first-rate experts. Yet, what could they do? Contemplating the terrifying speed of that young man, Zhou Dong Kuden and Amp, Appos, T helped but shiver. His footwork quickened further. For more first-rate experts, is this never-ending? Li Yu thought to himself, casting his gaze towards the 4 individuals. They noticed Li Yu's stare, although their hearts were unsettled. They spoke in unison, the troublemaker at Hongxiu Tavern shall die. Just as Li Yu was about to act, a distant rumbling caught his attention. Was that the sound of hooves? Li Yu frowned. A troop of armored knights approached, approximately 40 in number. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed, soon blocking the entire avenue before Hongxiu Tower. It's the Public Security Bureau. Someone recognized the origin of the cavalry. This is escalating. The Public Security Bureau has arrived. The crowd buzzed with chatter, dispersing in haste. No one wished to be caught in the heart of the impending conflict. Li Yu observed that the leader of the cavalry was a middle-aged man, fair-skinned, yet exuding an air of military authority. I am Lin Su, the chief of the Public Security Bureau. Those who dare to kill under the Emperor's feet shall be executed. Lin Su, clad in heavy black armor and wielding a spear, fixed his cold gaze upon Li Yu. Chapter 12. A lone charge into battle, what a grand spectacle. Li Yu sighed softly. He leaped from the windowsill, his form soaring through the air like an autumn leaf, yet his speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he landed 3 zhang away from the cavalry formation. As he touched the ground, a surge of profound energy erupted from him, sweeping away the surrounding dust. His gaze, cold and piercing, fell upon the dozens of riders before him. With such a display, he decided to escalate the situation. Today, he would charge into battle alone. The cavalry brandished their spears as the force of Li Yu's energy disturbed their formation, causing chaos among the ranks. The sound of clashing armor resonated like a dull clang, and the horses began to stir restlessly, their hooves pounding in disarray. Lin Su narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to restore order. The riders quickly regained their composure. They were elite warriors trained to confront the masters of the martial world, disciplined and efficient. Lin Su was not unfamiliar with such scenes. Many martial artists, upon encountering the law enforcement cavalry for the first time, would similarly attempt to disrupt their formation with their energy. Yet, in the end, they would be overwhelmed and reduced to lifeless corpses. Li Yu stood firm. Lin Su smirked, gripping the reins tightly, then suddenly yanked them with force. The horse's head reared high, and it let out a fierce neigh. He charged towards Li Yu, brandishing his spear and bellowing, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cavalry echoed his command, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Observing the imposing cavalry, the portly monk patted his ample belly and remarked, "No matter how skilled that scholar may be, he cannot escape from such a cavalry." The lanky ghost chuckled coldly. How could a martial artist stand against an army? The scholar is too young, relying on his meager skills, dreaming of conquering the world, while disregarding everyone. Lin Su galloped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Yu had no intention of evading. He aimed to shatter the world and Appos' understanding of martial arts. As the warhorse thundered close, Lin Su lowered his body, gripping the spear even tighter. As a seasoned warrior from the battlefield, he had encountered many martial artists like Li Yu, who thought they could flout the rules in the capital. Since they chose to disregard the rules, they would meet their demise beneath his spear. The spear in his hand, known as the horse spear on the battlefield, was a deadly weapon. As the warhorse approached Li Yu, Lin Su thrust the spear downwards, aiming for his throat. Li Yu faced the glinting tip, stepping forward with astonishing speed. His right hand shot out, fingers long and agile, gripping the spear shaft. He intended to seize the spear barehanded, to deflate this man and amp Appos' arrogance. Later, when the time came to unleash his fury, he would require a weapon. Lin Su and amp Appos' expression changed. His thrust was caught. Before he could ponder further, he felt an overwhelming force in his grip. Even as a top-tier expert, he struggled to maintain hold of the spear. This was impossible. The instant the spear was seized, Lin Su's heart raced. Realizing he was outmatched, he swiftly pressed down on the horse's head, using the momentum to leap away, evading the sweeping strike of the spear. As he landed, he staggered back a few steps, gazing at Liu with a grave expression. A true master. A true master. Lin Su, with his battlefield experience, quickly recalibrated his mindset despite losing the spear. After a few agile movements, he returned to the center of the cavalry. Without further ado, he commanded, "Archers, loose arrows." Following his command, the archers at the rear immediately released a volley of arrows. A relentless rain of arrows descended upon Liu. For years, the Qin had developed a systematic approach to dealing with martial artists, first using poisoned arrows to kill if possible, or at least to deplete their energy, followed by a cavalry charge. This straightforward yet effective method had claimed countless lives of martial artists. As the arrows rained down, Liu leaped into the air, his energy surging like a tidal wave. Today, I shall show you that the path of martial arts does not end with the peak. His voice resonated, echoing across the battlefield. Then, with an unremarkable thrust of his spear, his energy erupted forth like a dragon, shattering the incoming arrows into fragments. The energy dragon surged forward, bearing down upon the cavalry. The portly monk and his companions changed countenance, stunned by such a display of power. Is this truly the ability of a peak master? The alluring poison bride remarked, her brow glistening with sweat. I have seen peak masters, but none possess energy as profound as this young man. Could it be that there exists a path beyond the peak? The usually silent ground mouse gasped in astonishment. Let us observe further, the lanky ghost suggested, glancing towards the battlefield. In the cavalry ranks, Lin Su's expression darkened as he witnessed the energy dragon charging towards them. Raise your shields, he bellowed. The magnificent energy, like a dragon, shattered the rain of arrows. The cavalry, however, remained unshaken, swiftly raising their shields to block the oncoming force. A futile effort, Liu calmly uttered. As he spoke, the overwhelming energy tore through the front line, piercing straight through the entire cavalry formation. In that instant, countless cavalrymen felt an immense force in their hands. Their shields shattered with a resounding crash, and they were hurled through the air. The war horses shrieked as the martial energy tore through their armor, crashing into their heads or bellies. The horses collapsed, lifeless and silent. In the aftermath, the ground lay strewn with debris, broken armor, agonized soldiers, and splattered blood. Liu stood tall, gripping his spear amidst the carnage, his gaze sweeping across the area. Those who had been watching from behind cover hastily averted their eyes upon meeting his gaze. Liu tilted his head, turning to the portly monk and his companions. The four portly monk, lanky ghost, ground mouse, and poison bride felt a chill run down their spines and cried in unison, Your Excellency, your prowess is unparalleled. We are blind to your greatness. We shall take our leave. With that, they executed their swiftest escape, fleeing into the distance. Chapter 13. The Rising Storm. Liu paid no heed to the four fleeing individuals, instead choosing to ascend the stairs. The surrounding patrons and servants of the brothel dared not intervene, merely observing as the scholar in a blue robe made his way to the fourth floor. Upon returning to the private room and surveying the array of delicacies before him, Liu felt a surge of appetite. Having resided in this world for over a decade, he was savoring such exquisite delicacies for the first time, and he had no intention of letting them go to waste. Beyond the sumptuous feast, there was another reason for his eagerness, the anticipation of unfolding events. The commotion beneath the red sleeve pavilion would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the capital. Liu found himself quite satisfied with the chaos he had instigated. It was sufficiently grandiose and utterly audacious. In the eyes of the capital's denizens, the massacre of the constabulary's men would surely be deemed an act of madness beyond comprehension. The slaughter of dozens of heavily armored cavalrymen would incite various factions across the city to send representatives to investigate. This provided Liu an opportunity to promote the secrets of the martial realm, drawing powerful forces to Changming County to explore the martial mysteries. The ensuing fervor would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. The atmosphere within the red sleeve pavilion was strangely silent. Many patrons kept their distance from the fourth floor, fearing to disturb the esteemed guest above. Yet, they hesitated to leave, for many had invested significant resources to witness this spectacle. They clung to the hope that once the guest had dined, he would depart, allowing them to continue enjoying their time at the brothel. Fu Hongyan leaned against the railing, her gaze easily falling upon the scholar across the way. He was relishing the feast, appearing quite fond of the dishes. His delicate features and remarkable martial prowess set him apart from the burly heroes of the Jianghu who typically frequented such establishments. Fu Hongyan and Amp, Oppos, as thoughts drifted back to the scene of the scholar and Amp, Oppos, as violent displayed downstairs, bloody and brutal, a stark contrast to his refined demeanor. She remembered their first encounter, exchanging smiles across the courtyard, and mused that such a skilled martial artist must lead a life of ease, unlike herself, who felt adrift like a solitary leaf upon a tempestuous sea, unable to command her own fate. As she contemplated the uncertain future, a sigh escaped her lips, deepening the worry etched upon her brow. If only she possessed such formidable skills, she would not have to endure the scrutiny of others in the red sleeve pavilion. Xiao Chui peered out from the private room, her two braids bouncing as she glanced at Hong Yin and then at the man across the way. The memory of the earlier scene sent a shiver through her. That man was terrifying, having taken so many lives. Surely, the authorities would come to apprehend him soon, and she and Hong Yin would be caught in the crossfire, potentially implicating themselves. Yet, Hong Yin remained resolute, standing on the balcony to observe the man. Determined. Xiao Chui steeled herself to persuade Hong Yin once more. Just as she stepped out of the room, intent on pulling Fu Hongyin downstairs, Hong Yin turned and smiled, saying, "Xiao Chui, you may go downstairs now." Xiao Chui was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with a sweet smile as she eagerly hopped along, guiding Fu Hongyin down to the 4th floor. In the capital, at the residence of Prince Chu, the sound of shattering porcelain pierced the air. Zhao Qi slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in a furious shout. "What did you say? Lin Su is dead." The old servant, his countenance devoid of emotion, replied, "Lin Su and dozens of his constabulary cavalrymen have perished at the hands of that martial artist." Zhao Qi laughed in disbelief. "Are you spinning a tale? A mere martial artist, single-handedly slaying dozens of fully armed cavalrymen? Is he a warrior or a deity?" He seized the old servant by the collar, shouting angrily. The old servant remained unperturbed. "Your Highness, I would not dare deceive you. This is the undeniable truth." Zhao Qi released the old servant, sitting back in his chair in stunned silence. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he swept everything from the table in a fit of rage. Brushes, ink, paper, and porcelain scattered across the floor. He then leaned over the table, turning to the old servant with gritted teeth. "Go. Fetch someone to help me vent my frustration." In the tranquil courtyard, an ancient cypress tree stood tall. Beneath it, 2 men engaged in a game of chess. Lu Jingting, stroking his long beard, chuckled as he placed a piece on the board. The elder opposite him frowned at the move, then waved his hand dismissively. "This game doesn't count. Let us start anew. You, a dignified left chancellor, how can you play against a mere commoner and resort to such trickery?" Lu Jingting chided. The left chancellor, known as Li Hanzhong, laughed heartily. "Jingting, I am preoccupied with state affairs. My chess skills cannot match yours. Allow me to retract my move for fairness." Just as Lu Jingting was about to speak further, the courtyard door creaked open. Both men raised their eyes in unison. A hurried servant approached Li Hanzhong, presenting a letter. Upon receiving and opening the missive, Li Hanzhong and Apos' expression turned grave. He looked toward Lu Jingting and stated, "Xiao Qi has stirred up a great deal of trouble." At that moment, the underground rumors in the capital surged like a tide. Letters flew in abundance to various factions: the palace, the privy council, the constabulary. One after another, powerful entities received the astonishing news. A blue-robed scholar had single-handedly slain dozens of heavily armored cavalrymen. Some began to sense that a great storm was imminent. At the Red Sleeve Pavilion by the Lishui River, Li Yu paused, his chopsticks hovering above the table as he gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. A master of unparalleled skill has arrived. Chapter 14. At the pinnacle, a figure of extraordinary speed darted through the air, trailing a dense, dark mist behind him, akin to a great bird flapping its wings between rooftops. In a short while, he descended from the distant buildings, landing gracefully. The figure, an elderly man clad in a flowing black robe, bore an unremarkable visage, resembling an ordinary old man. His keen gaze was fixed intently in this direction. Yet Liu paid no heed to his scrutinizing stare. His focus lay upon the voluminous black robe that swept the ground. One could imagine that when this person employed his lightness skill, the robe would billow in the wind, resembling the wings of a magnificent bird. "I am Qing Tiani. Yirua Wang." The elderly man introduced himself, bending slightly in acknowledgement. A hearty laugh echoed from across the Li River, accompanied by a robust voice. Liu turned to see another figure striding across the water. This man, in his 40s, possessed a robust physique. Treading upon the river's surface until he boarded a small boat adjacent to the Hongxiu Lu, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon them. "I am the leader of the Chaobang. Known in the martial world as the Overcoming Dragon, my real name is Qin Gang. It is an honor to meet you," he announced. Another formidable master appeared. Li nodded in response. The more peak experts that gathered, the better it would serve to elevate the reputation of the secret realm. Suddenly, the melodious strains of a guqin emerged from a large vessel, its enchanting sound purifying the heart and mind. Both Qing Tiani and the Overcoming Dragon squinted their eyes, directing their attention toward the source of the music. On the deck of the grand ship stood a handsome middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his fingers dancing across the strings in a mesmerizing display. Liu closed his eyes, listening intently. To an ordinary ear, the music was indeed melodious. Yet within its variations lay an undercurrent of fervor, imbued with an inexorable killing intent. The piece was brief, as the final note faded. Liu opened his eyes and glanced toward one of the 13 ships. The middle-aged musician rose, cupping his hands in greeting, his voice resonating across the flowing waters to the Hongxiu Lu. Qin Zong. Liu did not recognize the first 2 peak experts, but the name Qin Zong resonated profoundly. Not only was he renowned in the martial world, but his mastery of music had also made him a figure of note in the capital, known to many. No one knew his true name. Thus, he had been bestowed with the moniker Qin Zong, which he accepted as both a title and an alias in his travels. The 3 peak masters had gathered, their faces displaying respect, yet their minds were rife with schemes and calculations. Liu paid little mind to the undercurrents, standing atop the roof and surveying the surroundings. A figure approached from the east, while another master arrived from the south. More and more martial artists were discreetly converging around the Hongxiu Lu. At this moment, the area was devoid of ordinary folk, mostly populated by first and second-rate masters. Yufeng Dao stood in an alley, observing the unfolding events at the Hongxiu Lu with a grave expression, mentally counting the names of the arriving masters, Qin Zong, Si Zhu, the 62 divine hands. As he counted, his heart raced. 12 peak masters had arrived, effectively summoning all the significant forces from the capital. The 12 peak masters formed a circle around the Hongxiu Lu, their gazes fixed intently upon the scholar in the blue robe, particularly Yi Ruowang. Whose gaze was the most intense? Is this the existence beyond peak mastery? Yi Ruowang pondered with skepticism, yet he had come in person. Driven by a glimmer of hope for the path that lay above the pinnacle. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he founded the Qin Lu after achieving fame. Pouring his heart and soul into its development as the largest assassin organization in the Great Qian, reaching the zenith of martial arts. Yet now, he found himself with a head full of white hair, nearing the twilight of life. Even peak masters are only granted about 120 years. He had thought to live his life thus. Yet today, news had emerged that there was indeed a path above the pinnacle. How could this not inspire excitement? Advancing further in martial arts might even yield the boon of longevity. Almost all the peak masters present shared similar thoughts. Some were still young yet yearned for the path above the pinnacle, like Qin Gang. At merely 35, in the prime of his life, he had already reached peak mastery. Yet he could not glimpse the realm above. Was he to remain trapped at this pinnacle, watching his body age inexorably? Qin Gang deemed this impossible. He sought to explore the pinnacle of martial arts. These peak masters harbored diverse intentions, their eyes filled with desire and skepticism as they gazed at Liu. The prospect of cutting through dozens of heavily armored cavalrymen was within the capability of all peak masters present, though it would require effort. It was not like Liu, who could annihilate them in a single strike, shattering their formation with pure, colossal true energy. Such a feat was beyond comprehension. Thus, those present were willing to believe that Liu had indeed glimpsed the path above the pinnacle. As more and more individuals gathered, Liu nodded in satisfaction. The moment was ripe. He scanned the area, noting that each peak master had claimed their respective territory, and he promptly addressed them. I am aware of your intentions. I have awaited your arrival. Many peak masters silently acknowledged this. Upon receiving the news, they had already formed their judgments prior to arriving. This scholar had made such a commotion, remaining instead of fleeing, awaiting the investigation of various factions, undoubtedly harboring some scheme. Liu continued with a smile. You wish to ascertain whether there exists a path above the pinnacle? My response is that the pinnacle is not the end of martial arts. After speaking, Liu patiently awaited their reactions. One peak master suddenly inquired, how can you prove this? It was Yi Ruowang, the first to arrive. Liu regarded Yi Ruowang without directly responding, instead turning to the flowing Li River and addressing Qin Zong on the boat. May I borrow your guqin? Qin Zong flicked his sleeve, tossing the ancient guqin into the air, then struck it with his palm. The gust from his palm struck the guqin, sending it spinning. Imbued with true energy, toward Liu atop the Hongxiu Lu, Liu effortlessly caught the guqin, choosing not to sit but rather positioning it before him. Supported by his true energy, the onlookers displayed little reaction. Most could achieve such a feat only Qin Zong and Appos' expression tightened. This maneuver had consumed 30% of his true energy, yet the scholar had caught it with such ease. It appeared that there truly was a path above the pinnacle. Liu could not play the guqin. He held it merely to exhibit an air of authority and to demonstrate his formidable prowess. He was but a step away from the innate realm. To claim the existence of a realm above the pinnacle was not an exaggeration, for none present could rival him. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the strings vibrated. The music resonated, sending forth waves of true energy blades that shot toward the 12 peak masters surrounding him. As Liu suddenly made his move, the peak master's expression shifted. Was this a trap? They contemplated this even as they prepared to act. But then they heard Liu's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a moment to truly feel the path above the pinnacle. The true energy blades whistled through the air. The masters unleashed their abilities, and in an instant, the area was alive with surging true energy. Yi Ruowang unfurled his black robe, channeling his true energy to perform lightness skills in an attempt to evade the flying blades. Yet it was too late. Gritting his teeth, he drew a long knife from beneath his robe with a clang, striking at the incoming true energy blades. Yi Ruowang felt an immense force coursing through his hand. The impact made his grip falter slightly, and he staggered back several steps, the tiles beneath his feet shattering and falling. The others fared similarly. Some sustaining cuts to their faces, others forced to retreat. Shock filled their eyes as they regarded Liu, standing on the remnants of a half-ship. Qin Gang and Appos, his hands trembled as he gazed intently at Liu. The prowess exhibited by this individual was overwhelmingly formidable. His commanding presence was akin to that of a supreme master effortlessly overpowering a first-rate expert. Indeed, beyond the pinnacle, there lies another path. Observing the reactions of these elite masters, Liu chuckled. Gentlemen, can this feat serve as proof? Qin Gang was the first to respond. Indeed, it can. The others quickly joined in, a chorus of flattery filling the air. Yet, one could not help but ponder how one might traverse this path above the pinnacle. At that moment, a master of the highest caliber inquired, how does one proceed? Liu smiled without a word, then stepped forward. Landing upon the surface of the Li River, his vital energy elevating him as he walked upon the water. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Liu and Appos' imminent departure. Where are you headed, sir? I wish to serve you and glimpse the realm above the pinnacle. Someone called out loudly. Others, too, leapt onto the water and Apos' surface, eager to pursue Liu. In an instant, the elite masters displayed their extraordinary abilities, striving to catch up with him. As Liu walked upon the water, his pace appeared slow, yet in truth, it was astonishingly swift, moving upstream against the current, becoming but a small black dot. His voice echoed from afar. Above the pinnacle lies the realm of the innate. To achieve the innate path, one must journey to Changming County, where the sky meets the earth. Chapter 15. The secret art of the mystic realm. This day is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Everything that transpired before the Red Sleeve Tower swept through the entire underground world of the capital like a tempest. Everyone residing in this subterranean realm has heard of the path that transcends the pinnacle of mastery, referred to as the innate, for over 3 centuries. The Great Qian has never acknowledged the existence beyond the zenith of martial prowess. Indeed, throughout the vast expanse of the Central Plains, the consensus is that the pinnacle of martial arts is the ultimate destination. Yet today, someone has shattered this long-held belief. The young scholar in a blue robe, in the presence of 12 supreme experts, revealed his prowess that belongs to the realm beyond the pinnacle. The music of the Guqin strikes at the summit, and the Lijiang River flows beneath his feet. Commands and letters flutter through the Great Qian like snowflakes, dispersing across this scarred and tumultuous land. Along the official roads and amidst the forests, swift steeds gallop, and masters appear and disappear. The instigator of this storm, our innate master, His Excellency Liu, is currently concealed within the study, circulating his internal energy to heal his injuries. He reflects on the arrogance that preceded his ordeal. He can taste the metallic sweetness in his throat, a poignant reminder of his recklessness. The technique that propelled his true energy against the current of the Lijiang River has indeed left him with internal injuries, the overexertion having impacted his organs. However, it was all worth it, for the secret realm of Changming County is sure to gain renown. The flames crackle upon the woodpile, their glow reflecting in the bright eyes of Wang Chui. He gazes at his sleeping sister beside him, weighed down by worries of the future. Although they have survived, it feels as though they are trapped in a paradise removed from the world, surviving solely on wild fruits and clear water for a day and a night. His sister had cried out in hunger before falling asleep, leaving him helpless. It seems he must venture into the night to seek out some edible meat. With great care, Wang Chui gently nudges his sister, who is sleeping on his lap, and takes a burning branch, tiptoeing into the dense forest. He is no stranger to such situations. In the past, he often ventured out at night to catch rabbits and wild chickens, which he would bring home for his mother to prepare. She always cooked them to perfection, and they tasted delightful. However, since her illness, the game he has prepared has carried a lingering odor. Holding the torch, Wang Chui's thoughts are in turmoil, his mother's face and the haunting scene of her murder swirling in his mind. He walks step by step, the torch flickering out, leaving only a short stub and some embers. Suddenly, he awakens to find the environment around him has shifted. How far have I wandered? A question arises in his mind. Before he can ponder further, he looks up to see a flat stone wall appearing abruptly before him. The wall is smooth and emits a faint glow. Intricate symbols are carved upon it, not resembling any characters he knows, despite his mother having taught him to read. As he gazes at the strange symbols, he unwittingly loses himself, watching as they swirl and magnify before his eyes. Soon, he perceives a mingling of all things: birds, fish, insects, dragons, snakes, tigers, and leopards, coalescing into a single world. Wang Chui witnesses colossal ships sailing on expansive rivers, grand cities bustling with people, and countless carriages and street vendors on wide thoroughfares. He observes the myriad aspects of existence. Ultimately, countless images converge before him, crystallizing into 3 grand characters: longevity technique. At that moment, Liu, who was circulating his true energy to heal, suddenly felt a warmth spreading in his chest. He opened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "The golden book is radiating warmth." Wang Chui has found the enlightenment stonewall. The fire is nearly extinguished. The dim, flickering light illuminates a small face as Wang Ling and Amp, Apos, her groggily opens her eyes. Her head aches, and she realizes she is no longer resting on her brother and Amp, Apos' lap. Where has he gone? Wang Chui gazes thoughtfully at the stone wall before him. Having comprehended a martial art known as the longevity technique, he seems to have glimpsed something extraordinary, a world entirely different from the Great Qian. Martial arts, he murmurs to himself, casting his gaze toward the darkened sky. You family village, the vengeance for my mother shall be avenged. Little does the world know how many such secret realms exist. I shall seek them out. Perhaps, in doing so, I may find a means to confront my enemies in Yu family village with greater certainty. Wang Chui and Amp, Apos' resolve solidifies. He is unaware of the immense power of the Yu family village, which dominates Changming County, but he has heard tales of their unfathomable ancestor, capable of moving mountains and plucking stars from the sky. However, the masters he glimpsed within the stone wall did not possess such formidable strength. Nonetheless, it matters not. Having learned of the countless secret realms throughout the Great Qian, all he needs to do is locate these realms and master the divine arts within to surely confront the Yu family and Apos' ancestor. The Tao begets one begets two begets three. One is the origin of all things. I seek the path and shall transform one into the beginning. Wang Chui feels the philosophical tenets of the longevity technique resonate within his mind, his voice unwavering. Henceforth, I shall be known as Wang Chusher. Though his voice is soft, it reverberates like thunder, stirring something profound in the cosmos. Wang Chusher lowers his head, turning around to find his sister, who, unbeknownst to him, has quietly approached from behind. Gazing at him with a hint of trepidation. Brother, you seem different. Wang Ling and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, S voice carries both curiosity and fear. Wang Chusher smiles and embraces her. Gently ruffling her hair, there is nothing different. I will always be Ling and Oppos, and Oppos, S brother. Chapter 16. The Yu family. Liu turned off the projection and let out a long sigh of relief. With Wang Chusher having located the Enlightenment stonewall, the subsequent arrangements could now be expedited. Gazing out at the gradually darkening sky, Liu's eyes seemed to pierce through infinite space and time. Surveying every corner of Deqian. Over the past few days, the stir caused by Liu at Hongxiu Tower had begun to ferment, prompting significant movements among the major factions in the realm. It was reported that a young man clad in a Taoist robe, riding a green bull, had emerged from the long-secluded Xianjin temple. A young monk had also descended from the lofty hanging temple atop the snowy mountains, heading towards the eastern region of Deqian, where Chongping County is located. Rumor had it that the eldest son of the Yu family, who had been traveling abroad for many years, was soon to return home. Changming County, the Yu family. Yuting tightly grasped the teacup in his hand, a mix of anger and sorrow evident in his brow. Are you saying that my elder brother is coming back? Butler Fu replied, indeed, second young master. Yu Ting, feeling somewhat agitated, rose and began pacing back and forth. His father served as a senior elder in the Qiqing sect, often preoccupied with sect affairs, leaving the Yu family estate unattended. His elder brother, Yu Wen, had long been away on his travels. As the second son of the Yu family, Yu Tung was currently the de facto master of the estate. However, once his elder brother returned, it was likely that he would lose control over the affairs of the Yu family. In recent years, Yu Ting had relished the taste of power. Even the county magistrate dared not intervene in the matters of the Yu estate. After a long while, Yu Ting finally halted his restless pacing. He looked at Butler Fu and made a gesture across his throat. The unspoken understanding hung in the air. Butler Fu was taken aback for a moment. Then a resolute expression crossed his face as he bowed deeply. Henceforth, I implore the young master to treat my family with kindness. Yu Ting regarded the kneeling figure of Fu, the apothecary and butler, with satisfaction. This old servant was indeed quite useful. Were it not for the urgency and secrecy of the situation, he would not wish to part with such a pawn. Yu Ting grasped Fu's sleeve, helping him to his feet. Very well. Butler Fu bowed once more before departing the room. As Yu Ting watched the butler's retreating figure, thoughts of his adorable granddaughter ignited a fiery passion within him. It seemed he needed to find someone to release this pent-up energy. Yu Ting muttered to himself just as he stepped outside, where hurried footsteps echoed through the courtyard. A young servant hurriedly approached him. Yu Ting frowned, irritated that his newfound enthusiasm was interrupted. What is it? Speak. The young servant lowered his head, avoiding Yu Ting and Amp, Oppos, gaze. Second young master. The gatekeeper reports that 7 or 8 individuals have arrived outside the estate, led by a woman. It is said they are from the family of the second young mistress. Yu Ting's brow furrowed deeper. The Lu family. While others might be unaware, he knew all too well that Lu Shuan, in name his legitimate wife, had no real connection with him, not even having gone through the wedding rites. However, this Lu girl was indeed quite lovely, though she was already 18 years old. Never mind, for the sake of the transaction between the Yu and Lu families, he would meet her. Without further ado, Yuta followed the young servant to the estate and Oppos' entrance. Outside the Yu estate on Tang Street, Li Tingshan stood before the grand entrance, lost in thought. Today, she was not dressed in the white attire of the capital, but instead donned a fitted gray outfit. Her long black hair was tied up, and her striking features exuded an air of confidence. A long sword hung at her waist, and in her right hand, she led a magnificent steed, accompanied by 7 or 8 martial artists. Beside her, the maid Xiaomei leaned in, whispering, Miss, this Yu estate has quite a number of violations. Just look at the nails on the door. Have you forgotten my previous warning? Speak less in front of outsiders. Li Tingshan shot her a glance. Xiaomei chuckled sheepishly and fell silent. In truth, Li Tingshan also found the Yu estate to be rather presumptuous. From this alone, she could discern the disposition of the entire Yu family. With such arrogance, disaster would surely follow. Fortunately, Xuan was not genuinely marrying into the Yu family. Otherwise, her later years would be fraught with turmoil. The heavy sound of the gate creaking open snapped Li Tingshan from her reverie, and she turned to face the entrance. A young man of ordinary appearance, dressed in silk and slightly portly, emerged with a broad smile, leading the servants. I am Yu Ting. May I ask who this celestial being is? Yu Ting and Oppos' eye sparkled as he hurried out, eager to approach. This woman was simply too beautiful. She surpassed even Lu Shuan, possessing a cool elegance that was utterly captivating. Though she might be a bit older, at 18, it hardly mattered. That maid was not bad either, Yu Ting mused, glancing at Xiaomei. As Yu Ting approached, Li Tingchan discreetly stepped back a few paces, her impression of this so-called second young master growing increasingly unfavorable. However, she did not reveal her contempt, instead bowing slightly in greeting. I am Li Tingchan, a friend of Xuan. Ah, so it is the esteemed Li Xianzi. Xuan often speaks of you. Please, come into the estate, Yu Ting exclaimed, feigning enlightenment, then stepped closer, attempting to grasp Li Tingchan and Appos, as hand a leader inside. Li Tingchan deftly evaded the touch of this frivolous young man, gripping the hilt of her sword. Please lead the way, second young master. Yu Ting, unfazed, replied with a smile, certainly, and proceeded to lead her. Li Tingchan cast a glance back at her companions, who seemed to understand the unspoken message and, at the behest of other Yu estate servants, remained outside, standing rigidly. Only Xiaomei followed closely behind Li Tingchan. Xiaomei tugged at the hem of Li Tingchan and Appos' garment, prompting her to turn. The two appeared to be exchanging glances. Xiaomei, this person is utterly disgusting. Li Tingchan, indeed, be cautious. Xiaomei, you too, Mississippi. If any trouble arises, I will protect you. Li Tingchan, you little rascal, just don't create a mess. Xiaomei, I'm quite clever. Chapter 17. The innate opportunity. Early in the morning, Liu opened the door to the study and casually glanced at the street, where everything appeared as usual. Across the street, Aunt Li was calling out to sell vegetables, and Old Shin, diagonally opposite, was once again setting up his tofu stall. So quickly. They have discovered my identity. Liu chuckled, shaking his head. Just that fleeting glance had revealed numerous discrepancies. Although the street seemed normal, there were indeed several unfamiliar faces, all casting surreptitious glances toward the study. Liu had not intended to keep his actions at the Honshio building a secret. It was only natural for the court and various factions to send people to monitor him. Well then, I shall return to check on how my little leaks are growing. Liu disregarded them. As long as they did not disrupt his ordinary life, they could do as they pleased. The dew hanging on the blades of grass evaporated under the sun, and a gray rabbit peeked out from its burrow. It looked around, seemingly unconcerned about predators, and hopped out of its hole. A slightly curved wooden spear flew from behind a stone, striking the gray rabbit with precision, pinning it to the ground. Wang Chusher emerged from behind the stone, nodding in satisfaction at the rabbit's plump body. I have honed some skills these days, making it easier to hunt these wild rabbits. He picked up the rabbit and headed back. Before long, he arrived at the cliff beside the Wudao Rock, where a grass hut had already been erected. Wang Ling and Appos was squatting at the entrance, simmering a pot of wild vegetable soup. Upon seeing her brother return, she exclaimed joyfully, "What did you catch today?" Before Wang Chusher could respond, Wang Lingo caught sight of the rabbit in his hands, and her expression fell. Brother, how is it another wild rabbit? Wang Chusher, feigning seriousness, flicked her forehead. Have you already grown tired of a few days of hearty meals? Wild rabbits are abundant in this area. Wang Ling and Appos grumbled in dissatisfaction. Wherein and Appos, we just eating a wild chicken the other day? What did you say? Seeing Wang Chusher raise his hand again, as if to flick her, Wang Lingo hastily added, I mean, brother, you are quite skilled. Which is why we can have wild rabbits and wild chickens to eat. Hiki. Wang Chusher looked at his sister, both amused and exasperated. But then he seemed to recall something and sighed gently. If only mother were here. Reflecting on their deceased mother, Wang Ling and Appos also drooped her head. Wang Chusher ruffled Wang Ling and Appos as hair and gazed into the distant sky. Ling and Appos, I must leave the valley for a while to avenge mother. You must stay here and behave. In the grand hall of the Yu family, Li Tingchan held the hand of a young girl, engaging in light-hearted banter. The girl, with a graceful demeanor, was none other than Lu Jingting's daughter, Lu Shuan. Their maidservants, Xiaomei and Xiaoshu, were giggling in a corner. Lu Shuan has truly grown more beautiful. If I were a man, I would surely carry you home, Li Tingchan remarked, reaching to pinch Lu Shuan's cheek. Lu Shuan dodged her hand, exasperated. Sister Chan, I've already told you not to pinch my face anymore. Yutong stood outside the hall, his back turned, his expression dark. This Lu Shuan was utterly ungrateful, relying on her family and Appos as connections and treating herself as superior. She even refused to share the same room with him. Even in the hall, upon hearing the arrival of Fairy Li, a voice suddenly rang out. A middle-aged man in azure robes, walking steadily, appeared at the entrance. Yuting looked up upon hearing the voice, momentarily stunned, then hurried forward. Father, what brings you here? The middle-aged man was Yu Fengjian, the nominal head of the Yu family and the current elder of the Qingqing sect. Yu Fengjian disregarded Yuting, pushing him aside and walking straight into the hall. Li Tingchan had already risen to pay her respects. I greet the head of the Yu family. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Fairy Li? Yu Fengjian asked, taking a seat casually. I happened to pass by Changming County and thought to visit Sister Xuan, Li Tingchan replied. Yu Fengjian suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Tingchan. Is it not in pursuit of the so-called innate opportunity mentioned by the esteemed individual? The innate opportunity, a term used within the martial world to describe the chance that Li Yu had to break through to a realm beyond that of peak experts in Changming County. As the elder of the Qingqing sect, Yu Fengjian had quickly received news that this innate opportunity had emerged within Chopping County, which was the Yu family's territory. He was overjoyed and rushed back from the Qingqing sect and Apos' outpost in the mountains. On the way, he heard of Li Tingchan and Apos' arrival at the Yu family. This led him to ponder, is it possible that Li Tingchan is also here for the innate opportunity? If so, it could spell trouble. This woman is the granddaughter of the left prime minister, should she desire that opportunity. It would not only be easy for her, but she would also possess a significant advantage. After all, the court has always held more power than the martial world. Yu Fengjian calculated in his heart, awaiting Li Tingchan and Apos' words. Li Tingchan replied, who wouldn't he desire the innate opportunity? Our Qingwei pavilion also wishes to partake in a share. Previously, Li Tingchan had been commissioned by Lu Jingting to visit Lu Shuwan, but following the incident of Li Yu causing a commotion at the Hongxiu building, her main objective shifted from simply and Apos, visiting Lu Shuwan and Apos, to and Apos, representing Qingwei pavilion to investigate the innate opportunity while also checking on Lu Shuwan and Apos. Yu Fengjian felt reassured. As long as the court did not intervene, since she mentioned Qingwei pavilion, it did not represent the left prime minister, and thus not the court itself. Li Tingchan was well aware of Yu Fengjian and Apos' thoughts. While she held contempt for Yu Ting, she still regarded this highly esteemed elder of the Qingqing sect with a degree of respect. Li Tingchan smiled gently. There will also be experts from the royal family visiting. I hope the elder will not neglect this matter. Yu Fengjian was taken aback, looking at Li Tingchan. Thank you for the reminder. The court and Apos' lack of interest does not imply that the royal family will not vie for it. The royal family boasts many formidable individuals. It seems securing this innate opportunity will not be without its challenges. Li Tingchan rose, glancing at Lu Shuwan. And then at Yu Ting standing outside the hall. I kindly asked the elder to take good care of my sister Shuwan. Seeing Li Tingchan and Apos' gesture, Yu Fengjian felt a wave of anger rise within him. He knew his second son's character, while it could be overlooked at times. Hearing this now was clearly an indication that he dared to provoke Lu Shuwan. Suppressing his anger, Yu Fengjian replied, I will do my utmost to ensure Miss Lu's safety. Li Tingchan remained silent. Pulling out a letter, this is a letter from Uncle Jining for you. I will have a private chat with Shuwan in her chamber. Yu Fengjian took the letter, opened it, then looked back at Li Tingchan. Shall the wedding date be set for 6 days hence? Li Tingchan nodded, and together with Lu Shuwan and their maidservants, they left the hall. Yu Fengjian watched their departing figures, a cold smile creeping onto his face. The court intends to dominate the fate of this opportunity, using the wedding announcement to call the entire martial world to the Yu family for an alliance. After all, the Qingqing sect is one of the top 10 powers in the world. People from the martial realm would inevitably show some deference. The wedding in 6 days is bound to stir unrest. In the Changming County government office, a luxurious carriage halted at the entrance, followed by a regiment of armored soldiers. A figure descended from the carriage, calling out in a high-pitched voice, where is the county magistrate? Nearby, at a bandit stronghold close to Changming County, dozens of bandit corpses lay neatly arranged. A young man in a Taoist robe rode a green ox backward, slowly emerging from the stronghold's gate. His clothing immaculate as he played a tune on his flute. Upon finishing the melody, he gazed into the distance. We must be nearing it. The map given by my master is quite outdated. In a narrow passage, perpetually shrouded in mist, today felt a bit different. A boy of around 10 suddenly appeared atop a cliff, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. So, by climbing up from the place where I fell, I can escape that peculiar world. But then, his expression turned cold. The Yu family, I, Wang Chusher, have returned. Chapter 18, Murder Changming County, Night. The dim moonlight cast its pallid glow upon the streets of the county town. Yu San meanders through the thoroughfare, muttering to himself, seemingly cursing. Damn it. How has the silver run out so swiftly? In the stillness of the late-night town, the streets are devoid of light. A common person would surely hesitate to venture out at such a time, for it is when the strong and unscrupulous roam. Yet, Yu San fears not. For as a brawler raised by the Yu family, he possesses some skill, enough to be regarded as a third-rate fighter in the realm. Recently, he took on a task to annihilate a family but, unexpectedly, failed, ending only with the death of a peasant woman. Fortunately, the employer was merciful and still rewarded him. These days, he has been indulging in revelry with his comrades, and today is no different. Only now, he realizes his funds are nearly depleted. This silver truly does not last. Yu San belches, the cold night air reviving some clarity in his inebriation. As he sways and walks, he suddenly feels an unsettling presence behind him. Whirling around, he finds nothing but the chilling moonlight illuminating the cobblestones. For reasons unknown, he is suddenly reminded of the peasant woman who lost her life that night, sending a shiver down his spine. Damn it, could it be a ghost? Yu San stomps his foot fiercely, drawing his crude blade. Yet his pace quickens. As long as I live, I fear her not. In death, what power does she hold over me? The night grows colder. The moon hanging in the sky resembling the eyes of a demon luring him in, his grip on the knife becoming unsteady, trembling. Suddenly, a figure materializes before him. An apparition emerging from the shadows of the dimly lit street. Come on, I fear you not. The sight of this figure ignites Yu San and Apos' fury. Being led around like a dog in the dead of night is intolerable. As a hardened killer, he charges forward, blade in hand. The sound of steel-piercing flesh resonates in the air, bright crimson blood splattering onto the cobblestones. Yusin finds himself kneeling before the figure. His crude knife lodged deep within his own chest. The shadowy figure grips his hair, dragging him along, leaving a long trail of blood before finally pulling him into a narrow alleyway. Third one, the figure murmurs softly, his voice reminiscent of a youth of 17 or 18. The figure lifts his cloak to reveal a youthful visage. It is Wang Chushi. After departing from the secret realm of Yixianshan, he conducted a thorough investigation, ultimately identifying the 3 assailants who had raided his home, taking the lives of 2 in succession. Yusan is the final one. He positions Yusan's lifeless body between the other 2 corpses, one tall and one short. I shall seek justice from the Yu family, Wang Chushi declares coldly. From the first black-clad killer he had slain, he extracted every detail, understanding his own martial prowess to be of first or second tier in the martial world. The following morning, a piercing scream shatters the tranquility of the small county town. Make way, the magistrate is attending. A group of constables pushes through the gathered crowd, discovering 3 neatly arranged corpses in the alley. Above the bodies, the wall bears 4 blood-stained characters, uphold heaven's justice. The head constable turns to the throng behind him. Who discovered these bodies first? A trembling woman clutching a vegetable basket steps forward. It was I. The head constable regards her intently. Pray, tell your tale in detail. The woman recounts her morning venture to buy vegetables, only to be met with the scent of blood wafting from the alley. Curiosity piqued, she approached and stumbled upon the 3 corpses, unleashing a scream that drew the attention of many. In this small county, murders are rare, with the Chicheng sect stationed nearby, dissuading any unruliness from the martial world, and the Yu family maintaining order within the town. Upon hearing her account, the head constable's expression darkens, instructing one of his men, quickly inform the county magistrate. Yes. The constable replies, hurrying off. These constables are astute. They recognize the attire of the corpses as belonging to the Yu family and Appos, enforcers. In this county, any matter concerning the Yu family is a significant affair, while any major incident involving them spells disaster. In Shaming County, Magistrate Li respectfully serves tea to a young man, whose handsome features are understated yet exude an air of nobility. An elderly servant stands by his side. This is the current state of affairs in Shaming County. Magistrate Li articulates with deference. The young man nods in satisfaction. You have done well, though it must be arduous for you, Li, dealing with those crude martial thugs. It is no trouble. Serving the emperor is a minister's duty, Magistrate Li replies, bowing slightly. The young man chuckles. My 1,000 elite troops shall arrive shortly, at which point you may deploy them as you see fit. However, you must remember to strictly regulate the influx of martial practitioners. Just as Magistrate Li prepares to bow again, hurried footsteps echo from the main hall. A constable bursts into the rear hall in a flurry. Li's expression darkens, ready to reprimand, but the constable interjects. Magistrate, there is trouble. A murder has occurred. What? Li steps forward abruptly. At the Yu residence. Yu Finjian's wrath is palpable, shards of a broken teacup littering the floor, remnants of his earlier anger. That scoundrel has become exceedingly audacious. A throb of pain resides in his temples. Early this morning, he had sought a conversation with Yu Ting, inquiring about various matters, only to have the scoundrel divulge a multitude of sordid details. In comparison, his own thoughts regarding Li Tingshan seem trivial. Bullying men and women, committing murder, drowning victims, annihilating entire families. Master, the county magistrate requests your presence, a servant calls from outside. Yu Fingxian's brow furrows. Could it be that the scoundrel and Appos' deeds have come to light, prompting the magistrate to summon him? Very well, I shall offer a bit more silver. After all, he is still his son. A little bloodshed could smooth things over. Yu Fengjian opens the door, instructs a servant to fetch some money from the treasury, and then, accompanied by several attendants, departs the residence, heading southeast. The carriage bumps along, but after a short distance, it comes to a halt. Yu Fingxian's brow furrows. What is the matter? My lord, we have arrived, the driver responds. Confused, Yu Fengjian alights from the carriage, surprised that the Yu residence is not so close to the county office. Upon seeing the scene before him, Yu Fengjian is taken aback. A crowd is gathered, cordoned off by a group of constables, leaving a clear path. Following the path leads him to several figures at the end. One of them is familiar. It is Magistrate Li, flanked by a young man and an elderly servant. Additionally, Yu Fengjian spots Li Tingchan and Lu Shuan among the onlookers. Chapter 19. Li Xuanjin, how did they end up here? Who is that young man? Yu Fengjian's heart brimmed with confusion as he took a step forward, approaching the figures ahead. As a renowned master in the martial world, he could clearly overhear the discussions surrounding him. This city has become increasingly chaotic. Look. 3 more lives have been lost. Recently, there were reports of missing persons, and now, there are fatalities. Judging by their appearances, they seem to be from the Yu family. The more he listened, the deeper the furrow in Yu Fengjian's brow became. People from his own household have perished? The reputation of the Yu family in the martial world is hardly lacking. As the main branch of the family, the Yu residence has shown considerable benevolence towards the townsfolk and has never resorted to oppression. Could it be that this calamity was instigated by that wretched child? The thought of Yu Tung crossed his mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, causing his expression to darken. After years of establishing the Yu family's presence here, it cannot be destroyed by the incompetence of his second son. He felt a twinge of regret for having entrusted all family matters to Yu Ting, hoping he would mature through experience. Only to find that he had caused so much trouble. Upon seeing Yu Fengjin's arrival, County Magistrate Li stepped forward, grasping his hands. Master Yu, please take a look and see if these individuals belong to your residence. Yu Fengjin surveyed the bodies on the ground, confirming his suspicion. Although he did not recognize them well, he knew they were among the thugs frequently employed by the scoundrel Yu Ting. His thoughts were tumultuous, but he nodded. Indeed. Wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter, he glanced at the young man accompanied by an elderly servant and inquired of Magistrate Li. Who is this? Before Magistrate Li could respond, the young man immediately bowed. Zhao Ziki, at your service, Master Yu. The surname Zhao? A thought flashed through Yu Fengjin and Appo's mind. Recalling Li Tingchan's words from the previous day about meeting young Master Zhao, Li Tingchan stood amidst the crowd. Her gaze fixated not on the conversation but on the three lifeless bodies. The first victim bore numerous wounds, suggestive of torture. The severity of the injuries indicated a brutal method, clearly not executed by a skilled hand. The second individual had fewer scars but appeared to have also endured interrogation. The third had met a swift demise, a steel blade piercing through the chest and out the back in one fluid motion, indicative of a master, at least of intermediate skill. Lu Xuan had never encountered a corpse before and felt a wave of nausea wash over her, yearning to leave the scene. She turned to Li Tingchan, hoping to urge her to depart. However, she suddenly noticed her sister was intently staring at the gruesome remains, her eyes seemingly alight with fascination. This sight unnerved Lu Xuan, prompting her to tug at Li Tingchan and Appo's sleeve. Sister, what's wrong? Li Tingchan snapped back to reality, smiling as she shook her head. I'm fine, let us go. All right, Lu Xuan nodded in agreement. Just as they turned to leave, a voice called from behind them. Tingchan, what brings you here? Zhao Ziki exclaimed joyfully. He had been eagerly anticipating his journey to Changming County, finding the capital dreadfully dull. This journey had indeed not disappointed him, as he had witnessed many remarkable sights and experiences. Upon reaching his destination, he fortuitously encountered the person he had longed to see, filling him with delight. Li Tingchan had been aware of Zhao Ziki for some time, but felt little interest in the so-called heir of the Prince of Lantian. She did not turn around, responding languidly, I had business along the way and wanted to check on Xuan. Zhao Ziki, upon seeing his beloved, found little amusement in the corpses on the ground, promptly bidding farewell to the two and pursuing Li Tingchan's retreating figure. Magistrate Li and Yu Fengjin exchanged glances, both at a loss. Outside the city, at a tea stall, Wang Chushi, his face smeared with dirt and wearing a straw hat, had disguised himself. He lowered his head to sip tea, occasionally casting glances at passers-by. He was searching for members of the Yu family to eliminate Yu Ting. He could not storm the Yu residence directly, he needed a strategy. He recalled the village elder's words. This was called a scheme. In a few days, Yu Ting was to be wed, and Wang Chushi intended to find a way to infiltrate the event and exact his revenge. Wang Chushi understood that killing those three might trigger the Yu family and Appo's vigilance, leading them to scrutinize every martial artist, but he was indifferent to such consequences. Some matters must be addressed, especially since those three were responsible for his mother's death. Thoughts of his mother led him to ponder his sister. He wondered how she fared in that place. Thus, he continued to sip his tea, silently observing the crowd. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound floated through the air. Wang Chushi turned towards the source, and others at the tea stall did the same. The road was lined with yellow earth and green trees, and at the horizon appeared a young man riding a cow, his back turned to the crowd, clearly the flutist. Wang Chushi focused intently on the young man in the Taoist robe. A master stronger than himself. While others failed to discern the extraordinary quality of the flute's melody, Wang Chushi was different. He cultivated the essence of longevity, allowing him to perceive the profound meaning hidden within the sound, a transcendental essence belonging to the Taoist tradition. Among the tea patrons were also martial artists, who upon hearing the flute felt their internal energy surge violently, as if yearning to escape their bodies. A few martial guests, visibly alarmed, exclaimed, a top-tier master. The young man in the Taoist robe seemed to sense something, retracting his flute and turning to sit atop the cow, ignoring the gazes of the martial guests. He smiled warmly at Wang Chushi. How intriguing, he cultivates the essence of my Tao. Upon catching the young Taoist's gaze, Wang Chushi felt a jolt in his heart, reminiscent of being fixated upon by a wild beast while foraging in the mountains. Just as he contemplated making his exit, he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hoofs. The Taoist youth, eager to engage Wang Chushi in conversation, furrowed his brow upon hearing the approaching cavalry riders. He turned to see a group of roughly a dozen horsemen approaching. They were not clad in armor but wore ordinary clothing, with peculiar hairstyles and curved blades at their sides, charging towards him. Observing their attire, the Taoist youth was momentarily taken aback. They did not appear to be from the Great Qian. Changming County lay near the borders of the Great Qian, adjacent to the vast mountains, and this group likely consisted of the local tribesmen. The young Taoist quickly grasped the situation and chuckled, shaking his head. He cultivated an extraordinary essence. Why concern himself with worldly matters? Just as he thought to guide his cow aside, A sharp whistle cut through the air as an arrow shot forth from the cavalry, whizzing past his ear and embedding itself before a table of patrons. This happened to be a group of martial artists who sprang to their feet, shouting, "South barbarians! How dare you? Dala, the leader, how skilled is my archery?" One of the young riders boasted, bow and arrows slung across his back. The middle-aged leader shot him a glare, "Don't stir trouble." The young archer retorted defiantly, "Let these great Qian folk witness our prowess. The Faxian tribe fears no one." Several young riders echoed his sentiments. The leader was about to interject when he suddenly felt the sunlight overhead obscured. Looking up, his expression changed drastically. There stood a figure. Li Xuanjin believed herself to be of remarkably good temper. Despite being confined by those old fellows in the temple for so long, she still managed to maintain a cordial demeanor in her conversations with them. Truly, her patience knew no bounds. Fortunately, those venerable elders possess a modicum of conscience, informing themselves that it is time to emerge from seclusion. However, this emergence is not without its conditions. It seems that one must seek a certain innate opportunity. In this regard, Li Xuanjin expresses indifference. He merely desires to venture outdoors for a stroll. Throughout his journey, he vividly recalls the teachings of those aged sages in the temple, emphasizing the importance of avoiding worldly affairs, transcending the mundane, and steering clear of conflict. Thus, he meticulously chooses to traverse the mountain paths, although he continuously encounters various encampments obstructing his way. With no other recourse, he must tread past them. Today, he is finally en route to Changming County, the site where this so-called innate opportunity is said to reside, and he feels a surge of delight. Along the way, he encounters a rather intriguing individual, possessing a profound mastery of Taoist energy, yet remarkably youthful in years. Just as he intends to forge a connection, he is confronted by a group of thoughtless ruffians who shoot an arrow in his direction, despite their lackluster archery skills rendering their aim ineffective. He resolves to teach these ruffians a lesson. His first target is the dim-witted leader, who remains oblivious even as Li approaches him headlong. Chapter 20, Buddha and Tao Part 1. Upon spotting an individual above, the cavalry leader and Appos, S expression turned to one of sheer terror. He instinctively reached for the curved blade strapped to his waist, only to find it absent. As he regained his composure, a searing pain shot through his shoulder, as if he had been trampled underfoot. Without hesitation, he dismounted, but at that moment, the fine steed he had brought from the tribe let out a mournful cry, warm blood splattering across his face. As he touched the blood on his cheek, a chill emanated from his gaze directed at Li Xuanjin. The Dacian man stood over the shattered head of his horse, with the lifeless body lying in a pool of blood before him. "I shall kill you." The cavalry leader bellowed in fury. To the Faxian tribe, horses were akin to brothers, akin to kin. The slaughter of a brother demanded blood for blood. Li Xuanjin, with amusement, toyed with the curved blade in his hand and remarked to the southern barbarian, "This knife is remarkable. Is it forged from 1,000 temperings, or 100? The leader and imp, Appos, S eyes narrowed with a frigid glare as he crouched low, his body taut like a beast poised to pounce. "Dacian man, it is the Faxian tribe Espanhu that shall slay you," he roared, veins throbbing on his forehead, his skin turning crimson like that of a tiger or leopard as he lunged at Li Xuanjin. Li Xuanjin assumed a ready stance. How intriguing. This is the technique of the 10,000 Great Mountains, reliant not on true energy, but on the manipulation of one and Appos, S vitality, akin to a tiger or leopard hunting. It resembled the crude martial arts of those bald mucks. Clang. Dozens of curved blades were unsheathed, resonating with a sharp sound. "Chief, we are here to assist you." The young archer, who had initially drawn his bow, shouted as he charged forth, galloping towards Li Xuanjin with his bow drawn taut, 3 arrows knocked and ready. Observing the charging Panhu and catching sight of the oncoming warhorse from the corner of his eye, Li Xuanjin laughed heartily. "Excellent. I was just thinking of a swift kill. No need to feign transcendence, it's far too exhausting." In an instant, he soared into the air like a great bird, meeting the rushing Panhu head-on. A resounding crash echoed through the air as an explosive force erupted, sending a figure plummeting to the ground, none other than the cavalry leader, Panhu. Onlookers at the tea stall, keen-eyed among the crowd, recognized the technique employed. What style was that employed by the Taoist? It is the stone smasher technique. How could such a pedestrian skill be so effective? Wang Chushir lowered his hat's brim, secretly admiring the scene. Both men were undoubtedly formidable, especially the youth in the Taoist robe, who appeared fiercely powerful, reminiscent of the ethereal heroes from the tales of storytellers. In contrast to the chatter at the tea stall, chaos erupted within the cavalry ranks. They had never anticipated that the tribe's foremost warrior could be so easily felled. The young archer's pupils dilated, yet fear did not seize him. His warhorse galloped closer to the Dacian man. Now, he seized the opportunity, releasing the bowstring in a flash. 3 arrows shot forth with a piercing whistle, aimed at Li Xuanjin. Their angle was particularly devious, exploiting the moment of his descent. Ordinary warriors would find it nearly impossible to evade. Yet Li Xuanjin had foreseen this. Arrows were trivial. The earlier shot at the tea stall had caught him off guard, but had he been cautious, not a single arrow, be it 1 or 100, could breach his defenses when bolstered by true energy. With a flick of his sleeve, he ensnared the 3 arrows mid-flight, deftly returning them to their origin. As the young archer witnessed this, his expression shifted dramatically. Clenching his teeth, he summoned all his strength to pull back on the reins, yanking his steed to a halt. The warhorse neighed in protest, its head jerking aside, hooves raised high, narrowly avoiding the 3 arrows that grazed past, embedding themselves into a nearby tree, their shafts quaking from the impact. Pale and shaken, the young man barely comprehended the near-death experience he had just faced. Before he could steady himself, he suddenly felt something obscure his vision, followed by a tremendous force striking his face, sending him tumbling off his mount and backward. As Li Xuanjin had swung his sleeve to deflect the arrows, he followed through, pressing his hand against the young barbarian's face, and, utilizing the horse's back, hurled him toward the cavalry. Song! An exclamation erupted from the cavalry as the young man flew back into their ranks. Clearly, that young man was named Song. Do not shout. You shall all receive this treatment, Li Xuanjin smiled, his Taoist robe billowing as he leapt gracefully above the cavalrymen. The young man, Song, crashed into the cavalry, and as some attempted to catch him, the force of his fall was too great. Several cavalrymen of the Fei Xiong tribe were unable to withstand the impact. In an instant, 7 or 8 men were unseated, their weapons clattering to the ground. The ranks of the cavalry diminished in a heartbeat. Li Xuanjin landed amidst them, surrounded by the groans of the fallen, while those still mounted scattered, hesitant to approach. He advanced towards Song, who, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, propped himself up, dragging his body backward, his eyes filled with terror. I am the eldest son of the great shaman of the Fei Xiong tribe. You cannot kill me. Li Xuanjin slowly bent down to gaze at him. It was you who loosed that earlier arrow, was it not? As he spoke, he extended his right hand, gripping Song's neck and gradually applying pressure, as if he could shatter his throat with a mere flick. Suddenly, Li Xuanjin's brow furrowed, and he halted his actions. Rising, he looked past the cavalryman. Gazing down the path he had traversed, a figure emerged, holding a staff, adorned with a feathered crown, though clad in the garb of a barbarian. He wore a tattered monk's robe, his visage suggesting he was in his 40s or 50s. Li Xuanjin squinted. Is he a shaman of the barbarians? Or a high monk of the Buddhist order? Chapter 21. Buddha and Tao Part 2. As the figure traversed the path, it was unclear what technique he employed, for his speed appeared slow yet was indeed swift. Before long, Li Xuanjin was able to discern his features clearly, judging solely by appearance. The individual seemed to be in his 70s or 80s, yet upon closer inspection, it was difficult to ascertain whether he was male or female. As the figure approached, his movements became increasingly distinct, and Li Xuanjin suddenly realized the nature of his martial arts. It was evident that this was a refined skill derived from the Buddhist practice of one reed crossing the river, which explained the sense of familiarity. Despite understanding the origins of this martial prowess, Li Xuanjin and Appo's expression grew solemn. He could ascertain that such a means of travel was rare even at the hanging monastery, likely reserved for the heads of various sections. The Grand Shaman, a member of the barbarian cavalry, exclaimed with delight, and even the disheveled Song wore a look of joy. The elder known as the Grand Shaman did not respond to their remarks but paused, gazing nostalgically at the distant city wall of Changming County. After 20 years, he had once again set foot on the soil of Deqian. The Grand Shaman and Appo's voice was barely above a whisper, and few noticed. Yet Li Xuanjin caught the words and felt a stirring in his heart, beginning to deduce the man and Appo's origins. The tea stall outside the city was becoming increasingly crowded, with approximately 50 to 60 people gathering beneath the trees lining the road, seeking refuge from the sun while observing the spectacle. Were they ordinary residents of Changming County, they would have certainly refrained from involving themselves in such commotion. However, those present were all individuals from the martial world, drawn together by the opportunity for unforeseen fortune, each confident in their skills, unafraid of collateral damage. Furthermore, there were keen-eyed martial artists among them who recognized the imposing figure in the Taoist robe as none other than Li Xuanjin, the foremost disciple of Xinjin Guan. Known for his remarkable reputation, yet seldom seen in action, the Grand Shaman gazed at the city of Changming for a long while before shifting his attention to the fallen barbarian cavalryman sprawled on the ground. Ultimately, all eyes settled upon Li Xuanjin. With a face etched with wrinkles, he managed a rather unattractive smile and addressed Li Xuanjin, esteemed young Taoist. Might you grant my ineptkin a reprieve? They did not intend to offend you. The old shaman spoke with such humility that his words were laced with reverence. Li Xuanjin stood tall and performed a gesture of respect, stating, out of respect for your seniority, I shall oblige. The old shaman returned the gesture before chastising the barbarian cavalryman. Why are you not expressing your gratitude? The members of the Fei Xiong tribe wore grim expressions as they each uttered their thanks to Li Xuanjin, leading their horses to stand beside the Grand Shaman. With a gentle sigh, the Grand Shaman approached the unconscious leader of the cavalry, Pan Hu, who had fainted but was fortunate not to have perished. He lifted the valiant warrior and returned to the group, arranging him with care before looking at Li Xuanjin with admiration. Truly, you are deserving of your title as the foremost disciple of Xinjin Guan. Your martial arts have reached an unparalleled pinnacle, lacking only in the mastery of internal energy. Li Xuanjin shook his head. I am not worthy of comparison to your esteemed self. Perhaps you could impart some guidance? The old shaman's eyes sparkled with interest. You know of me? The onlookers in the martial world were intrigued by this exchange, having just witnessed the prowess of the foremost disciple of Xinjin Guan. which stood equal to that of many esteemed veterans. However, they still held respect for the peculiar figure from the southern barbarians, heightening curiosity regarding his identity. Li Xuanjun smiled faintly. 60 years ago, the foremost disciple of the hanging monastery, Hui Xian, mysteriously vanished. Simultaneously, a curious figure known as the guest monk emerged in the martial world of Deqian, renowned for his profound Buddhist understanding and martial skill. Claiming to have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, he then ventured into the 10,000 great mountains seeking enlightenment and was never seen again. The old shaman sighed in reflection. 60 years, such a distant memory. Li Xuanjun regarded the elder. Long ago, he had yearned to comprehend the gap between himself and the peak masters. However, the elder members of his sect had continuously advised him to cultivate his character and refrain from unnecessary violence, leaving him somewhat unclear about his own martial standing. Now, an opportunity had arisen. How could he let it slip away? Our Buddhist teachings emphasize cause and effect. If you would be so kind as to spare the Fei Xiong tribe, I do not dare to claim the right to challenge you. Yet perhaps we could engage in a friendly exchange. The Grand Shaman looked at the young Taoist, reminiscing about his own youth when he too sought to confront the greatest masters of the world, progressing with unmatched success, until he unexpectedly faltered in the land of the barbarians, where he fortuitously remained for nearly a lifetime. Had it not been for the commotion surrounding the opportunity for inherent fortune, he might have never set foot on the soil of Deqian again. Upon hearing the Grand Shaman's agreement, Li Xuanjun took a deep breath. Please wait a moment. He approached the green ox, which had been grazing, and led it towards a man. Wang Chushi looked bewildered as the foremost disciple of Xianjun Guan stood before him, solemnly handing over the green ox. What is the meaning of this, esteemed elder? Wang Chushi inquired, perplexed. Li Xuanjun regarded him. I am aware that you cultivate the true energy of my Taoist school. It is known that while there are many Taoist temples in this world, the internal arts of Taoism are exceedingly rare. Your true energy is long and continuous, reminiscent of the Qingmu Changxing Gong of Xianjun Guan. Regardless of the reason, since you have mastered this skill, you are considered one of our own in the Taoist realm. I kindly request that you tend to the green ox, and there shall be a reward in due time. Without waiting for Wang Chushi's response, he retrieved a treasured sword from the ox's back and strode directly toward the Grand Shaman standing in the middle of the road. News of the events outside the city had long since reached within. The main road was now a standoff between the southern barbarian cavalry and the martial artists of Deqian, arousing considerable interest among the warriors in the city, who eagerly emerged to witness the spectacle. Upon learning that the current foremost disciple of Xianjun Guan was set to duel with the once renowned guest monk, the excitement escalated, prompting many to gather for the viewing. Although the martial world of Deqian appeared vast, encounters among top-tier masters were exceedingly rare, primarily due to the constraints imposed by the court, which kept the underground martial world relatively subdued. Only in recent years had skirmishes increased. The tea stall was now overflowing, and many martial artists gathered beneath the trees lining the main road, while even on the city walls, warriors had climbed to observe the impending battle. Li Tingchan and Lu Shuan mingled within the crowd, donned in coarse linen garments, their faces slightly disguised so as not to appear overly striking, yet still retaining some allure. Sister Chan, that is the foremost disciple of Xianjun Guan. He appears rather ordinary. Lu Shuan remarked curiously as she observed the two figures facing off on the main road, her attention primarily drawn to the unremarkable young man clad in Taoist robes. Indeed. Li Tingchan nodded gravely. This foremost disciple of Xianjun Guan, of similar age to herself, was likely a mere half-step away from the pinnacle of martial prowess. Simultaneously, a vision of a scholarly figure in green robes surfaced in her mind, prompting a sigh. How many heroes roamed this vast world? Chapter 22. The duel at this moment. A vast expanse of the official road, paved with yellow earth outside the city, lay vacant, providing ample space for the two combatants to engage in their sparring. Li Xuanjun stood at a distance of 30 paces from the aged shaman, his countenance solemn and grave. In this state, he resembled not a disciple of the Tao, but rather a wandering swordsman, sharp and formidable. Do you possess a suitable weapon, esteemed elder? If not, I can procure one, Li Xuanjun inquired. Slowly drawing his sword from its ancient sheath, the blade emerging inch by inch, emanating a chilling glimmer, quite literally frigid. The onlookers, gathered around, felt a sudden gust of cold wind at the instant the sword was unsheathed. My physique is impervious to blades, the shaman remarked with a gentle smile. His gaze now fixed on the sword. Is the first disciple of this generation of Xuanjun truly held in such high regard that even the sword, traditionally reserved for the previous masters, accompanies him down the mountain? At his age, there were few weapons that could be deemed divine artifacts, and this sword was certainly one of them. The wind and snow sword of Xuanjun Temple, the falling treasure ring of the hanging monastery, and the bright moon crown of Qingwei Pavilion. These three treasures, of unknown origin, had long since developed their own essence. Wielding them was enough to allow a top-tier expert to confront the utmost masters, though none had ever witnessed such encounters. My apologies, Li Xuanjun uttered as he completely unsheathed the sword. In an instant, he moved forward like a specter, the blade slicing through the air, the essence of wind and snow enveloping the space around him. For an ordinary swordsman, this strike would render their movement sluggish and their martial prowess significantly diminished. Yet, The old shaman remained unperturbed, no chi emanating from him. He merely thrust his staff forward, deftly parrying the blade with precision. This seemingly mundane maneuver sent a tremendous force through Li Xuanzhen's hands, as if the sword would slip from his grasp. He disregarded the potential backlash of his chi, abruptly halting his advance, pushing off the air with his feet, and gliding away from the old shaman like a wisp of cloud. As he glanced back at the shaman while suspended in midair, doubt flickered in his eyes. Had he underestimated the prowess of an elite master? Or had he overestimated his own abilities? In this state, even wielding the wind and snow sword, could he not withstand a single strike from the shaman? The old shaman smiled at the retreating youth, as if perceiving his thoughts. This sword is indeed remarkable. An ordinary top-tier expert would find it nearly impossible to counter so effortlessly. Yet, I have trained for many years. My physique has become quite robust. This was not mere humility on the shaman and Appo's part. Facing such a weapon in his youth would have posed a considerable challenge. However, after spending an extensive period in the vast mountains, bolstered by numerous rare treasures, his physical strength could undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the Dacian martial world. With a soft sigh, Li Xuanzhen conceded, "It seems I am indeed ill-suited to wield a sword." Like a drifting autumn leaf, he descended, sheathing the wind and snow sword. His gaze resolute as it locked onto the old shaman. The surrounding martial artists were bewildered. Was the esteemed disciple of Xuanzhen Temple not going to continue the fight? Why had he returned the sword to its sheath? Li Tingshan, however, paid little heed to this scene. Her interest lay in the martial arts displayed during their earlier confrontation. The techniques Li Xuanzhen employed while advancing, retreating, and landing were all distinct forms of martial prowess. The autumn water sword technique of the Qiqing sect, the ghostly steps of the Black Wind sect of the desert, the Xuanzhen Temple's own flowing cloud steps, and the falling leaves of Qingwei Pavilion, all were profoundly deep and exceptional. Li Tingshan pondered. While ordinary martial artists often exhaust their entire lives mastering 1 or 2 profound techniques, this first disciple of Xuanzhen Temple showcased 3 distinct forms of lightness alone. As for the old shaman, she could discern no clues about his abilities. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden hell of wind and snow reached her ears. Lu Xuan, gripping his clothing, exclaimed, "Sister Chan, look quickly." Turning to gaze, Li Tingshan was astonished by the sight before her. Li Xuanzhen hurled his sword upwards, summoning a whistling wind and conjuring a snowstorm that covered an area of 5 or 6 zhang. "Return," Li Xuanzhen shouted. The wind and snow sword, now sheathed, flew towards the sword pouch on the back of the azure bull, seemingly imbued with a will of its own. Trembling as if reproaching Li Xuanzhen for not wielding it against the foe, the flying sword whistled through the air, accompanied by the bluster of snow, coiling into a dragon-like form as it surged toward a crowd of people. Wang Chushi, leading the azure bull, paled at the sight of the approaching sword. He distinctly felt that the sword was aimed directly at him, rather than the bull beside him. The surrounding martial artists were equally alarmed. The oppressive force of the flying sword and the snowstorm overwhelming. One by one, they began to flee, employing their lightness to distance themselves from Wang Chushi. Wang Chushi himself, disregarding everything else, sought to escape the vicinity. Yet, as he attempted to channel his chi, he was astonished to find an unknown chill permeating the area, severely impeding his chi and Appo's flow. Both the old shaman and Li Xuanzhen shared a frown at this spectacle. The old shaman suspected that this first disciple of Xuanzhen Temple harbored some grievance against Wang Chushi. Such a maneuver was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist to withstand. Li Xuanzhen, meanwhile, was even more astonished. The sword, usually obedient, had inexplicably gone awry now. In the capital city, Liu observed this scene with a slight smile. The sword and Appo's loss of control was indeed his doing. Utilizing the power of the Golden Book, he could temporarily manipulate the wind and snow sword. Initially, he intended to reveal the existence of the secret realm during the wedding of the Yu family. But this conflict had unfolded unexpectedly. However, it mattered little. The gathering crowd was substantial, and allowing Wang Chushi a moment in the spotlight would serve to slightly unveil the true nature of the secret realm. In Changming County, a contingent of elite soldiers numbering over 1,000 paused to regroup. A middle-aged general, astride his steed, perused the intelligence sent by his scouts. Upon opening the letter, his brow furrowed at the very first line. A group of martial artists engaged in combat, obstructing the official road of the county town. These underground rats have become increasingly audacious. Chapter 23. Innate. The sword, swirling with the snow and wind, rushed toward the young boy like a dragon, seemingly poised to devour him in the next moment. A collective sigh echoed in the hearts of many. This strike was comparable to the might of a top-tier master. Apart from the old shaman, none present could withstand it. The old shaman gazed at Li Xuanzhen, his eyes filled with complexity, as if questioning why he had chosen to slay the boy. Li Xuanzhen felt a tinge of helplessness. He too was unaware of the reason behind the sword and Appo's loss of control today. It appeared that upon returning to the temple, he would face the wrath of those old geezers. Wang Chushi closed his eyes in despair. He had yet to exact his revenge. Yet he was to perish beneath the Taoist and Appo's flying sword. How utterly unwilling he was. His thoughts drifted to his mother, his sister. In the village of Shanghai where he had lived, everything felt so distant, yet so close at hand. The biting frost and the fierce snow enveloped him. and he was already sensing the deadly chill creeping in. However, at that moment, Wang Chushi suddenly felt a warm sensation spreading from his back. And soon the warmth enveloped his entire body, dispelling all coldness. He slightly opened his eyes, only to witness an astonishing sight. Several miles away, a middle-aged general reviewed the dispatch sent by the scouts. With a cold snort, he summoned his aide and commanded the troops to prepare for departure. At the same time, he gazed at the city of Changming with eyes filled with bloodlust. The heir had made his preparations, and this time, the Yu family would suffer a grievous blow from their subterranean vermin. Suddenly, the renowned general's pupils contracted sharply. What did he see? A beam of golden light, a celestial radiance that pierced through heaven and earth. Within and beyond the city, countless people witnessed this golden light that traversed the skies, cleansing their very perceptions. Some knelt in reverence. Others cried out in praise of celestial beings, while some gazed with fervent eyes. What is that? Lu Shuan tugged at Li Tingchong's sleeve, staring blankly at the astonishing spectacle. Li Tingchong, the contemporary saintess of the Qingwei Pavilion, stood frozen. Her pride in her vast experience challenged by a scene she may never encounter again in her lifetime. An obscure young man from the martial world, in his final moments, unleashing a beam of golden light from within. Wang Chushi was ecstatic. He had not perished. The inner power he acquired from that strange place had saved him. Gazing at the golden light erupting from his chest, he could not help but reach out to touch it. The moment he did, the surrounding ruins seemed to tremble as if disturbed by an unseen force. The joy of rebirth was short-lived. Wang Chushi's heart suddenly sank. The changes within him were monumental, and so many martial artists had borne witness. It seemed the rumored innate opportunity had manifested within him. Did this mean he would have to confront the entire martial world? From the golden light emerged countless peculiar characters, swirling around the young boy like tadpoles, gradually forming a coherent text. No one present could decipher it, yet they all understood the profound implications contained within those characters. The longevity scripture. Could this be the innate opportunity? The old shaman murmured, trembling as he extended his frail hand, as if attempting to grasp the emanating golden light. He sensed hope for breaking through the barriers of martial arts within the longevity scripture. Having been trapped at the pinnacle of mastery for countless years, the old shaman felt a faint loosening of his own limitations. He immediately adopted a meditative posture in the dirt, slowly closing his eyes to quietly perceive the elusive essence. Li Xuanjun had been keenly observing the old shaman. Seeing his actions, he understood everything. His eyes gleamed with boundless brilliance as he settled down amidst the dust. His journey down the mountain had proven fortuitous. His martial path would ascend to new heights. The expansion of the golden light enveloped many, plunging them into a peculiar state. This was the innate opportunity. Some martial artists recognized the secret and shouted in realization. Indeed, many astute individuals had already comprehended the situation and begun to act accordingly. For instance, Li Tingchong. She grasped the key to it all before anyone else and began to silently cultivate her inner power. The unparalleled golden light attracted numerous masters, including the most formidable, who lurked in the shadows. As Wang Chushi found himself encased in golden light, he wished to flee but was immobilized, utterly unable to move. He could only lament in his heart, hoping that those around him would allow him to leave unscathed. Outside the city of Changming, a profound stillness prevailed, interrupted only by the sounds of the wind and birds among the green trees. Countless martial artists reveled in this moment, savoring the exhilarating sensation of glimpsing the path ahead. After a long while, Li Tingchong was the first to open her eyes. Even though she could cultivate in a dual state, she had also succumbed to that extraordinary condition for some time. Beside her, Lu Shuan, whose martial skills were unremarkable, found herself similarly entranced. Li Tingchong exhaled softly. Who knows if this sudden emergence of the so-called innate opportunity will bring blessings or calamities to the gradually unstable Diqian. Suddenly, she heard a hearty laugh. Looking up, she saw a figure soaring through the air, a young man clad in a plain Taoist robe. It was none other than Li Xuanjun. 23 years of cultivating the Tao, yet I have seen no clear path. Today, I forge the road to immortality. Nobility and royalty shall all find their resting places. Li Xuanjun exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. From the intricate runes, he had gleaned profound insights. The incomplete longevity scripture, though not whole, when combined with his own Qingmu longevity technique, it was enough to overshadow all other top-tier inner power techniques. Furthermore, it could extend life. Why did Li Xuanjun pursue the Tao? Was it not for longevity and to escape the cycle of reincarnation? His laughter startled many martial artists. They were of average understanding. Upon opening their eyes, some angrily sought the source of the disturbance. Yet upon seeing it was Li Xuanjun, their ire dissipated, and they begrudgingly closed their eyes again, trying to re-enter that extraordinary state. This time, upon returning, he would certainly practice his skills on those old geezers and see how they would block him. Li Xuanjun was filled with ambition. He had reached the pinnacle and was possibly the youngest of them all. As Li Xuanjun awoke to newfound benefits, many martial artists also emerged from their trance, each having gained something. Voices began to return, and the buzz of conversation filled the air. One could only imagine the tempest that would ensue once the golden light fully dissipated, with Wang Chushi at its very center. Chapter 24. The Chaotic Battle, Part 1. The golden light gradually diminished. Wang Chusher attempted to move his limbs and sighed with relief. The constraints of the golden glow had weakened. He resolved to flee the moment the light vanished. One by one, the martial artists began to awaken. Some unable to hide their excitement, while others appeared profoundly dejected. The vast majority, however, bore neither joy nor sorrow. After all, they were seasoned wanderers of the martial world. Outward displays of emotion could lead to dire consequences. Jijia, I have cultivated true energy, Lu Shuwan exclaimed, tugging at Li Tingchan's sleeve with excitement. Li Tingchan smiled helplessly. All right, I understand. After a brief moment, nearly all the wanderers had awakened, save for one who remained in a trance. Li Xuanjin gazed at the old shaman, who resembled a sleeping Buddha, genuinely astonished. He had expected the old man to be the first to awaken, for among the martial artists present, he possessed the highest skills. Yet, he turned out to be the last. Nevertheless, it mattered little. They had gained immense benefits and glimpsed the path ahead. The interrupted sparring could be set aside. Li Xuanjin sought out the azure cow that had fled into the woods, retrieved the frost and snow sword that lay on the official road, sheathed it upon the cow's back, and prepared to head towards Changming County. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something and turned to glance at Wang Chusher, who stood helplessly smiling amidst the faintly visible golden light. I once asked you to watch over the azure cow. After this, would you accompany me to Xuanjin Temple as a guest? Wang Chusher was momentarily taken aback by the proposal, yet gratitude flickered in his eyes. The martial artists around them had mostly awakened, yet the golden light enveloping them still persisted, indicating that their plan to escape the moment it dissipated was futile. After all, many among them were more skilled than he, and the young Taoist's words clearly signified a desire for friendship. He had heard others speak of Xuanjin Temple, one of the 10 most powerful factions in the martial world, and it should carry some weight. However, he was uncertain of the temple's character, should he go there. What would become of his martial arts if they were forcibly taken from him? Ha ha ha, young friend, why not come to my Qiqing sect? This place is quite close to Qiqing Mountain, which can ensure your safety. A hearty laugh resonated from the city gate, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man clad in green. Wang Chusher narrowed his eyes. He did not recognize this individual, but there was a distinct resemblance to Yutang. Upon this realization, Wang Chusher made a firm decision. He must not accompany this man to the Qingqing sect. That was Elder Yufengjin of the Qingqing sect. Would the Qingqing sect confront Xuanjin Temple? Yufengjin? Wang Chusher and Amp, Oppos, as heart sank. Was this not Yuting and Amp, Oppos, as father? He merely wished to grow up in Changming County and was naturally aware of the master of Yu family village, yet he had never seen him before. Young brother. I am Zhao Ziki, the heir of Lantian County. Is not all under heaven the king and Oppos, as land? It is only right to serve the court under my banner. A youthful voice called from the city wall. The martial artists turned their gazes towards the sound, revealing a young man adorned in splendid attire. A jade belt and fragrant pouch at his waist. An elderly servant accompanied him, his long hair obscuring his features. As these representatives of great factions continued to call out, astute individuals recognized the situation and could not help but marvel at how such renowned figures had converged upon this small county. Li Tingchan grasped Lu Shuan and Amp, Oppos, as hand and whispered, "We should leave. The current situation feels rather precarious." Lu Shuan looked utterly bewildered. Jie, that youth must be the so-called innate opportunity. Your Qingwei pavilion does not compete. Li Tingchan shook her head. It is not that simple. Among the martial artists present, there were 3 evident top masters, Yufengjin, the old shaman, and the recently ascended Li Xuanjin. Li Tingchan believed she could not surpass these individuals. Thus, she decided to temporarily forego this so-called innate opportunity. She then took Lu Shuan by the hand, squeezing through the crowd and entering Changming County. The invitations from the 3 major factions doused the remaining eager martial artists with cold water. Though they felt reluctant, the forces behind them paled in comparison to Xuanjin Temple, Qingqing sect, and the court. Wang Chusher observed the scene, his heart sinking. He feared he would truly be unable to escape this time. Li Xuanjin lightly pinched the sleeve of his garment, his gaze fixed on the elder from the Qingqing sect. He then turned to the so-called heir of Lantian County, appearing to ponder something. Zhao Ziki and Yufengjin were also lost in their thoughts, and the atmosphere grew tense. Martial artists began to stealthily distance themselves from the 3, leaving a triangular battlefield in their wake. After a lengthy silence, Li Xuanjin's eyes sparkled with boundless determination. If that is the case, let us have a duel. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim this young man and Amp, Oppos, as allegiance. Yufengjin and Zhao Ziki exchanged glances, their eyes locking in a flash of understanding. They spoke in unison. Very well. Wang Chusher felt a vague discomfort. He felt like an object, his fate no longer in his own hands. Zhao Ziki turned to his elderly servant. Go ahead. The servant nodded. Yes, young master. He leaned forward, moving forward like a dark cloud, his entire form seemingly weightless, akin to a piece of fabric floating in the air. In mere moments, he reached the official road, positioning himself between Li Xuanjin and Yufengjin. Make your move. Yufengjin commanded as the servant landed. He struck first. A long sword flying from his sleeve like a green dragon, concealed beneath the expansive green robe, its blade entirely hidden. The Qingqing sect and Appos, S ultimate skill. Green dragon from the sleeve. In an instant, Yu Fengjian lunged towards the servant. Li Xuanjin was not far behind. The moment the servant's feet touched the ground, he had already surpassed him. He aimed to match the servant's sinew and strength with his own. The servant, seeing paths of escape both in front and behind, remained composed. With both hands moving in unison, his black robe billowed, and a fierce wind burst forth from his sleeves, which shimmered with what appeared to be crystalline sparks. The wind from his sleeves was exceptionally fierce. Li Xuanjin felt as though his striking fist had plunged into a pot of boiling oil, the searing pain almost unbearable. He immediately activated the Qingmu longevity technique within him to alleviate the agony. Yet, in doing so, he also lost momentum. His vast true energy abruptly halted. And the servant and Appos' sleeve sent him flying several meters back, shaking the ground beneath him. Yu Fengjian also felt the backlash. The countless sword lights generated by the green dragon in his sleeve were shattered by the wind, and he was forced to retreat, eyeing the servant warily. In just one exchange, the superiority of each was unmistakably established. Chapter 25, The Chaos of Battle, Part 2, Truly. The court is a place of hidden talents and formidable individuals. Li Xuanjin sighed lightly. This descent from the mountain allowed him to finally witness the vastness of the martial world. As for the guest monk, that was understandable, given his past renown. It was reasonable that he could easily withstand a strike from him. However, this nameless old servant was equally capable, proving that one must not underestimate the prowess of people in this world. The old servant appeared to smile slightly, stating, "Talent emerges in every generation. If I were of your age, I would not be able to withstand a single blow from you. Come again." Li Xuanjin's gaze sharpened. He propelled himself off the ground like the wind, his finger pointing forth as his vital energy transformed into a white long rainbow. Yu Fengjian observed Li Xuanjin and Appos' move. Being well-versed in the sword techniques of various sects, he instantly recognized the technique employed by the first disciple of Xuanjin Temple. "I apologize." Yu Fengjian also launched his attack. The azure dragon concealed within his sleeve unleashed a torrent of sword energy, faster and more chaotic than before. Once again, the old servant faced simultaneous assaults, remaining unperturbed. He extended one hand, fingers clenched into a fist, and met the incoming sword energy with a punch. Yu Fengjian and Appos' sword, which had spun from his sleeve, transformed into a shield. Yet, the sword energy from the azure dragon seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly avoiding the old servant and Appos' punch. The old servant's fist missed its target, leaving him momentarily astonished, seemingly coming to a realization. He chose not to break through Yu Fengjian and Appos' sword shield or to heed the oncoming sword energy. Instead, he turned, sweeping his sleeve. A gust of black wind, intertwined with gem-like particles, clashed with the onrushing vital energy rainbow. The first gust of black wind spiraled around the rainbow of vital energy, shattering simultaneously. Yet the crystalline particles surged directly toward Li Xuanjin. His expression revealed the truth of the matter. Once again, he unleashed the long rainbow sword point, sending forth streams of vital energy to dispel the crystalline fragments. The old servant sighed inwardly. These two truly represented the might of other major sects, in a mere exchange. They had dismantled his first profound technique. Yu Fengjian felt a sense of certainty. Grasping the hilt of his spinning sword, he halted its rotation and thrust it toward the old servant's back. The first disciple of Xuanjin Temple indeed lived up to his reputation. Coordinating seamlessly with Yu Fengjian to dismantle the old man and Appos' wind technique. In such a brief time, the old servant would be unable to summon his luck a second time and could only withstand the sword energy with his physical form. Would his frail body be able to endure the force of his strike? As anticipated, the old servant did not channel his internal vital energy. When Yu Fengjian and Appos' sword lunged forth, he made no effort to evade, instead extending his withered hand to meet it. Dozens of sword energies collided with that frail palm, leaving no trace behind. Was this a mastery of external training? Yu Fengjian gasped in shock. This opponent was astonishing. Despite his evident age, his body should have been frail, yet he possessed such impressive external cultivation skills. Thus, his strike, propelled by sword energy, should be incapable of harming him. Yu Fengjian sought to withdraw his sword, but it was too late. The old servant grasped the sword's tip, while his other hand prepared to deliver a punch. Gritting his teeth, Yu Fengjian resolved that both were exceptional. Who could be weaker? Thus, he would meet the punch head-on. His left hand emerged from his sleeve, clenched into a fist, and struck toward the old servant. The two hands collided forcefully. Vital energy erupted, sending waves of air that scattered the surrounding dust. With this clash, Yu Fengjian grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Senior, do not forget me." Li Xuanjin's clear voice rang out. The vital energy long rainbow shot toward the old servant's back. The old man's face, hidden beneath his long hair, revealed a look of seriousness. He had Appos' anticipated that Yu Fengjian would dare to engage him in a fistfight. Initially, he thought that upon witnessing the sword energy fail to penetrate his physical form, Yu Fengjian would retreat. Yet now, he found himself in a dilemma. Should he deal with Yu Fengjian and Appos' punch, or with the young disciple and Appos' long rainbow sword point behind him? Though his thoughts were many, the decision was made in an instant. The young disciple of Xuanzhen Temple had just reached the pinnacle and surely lacked the vital energy cultivation of Yufeng Jian. He would first eliminate the greatest threat. The old servant suddenly exerted force, pushing Yufeng Jian back with a punch, only to be struck in the back by Li Xuanzhen's sword point. Grunting as he staggered forward for several steps before regaining his balance, he turned to look at Li Xuanzhen, astonished. This is not the long rainbow sword point of the heavenly sword sect. Li Xuanzhen did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the old servant with a grave expression. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Your mastery of external training focuses solely on skin, neglecting the flesh, yet you can withstand my strike. Such martial arts are exceedingly rare in the world. At this point, Li Xuanzhen glanced at Zhao Ziki on the city tower, through countless battles. Clad in golden armor, you are the missing leader of the Desert Divine Sect. The Desert Divine Sect, known as the Desert Demon Cult among those within the borders, had wreaked havoc outside, committing numerous atrocities. 30 years prior, it was eradicated by the major forces of the martial world, with only their leader, Hua Tianqing, managing to escape. This sect possessed 3 signature techniques: the wind from the sleeve, the sand in hand, and the armor on the body. The latter referred to their external training. Famed for focusing solely on skin, a hastily learned technique known as the Golden Sand Sutra. The old servant fell silent. He glanced up at Zhao Ziki on the tower, then turned to Yufeng Jian and Li Xuanzhen. This old matter is settled. I am now the servant of the young master. It is now time to determine the ownership of the innate opportunity. Do you wish to continue? Wang Chushi sighed, observing the three with a heavy heart. The shimmering golden light persisted, leaving him feeling constrained in his movements. He had begun to discern the truth. The reason the golden light lingered was the peculiar, slumbering South Barbarian. The golden light is about to vanish. Wang Chushi suddenly sensed something amiss. On the official road, behind the 3 pinnacle experts, the old shaman slowly opened his eyes. He had awakened. Chapter 26. The winds have changed. Li Xuanzhen, Yufeng Jian, and the old servant, 3 unparalleled masters, simultaneously fixed their gaze, sensing an inexplicable ambience that emanated from the recently awakened old shaman. In an instant, their eyes met, and they reached a unanimous decision. The old shaman must be removed from the equation first. The old shaman slowly opened his eyes, resembling a newly awakened Buddha. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "What a pity, still lacking a bit. Senior, have you not broken through to the innate level?" Li Xuanzhen inquired tentatively. He clearly felt an unparalleled pressure emanating from the old shaman, surpassing any master he had ever encountered. No. There was another old fellow whose oppressive aura was akin to that of the old shaman, his own sect leader. The old shaman nodded gently but offered no reply. Turning his attention to Wang Chushi, Wang Chushi dared not move. Although the golden light had dissipated, it seemed a far more formidable presence had set its sights on him. He felt that even from 10 paces away, he would be captured by a single move from this old man. How about accompanying me to the Flying Bear tribe? The old shaman proposed. Wang Chushi swallowed hard, feeling a flicker of temptation. It wouldn't be a bad idea to follow this old man. After observing the battle among Yufeng Jian and the others, he felt that his hopes for revenge were rather slim. The old shaman and Appos' martial prowess seemed superior to theirs. If he could learn from him, avenging his mother's death would not be insurmountable. I have a younger sister. Wang Chushi hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts before speaking. The old shaman laughed heartily, then let us go together. Just as Wang Chushi was about to agree, a voice interjected. In the vast wilderness of the 10,000 mountains, filled with those who feast on raw flesh and drink blood, are you truly willing to turn your sister into a savage? The speaker was Yufeng Jian, whose vast experience had allowed him to piece together the implications of the young man's words. Wang Chushi's face revealed uncertainty. He had heard tales of the southern tribes that consumed raw meat and drank from streams, even resorting to cannibalism. The old shaman observed the hesitation on Wang Chushi and Appos' face and sighed deeply. The elder of the Qingchang sect was not entirely wrong. Under my guidance, the Flying Bear tribe has distanced itself from such barbarism, yet we remain quite primitive. Though the old shaman had left the Buddhist path, he could not abandon the teachings of the sutras, nor would he allow others to descend into suffering. If Wang Chushi was unwilling to accept, he could not force him. The court holds dominion over the realm. Should you join them, you may live in peace, the old servant interjected. He merely smiled at the gaze from Yufeng Jian. Knowing that others could not see his expression, Wang Chushi found himself in a quandary. He knew little and felt that all sides presented valid arguments. He turned to Li Xuanzhen for help, feeling a certain affinity towards the Taoist he had only just met that day. Li Xuanzhen sighed, aware that it would be challenging to bring this young man back to Xuanzhen Temple on his own, even if he eliminated the old shaman. Claiming this youth would be no simple feat. Just moments ago, he sensed several subtle auras that had entered the arena. Since merging the Qingmu longevity technique with the longevity formula, Li Xuanzhen and Appos' perceptive abilities had multiplied. He had prepared for his confrontation with the old servant, keeping some of his cards hidden. Since he could not take this youth away, it was better to forge a good connection. He spoke up. Perhaps you should accompany the guest monk. Li Xuanzhen discerned that among those present, only the old shaman seemed genuinely upright, while the others harbored their own agendas. Wang Chushi nodded in response. Approaching the old shaman, he noticed that despite the man and Appos' apparent frailty, he was quite tall. Wang Chushi barely reached his chest. The old shaman reached out and ruffled Wang Chushi and Appos' hair. Very well, I shall take your sister under my guidance. Seeing the innate opportunity slipping away, Yu Fengjian felt a surge of anxiety but found himself at a loss. He questioned his own ability to present a better offer and recognized he would not be a match for the old shaman. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yu Fengjian's gaze. If it weren't for Li Xuanjin, that young man might not have chosen to follow the old shaman. So, the first disciple of Xuanjin Temple, is it? One day, I shall ensure he faces a significant setback. I shall remember this grievance for now. The immediate concern was to safeguard Wang Chushi, as the only one present capable of contending with the old shaman was the court and Appos' old servant. However, the old servant had only spoken briefly and now fell silent. Observing the calm demeanor of the two, Yu Fengjian felt a wave of inexplicable frustration. Why did they both seem so confident, as if they had hidden cards? Was he the only fool in this gathering? Senior. This youth hails from the Great Qian and carries an innate opportunity that could significantly influence the martial world. If you simply take him away, it would be excessively domineering. A youthful voice emerged from the woods alongside the official road. The crowd turned to see two figures emerge from the trees. One appeared to be in his 20s. Handsome and valiant, carrying a long spear that exuded a fierce aura of a battlefield warrior. The other was a tall, slender middle-aged man, his hands hanging past his knees, clad in an ancient green garment. Upon their appearance, Yu Fengjian and Appos' heart soared with joy, bowing deeply, Master. The young man with the spear returned the gesture, addressing Yu Fengjian simply as father. He was Yu Wen, the eldest son of the Yu family, returning from his travels. The Qiqing sect and Appos' leader, Lu Feng, nodded at Yu Fengjian but said nothing, turning instead to the old shaman. Old guest monk, I have long admired your reputation. The old shaman gazed at Lu Feng, momentarily lost in thought. You resemble your grandfather. We were once close friends. However, since that battle at Silver Moon Peak, we have not met again. He must now be but a handful of dust. How the world has changed. Lu Feng replied. He often spoke of you and lamented the wish to duel with you once more to discuss martial prowess. With the old generation gone, it seems the task falls to me to represent the younger generation. The old shaman chuckled. Very well, let us engage in a friendly contest. Should Wang Chushi wish to follow, he would not contest it. Conversely, whether for his own martial journey or for the Flying Bear tribe and Appos' future, he required this youth. In that case, I too shall join you in this exchange. A stir erupted among the crowd at the city gate. Some martial artists drew their blades, and the sounds of clashing weapons echoed, followed by cries of despair as the remaining onlookers hastily cleared a path. A stout man stepped forward, his short stature belied by an overwhelming presence, as if one were facing a towering mountain. It was Lu the blacksmith from the southern gate. Some residents recognized him and gasped in surprise. Yu Fengjian, Lu Feng, the old shaman, all the unparalleled masters narrowed their eyes in unison. A top-tier practitioner of horizontal training, Li Xuanjin observed the giantess stride and immediately discerned his origins. Horizontal training was notoriously difficult to master, and those who reached the pinnacle were exceedingly rare, capable of rivaling top masters. There had been a top-tier expert in horizontal training who once forced a master to strike for 3 hours without breaking his skin. Above the city walls, Zhao Ziki gazed down at the ensuing chaos, gently shaking his head. His gaze drifted along the official road into the distance, where a plume of dust could be seen rising. Zhao Ziki scoffed inwardly. What top masters could possibly withstand the onslaught of 1,000 soldiers? Given the timing, the 3 battalions of Lantian should be arriving soon. Their formation could easily encircle and eliminate such martial experts. Moreover, each of those elite soldiers was at least of third-rate caliber. Zhao Ziki recalled the emperor, remembering his overwhelming authority that could dictate the fate of the realm with a mere word. He also recalled the 8 characters hung behind the emperor and Appos' study. Suppress martial prowess with martial prowess. Govern heroes with violence. One day, he too would ascend to that position. Chapter 27. Enmity and Gratitude. What a lively scene it is. Who would have thought that a small county could harbor so many skilled practitioners? Li felt quite pleased. Having successfully utilized Wang Chushi to create such an uproar, with golden light soaring and heroes gathering, he had undoubtedly garnered a significant amount of emotional value. With the restoration of the Golden Book and Jade Register to the Dingxia level, he could once again construct a secret realm akin to the previous one. However, he had no intention of acting immediately. He wished to witness this spectacle unfold. Outside Chaming County. Who are you? Yu Fengjian was the first to inquire, his brow furrowed. It was astonishing that such a formidable master of unorthodox martial arts existed in the realm of Deqian. Another contender had emerged in the fierce competition for the innate opportunity. The man let out a cold laugh. If your sect leader were to ask such a question, I might consider answering, but you are hardly worthy. Yu Fengjian felt a surge of anger at these words, gripping the hilt of his sword, prepared to draw it. Yet, a hand unexpectedly reached out and restrained him from unsheathing his weapon. Despite Yu Fengjian and Apos, efforts, the sword remained firmly in its sheath. Baiwang. The swordmaster Lu Feng had intervened, positioning himself before Yu Fengjian and addressing the man. My junior and Amp, Apos, inquiry is also my own. The man and Amp, Apos, eyes flared with martial intent. I have come to this small county to seek guidance from you, the esteemed Baiwang swordmaster. However, I waited for a full decade without success. Even ascending Qiqing Mountain in search of you, yet you remained elusive. I thought to myself, if I could not find the renowned leader of the Qiqing sect within a fortnight, I would storm the sect and create chaos. To his surprise, he encountered Lu Feng today. Since you have inquired about my origins, I shall oblige. He looked at Lu Feng, enunciating each word, Jiangdong, Xiang Wentian. The martial artists present exchanged glances, each silently questioning if anyone had heard of this name. However, they all shook their heads. Even Li Xuanjin and a few others, well-versed in the ways of the world, furrowed their brows in confusion. Only the old shaman seemed to grasp something, asking with a hint of curiosity, Xiang Tong, what is your relation? Xiang Wentian, unfazed by the fact that no one recognized him, responded to the old shaman, he is my ancestor. Upon hearing the term and Apos, ancestor, and Apos, Lu Feng felt a string within him resonate. Over a century ago, there was a master of unorthodox martial arts who withstood 3 hours of strikes from a top-tier expert without sustaining injury, boldly declaring that his physique was invulnerable, only to be defeated the very next day by a swordsman who shattered his golden body. Indeed, the one who made such a boast was my family. And the swordsman who broke through the golden body was one of your Qiqing sect. Xiang Wentian interjected, his eyes brimming with martial fervor. Now that I have perfected my golden body and rectified my shortcomings, I shall seek to restore my family and Apos' honor. With that, Xiang Wentian disregarded the reactions of others and lunged at Lu Feng. Though he practiced unorthodox martial arts, his speed rivaled that of a master of lightness techniques. Akin to a massive boulder soaring through the air, brutal and indomitable. Retreat, Lu Feng commanded with a single word. In the next moment, he grasped Yuan with one hand and Yu Fengjian with the other, employing lightness techniques to leap backward. Xiang Wentian's formidable physique struck the ground where Lu Feng had just stood with a powerful punch, causing the earth to crack beneath the impact. And the ancient tree swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Does the esteemed Baiwang swordmaster not dare to confront my strike? Xiang Wentian taunted coldly. Clang. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed from above. Xiang Wentian looked up sharply to see a gleaming longsword poised before him. Yet he did not attempt to evade. He allowed the cold blade to pierce his brow. Xiang Wentian met the gaze of the eyes hidden among the treetops, smiling defiantly. What can a single strike accomplish? Lu Feng and Amp, Apos' voice drifted down from the canopy. You are indeed a top-tier master of unorthodox martial arts. Flattery is unnecessary. Today, you shall be defeated by my hand. With a furious roar, Xiang Wentian bent his legs and leaped, shattering the ground beneath him as he propelled himself toward the treetops, hands tearing through the center of the foliage. The sound of snapping branches echoed as leaves cascaded down. 3 figures materialized simultaneously, Lu Feng, Yuan, and Yu Fengjian. Xiang Wentian disregarded the presence of Yuan and Yu Fengjian, focusing solely on his assault against Lu Feng. Lu Feng raised his sword to parry, the blade dancing gracefully. An impenetrable barrier. The clash of flesh against steel resounded like a symphony of weaponry. The two engaged in fierce combat amidst the trees. Wang Chusher sighed inwardly. Yet another fight has erupted. Shifting his gaze, he noticed that the old shaman had vanished. Looking further afield, he saw the old servant and the shaman at odds. Their confrontation seemingly escalating, while Li Xuanjin appeared to be pleading earnestly. This youth is of Deqian. I cannot allow you to take him back to the 10,000 great mountains, the old servant asserted. The old shaman furrowed his brow. He is indeed willing to accompany me. Is the Deqian court so unreasonable? The youth surely lacks knowledge of poetry and propriety, having been deceived by you. The old servant retorted. Their debate raged on, each side gathering supporters. The innate opportunity has emerged within the territory of Deqian. It rightfully belongs to us. Nonsense. Just because a child is in your wife and Apos' womb does not mean he is your blood. A cacophony of passionate arguments erupted among the martial artists, the majority rallying behind Wang Chusher and Apos' claim to the youth. However, a portion supported the old shaman, not only for his formidable prowess but also because the boy, who possessed the innate opportunity, had expressed a desire to follow the shaman, thereby forging a bond with him. Li Xuanjin observed the squabble with exasperation, recalling that the old servant had been silent moments before, leading him to believe he had relinquished his claim to Wang Chusher. Suddenly, a faint tremor beneath his feet caught Li Xuanjin and Apos' attention. Moments later, his expression changed. Could it be an army? He glanced at the old servant engaged in a heated argument with the old shaman. In an instant, realization dawned upon him, and he turned his gaze toward the young man atop the city wall. Zhao Ziki stood on the ramparts, and upon meeting Li Xuanjin and Apos' gaze, offered him a subtle smile. Chapter 28. The scheme. Li Xuanjin chose to disregard the young man above, for the towering edifice in his heart was on the brink of collapse. Even his exquisite martial arts and profound internal strength could barely stir the waters in the presence of a well-equipped elite army. Now, a military force was advancing upon Changming County, and Li Xuanjun felt ensnared in an immense vortex. He cared not for much, wishing only to lead the Azure Bull away. Yet he cast a glance at the quarreling figures of the martial world and sighed inwardly. Oh, the old fellows. Now I understand why you all shun the descent from the mountains. Gripping the bull's rope tightly, he relaxed his body. Exhaling a long breath, having witnessed so much in this world, it is often better not to see at all. Yet today, I still wish to intervene. It was not only Li Xuanjun who sensed the anomaly. The venerable shaman, with one foot already in the realm of innate mastery, suddenly changed countenance. Ceasing his argument with the old servant to gaze gravely down the official road. The old servant, too, fell silent, as if having anticipated this moment. A faint smile emerging from beneath his long hair. The other martial artists, lacking such cultivation, found no oddity in the cessation of their supporters' dispute. After all, they were old men, and though their martial prowess was profound, their bodies were nearing decay. A moment and Appos' respite was only natural. Their arguments grew increasingly fervent. Gentlemen, let us refrain from further disputes for the time being, Li Xuanjun declared loudly. Hoping to unite these martial artists to muster some strength in the face of the approaching army. I have, before he could finish, a sudden alarm surged within him. And he turned, striking out with a palm, a vast surge of true energy emanating from his hand. Bang! The sound of their energies colliding erupted abruptly. A shockwave sweeping outward. Some martial artist frowned, noticing two figures had already engaged in combat. Li Daolang, having yet to fully appreciate the exquisite martial arts of Xuanjun Temple. Let us continue our sparring. The voice was calm yet aged. Li Xuanjun clenched his teeth, not daring to show the slightest relaxation. Even speech was impossible. He could only focus on defense. The assailant was none other than the old servant. His attacks were fierce and swift, yet seemingly aimed at restraining Li Xuanjun rather than causing harm, intent on silencing him to avoid thwarting the young master's grand designs. As for the old shaman, he was aware yet indifferent. Even if it were to be proclaimed, he would be powerless to intervene. Better to engage with the disciple of Xuanjun Temple, thus appearing to contribute. To act or not act held significant weight in the eyes of those in power, even if the direction was flawed. The old servant cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Ziki above, and his speed of attack quickened slightly. The duel transpired within a confined space of merely 4 zhang. Yet within that limited realm, they danced and entwined, eliciting admiration from the onlookers regarding the prowess of the masters. Thus, outside the city, 2 battlefields emerged. In one corner, the disciple of Xuanjun Temple clashed with the court's representative, weaving and darting like the wind. In the forest along the official road, 3 eminent figures from the Qicheng sect faced off against the masters of the Horizontal Refinement School, their combat breaking trees as they engaged in grand movements. The sight of so many top-tier masters battling would undoubtedly echo throughout the world. Many martial artists felt their spirits surge, anticipating tales of their exploits to come. Earning esteem among their peers, the old shaman had returned to the ranks of the barbarian cavalry at some point. Wang Chusher stood there, somewhat bewildered, uncertain why the old shaman had not taken him along, instead urging him to remain behind. He felt as though he had been forgotten. Could he seize this opportunity to escape? Wang Chusher pondered in his heart. The old shaman was conversing with the Manchu cavalry. The bow-bearing youth, Song, hesitated, wishing to inquire yet unable to find the words. He had come to realize the formidable nature of these Dacian warriors, each capable of contending with the old shaman, who in his eyes had become the strongest of all. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, figures like the old shaman were referred to as shamans. Yet in Dacian, such shamans were plentiful. At last, Song spoke. Great shaman, since you are so inclined, why not inform these Dacian warriors that their army approaches? The old shaman sighed softly, refraining from directly answering Song's question. Previously, I saved you from the jaws of a fierce tiger, naming you Song and designating you as my eldest son, hoping you would one day succeed me and prevent the Feishun tribe from being devoured by other clans. When you were merely a cub, your antics could be excused, but now you are a warrior capable of confronting tigers and leopards. You must not be so reckless. Today as troubles, I can help you resolve, but what of the future? If I am no longer here, can the Feishun tribe shield you from your own misdeeds? Song lowered his head, feeling both ashamed and fearful. The old shaman continued, I do not inform those people of the impending army because it concerns Dacian. To speak would be to meddle in Dacian's affairs, and the Feishun tribe would become embroiled with the Dacian court. Sometimes, maintaining face is more crucial than anything else. Song nodded, somewhat understanding. The old shaman led them silently back into the forest. Most martial artists were absorbed in watching the battle of the exceptional masters, while a few engaged in debates over Wang Chusher and Appos' allegiance. Only a handful of keen-eyed martial artists noticed the old shaman's departure, though they were puzzled, unsure why the group of southern barbarians had quietly retreated. Zhao Ziki observed everything below with a smile, his gaze serene. The magistrate of Changming County stood by his side, holding a letter aloft. Zhao Ziki glanced at it, frowning slightly. Does this imply that the 3 factions of Lantian are not alone? The magistrate replied respectfully, the Tianjie army shows signs of mobilization. Under the orders of the left Prime Minister, however, it is unclear whether their target is Changming County. Zhao Ziki, displeased, crumpled the letter in his hand. The left Prime Minister, the left Prime Minister. Is this court truly the Emperor's court, or merely the left Prime Minister's? The magistrate dared not speak further, fearing the conflicts of these great figures. He could only adhere to protocol lest he be crushed like an ant. After a long pause, Zhao Ziki exhaled deeply. At that moment, he noticed the group of southern barbarians retreating into the woods, causing a smirk to cross his lips, a flicker of amusement. It seems these southern barbarians possess some sense, choosing not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, what formidable masters they might become, but they would be reduced to dust. Zhao Ziki waved his sleeves, dispatch orders to prepare the county and Appos as public security bureau. Henceforth, any intruding martial artists are to be killed without exception. The wedding of the Liu and Yu families, convened to gather martial artists from the world, aims to establish new protocols for the future of the martial realm. After all, Deqian now faced the white barbarians at its gates, while within, certain regions fell prey to bandits. The old ways no longer suited the current martial world. Without a new set of regulations, any resurgence of chaos among the martial artists would bring great trouble. Despite the court and Appos' outward disdain for the top-tier masters, there was a tight internal vigilance, deterring most from appearing in the martial realm, leaving behind only legends. Little did they expect such significant events occurring in the capital. A high figure proclaimed that beyond the pinnacle of masters lay a path, providing its precise location, the celestial line of Changming County. The wedding of the Yu family and the path to innate mastery coinciding would surely stir the entire martial world. The court, seizing this opportunity, planned to alter its previous schemes. First, they would dispatch a great army to eliminate a few dissenters, showcasing the court and Appos' might, demonstrating to the underground martial world why it could establish regulations, while simultaneously warning the entire underground realm that in this moment of crisis for Deqian, they must behave. The opportunity for innate mastery rightfully belongs to my Imperial family. Zhao Ziki let out a cold sneer, casting a deliberate glance at Wang Chushi beneath the city tower. This youth seemed to have entered the fabled first heaven, acquiring a primordial opportunity. He could not allow him to fall into the hands of others, no matter the cost. Previously, he had dispatched individuals to investigate this so-called first heaven, a vast and profound chasm that wound through the mountains. Seeking a primordial opportunity in such a place was exceedingly challenging. It would be more prudent to remain in Changming County, observing who might seize this so-called opportunity. Although sifting through the crowd posed its own difficulties, it was certainly more manageable than searching the sprawling wilderness. Zhao Ziki trusted that many figures from the martial world and various sects shared this sentiment. Ah, they have arrived. Zhao Ziki's brow arched. Not far off, a cloud of dust billowed. The rhythmic sound of hooves and the clattering of armor grew increasingly distinct, akin to a muffled thunder amidst dark clouds, though less alarming. Some martial artists appeared to sense something amiss, lifting their gazes toward a singular direction. They have come. Li Xuanzhen raised his hand, deflecting the old servant and Appos' incoming fist with a decisive strike, ultimately using the momentum to break free, his eyes fixed on the official road. The old servant did not pursue, merely standing there quietly, observing Li Xuanzhen. Chapter 29. Armaments. A banner soared high, igniting the distant verdant landscape with flames. As the flag approached, the visage of the army became clearer. Cavalry led the way, clad in armor, their steeds fully adorned in battle gear. The armor enveloped every inch of the horses and Appos' muscular frames, leaving only their uplifted eyes visible. They advanced silently, their iron hooves striking the ground with a rhythmic pulse, a heavy thud resonating with each step. The sounds of snorting horses, clashing armor, marching soldiers, and fluttering banners melded together, rendering this 1,000-strong contingent an unstoppable black torrent in the eyes of all who beheld it. Halt. At the command of the herald, this torrent transformed instantaneously into an indomitable black wall, sealing off the entire official road. This was the elite of the Deqian dynasty. Li Xuanzhen's expression turned grave. Even at 30 paces away, they instilled a suffocating pressure upon everyone present. No one doubted that a single charge from them could shatter this motley crew of self-proclaimed heroes. Li Xuanzhen turned to Zhao Ziki atop the city wall, locking eyes with him. Your Highness, what is the court's intention? Zhao Ziki smiled, his palms pressed together. It is simply to safeguard the tranquility of the county. You are all formidable martial artists. Should you enter Changming County and act at will, would it not bring unwarranted calamity upon the common folk? Li Xuanzhen's gaze turned icy. We are law-abiding citizens and shall adhere to the court and Appos' regulations without the need for such constraints. I implore your Highness to command them to withdraw. Otherwise, if we rise in rebellion, chaos will ensue both within and without the city, and in such turmoil, your Highness and Appos' safety cannot be guaranteed. The martial artists present turned their eyes towards Zhao Ziki, weapons drawn, malice evident in their expressions. Regardless of past grievances, it seemed they would have to ally against the court's encirclement. All reactions from the martial artists were as anticipated, and Zhao Ziki secretly chuckled, turning with a wave of his hand. Then let the Taoist not trouble himself. Just as he was about to depart the parapet, he suddenly paused, uttering two words, attack. In the blink of an eye, two figures among the throng of martial artists sprang into action. Clang. The wind and snow sword was drawn with a flourish. The essence of wind and snow enveloped the surroundings, manifesting both biting winds and swirling snowflakes. Li Xuanzhen soared through the flurries, sword in hand. Swiftly approaching Zhao Ziki atop the wall. How dare you? The old servant's speed exceeded his own, bellowing with authority. He and his robe swirled like a dark tempest, positioning himself to deliver a devastating blow to Li Xuanzhen's head. Get lost. Li Xuanzhen uttered a single word. His wind and snow sword slicing through the air with chilling energy. The old servant snorted disdainfully, refusing to retract his fist, determined to strike down. After their prolonged skirmish, he had gained some understanding of the Xuanzhen, believing him inferior in martial prowess to Yufeng Jian. If Yufeng Jian could not harm him, how could this junior? In the next moment, the old servant sensed the metallic tang of blood before his mind could process it, feeling a sharp pain in his fist. Li Xuanzhen's sword had pierced through his so-called and amp, Oppos, golden armor forged through countless battles, and amp, Oppos. How could this be? The thought barely formed when a flash of sword light appeared before his eyes. The wind and snow sword came again. This time, the old servant lacked the courage to confront it head-on, attempting to evade the fearsome strike. Thud. The longsword pierced through his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Ah! The old servant cried out in agony, his flowing true energy severed, and he plummeted to the ground, unable to execute his lightness skill. Li Xuanzhen spared him a glance. Ascending the city wall, did this old fool truly believe he could withstand him, sword in hand? Regardless of past encounters with the old shaman. When he had yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery, the mere reputation of the wind and snow sword was enough to rival top-tier experts. The clash between Li Xuanzhen and the old servant, though seemingly prolonged, had transpired in mere moments. A cacophony erupted among the martial artists below. To hell with it. What nonsense is this court? Did I enter the martial world merely to drink and feast freely, only to be shackled by your constraints? Let us break out. Various shouts of anger, the sounds of weapons being unsheathed, and a chorus of chaotic footsteps merged into a single tumultuous wave. Some mounted their steeds, charging toward the military formation 30 paces away. Others, skilled in lightness, leapt to the treetops, launching hidden projectiles at the foe. Yet others, devoid of fervor, slipped into the woods, hoping to escape unnoticed. Chaos reigned below. On the city wall, Zhao Ziki and Oppos' expression twisted in fury. This old fool was utterly useless. He had been so lively earlier, yet now could not even withstand a single strike. Zhao Ziki lost his previous calm demeanor. He executed his lightness skill, pivoting to unleash a palm strike not aimed at the approaching Li Xuanzhen, but rather at the county magistrate beside him. The magistrate, lacking martial prowess, was sent flying, crashing directly toward Li Xuanzhen. Zhao Ziki intended this maneuver to stall Li Xuanzhen. Seeing the magistrate hurtling toward him, Li Xuanzhen frowned, suppressing the urge to skewer him with his sword, deftly sidestepping the oncoming projectile. Zhao Ziki, indeed formidable among the younger generation, was at the pinnacle of the second tier, particularly adept in lightness, allowing him to navigate the city wall with agility. However, Li Xuanzhen had already reached the level of the elder generation, rendering Zhao Ziki and Oppos' skills mere trifles to him as he easily pursued. The city was devoid of inhabitants. With the magistrate and Oppos' edict and the surrounding tumult, residents had retreated into their homes, leaving an eerie silence. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Ziki's brow. Despite exerting all his effort, escape seemed impossible. In a mere instant, Li Xuanzhen closed the gap, extending a hand to seize Zhao Ziki by the collar. Stop! A youthful voice rang out. A long spear shot forth from the dwelling beneath them, tiles shattering, wooden beams splintering. Li Xuanzhen narrowly evaded the thrust, following the sharp, icy spear's trajectory to find a young general standing resolutely, fully armored, his helmet adorned with a fresh red plume. Beside him stood a timid elderly woman and a young girl. This dwelling was evidently theirs. Upon seeing this figure, Zhao Ziki's face brightened. General Feng Lai. Outside the city, Xiang Wentian, like a raging bull, smashed through a large tree as a longsword lunged from behind. Is the white ape swordsman only capable of such futile endeavors? Show your true skills of the Qingqing sect. Let us engage in a fair fight. Xiang Wentian roared, attempting to seize the longsword that struck from behind. Yet the sword nimbly evaded his grasp, deftly striking a crucial acupoint on Xiang Wentian and Oppos' body. The 208th acupoint. Lu Feng silently recited, retreating into the treetops. His voice echoed back to Xiang Wentian. I call myself the white ape swordsman, able to traverse the forest with the grace of a white ape, vanishing without a trace. How could I employ my weaknesses to exploit your strengths? Xiang Wentian's eyes blazed with fury. The Qingqing sect's master was infuriatingly elusive. Often, he appeared close at hand, yet was actually far away. Sometimes he seemed to be in the treetops, while in truth, he was behind the trees, making him exceedingly difficult to pin down. Within a radius of 10 paces around Xiang Wentian, trees had been uprooted and toppled. He aimed to dismantle Lu Feng's advantageous terrain. Fortunately, the so-called elder and his son from the Qingqing sect were not particularly skilled, and their multiple ambushes had been easily avoided by him, even managing to injure one of them. Otherwise, he would indeed be in a precarious situation today. Xiang Wentian and Oppos' ears twitched slightly, as if he had perceived something. His expression changed abruptly as he gazed skyward. It was a rain of arrows. A dense, relentless downpour of arrows that blotted out the sun. Chapter 30. The city battle arrows fell like rain, obscuring the entire sky above the official road. Wang Chushi's pupils dilated in shock. There were too many arrows to evade. What madness is this? This is the Imperial authority. Run. Moments ago, the boisterous bravado of some martial artists shattered in the face of the countless arrows, and they fled in despair towards Changming County. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chusher realized he could not perish before avenging his grievances, and he too dashed towards the county town. Among the crowd of martial artists, his skills were commendable. Although he had not specifically trained in lightness techniques, his profound inner energy allowed him to be among the fastest. Among these martial artists was a particularly nimble figure, a short man clad in a long robe, with delicate brows and elongated eyes, who surged ahead of the rest. He leapt effortlessly over several individuals and, at the base of the city wall, executed a graceful spring that saw him land atop the wall like a cat. The soldiers guarding the city wore grim expressions, too intimidated to advance. The Imperial court is but this. The man's voice was sharp and high-pitched as he observed the soldiers merely brandishing their weapons around him, hesitant to act. His confidence surged as he leapt out of the encirclement, proudly declaring in midair, "Remember, I am the Wildcat Wang." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly emerged behind one of the soldiers, moving with astonishing speed. The assailant brandished a glimmering blade, piercing the throat of the man known as Wildcat with a swift twist of the wrist, severing his head. Clad in a fitted black and gray outfit, the young man held the bloodied long knife in his right hand and the severed head of Wildcat in the left. Zheng and Amp, Oppos, and Division, Lu Ti is here. Those who dare ascend the city wall shall die. He approached the edge of the rampart and released the head, which rolled down the wall with unblinking eyes wide open. Some martial artists who had rushed to the base of the wall shrank back at this sight, hesitating to ascend. Others, however, remained undeterred, accelerating their ascent up the wall. With several reaching the rampart, dozens of Zheng and Amp, Oppos, and Division members emerged from the shadows, confronting the martial artists. A flag officer hurried to Lu Ti and humbly suggested, "Sir, might we use bows and arrows?" Lu Ti dismissed him with a glance, surveying the increasing throng of martial artists charging towards the rampart. "Indeed," the flag officer bellowed. "Ready the arrows." The guards atop the county castle drew their bows, aiming at the encroaching martial artists. Previously unable to use bows had left them feeling restrained. A cold smirk crossed the flag officer and Amp, Oppos' face. Fire. They had received orders to defend the gate and prevent the martial artists from breaching the walls. The earlier powerful young Taoist was an exception that none dared confront, not even Lu Ti himself, let alone these lesser soldiers. Allowing one to pass was tolerable, but what of these inconsequential figures? Changming County is no brothel. It cannot allow anyone to enter at will. With the flag officer's command, a few scattered arrows rained down from the battlements, far less daunting than the deluge above. Yet these arrows bore greater power, specially crafted to combat martial experts. Drawing upon the extraordinary strength of the soldiers, a few hesitant martial artists were caught off guard, pierced and pinned to the ground by the arrows. Seeing this, the others resolved themselves, with wolves ahead and tigers behind, they would fight their way up. Wang Chusher wielded his blade with the swiftness of a meteor, striking down several arrows launched from the ramparts. He reached the base of the wall and, with sheer determination, leapt onto the battlements. As he landed, still regaining his balance, a blade's gleam flashed towards him. Wang Chusher countered instinctively. Clang. The blades clashed, sparks flying. Lu Ti stumbled back a few steps, incredulously eyeing Wang Chusher. What great strength. Who are you? Lu Ti steadied himself. Having just been assigned to guard the wall, he did not recognize Wang Chusher. Standing firm with his blade, Wang Chusher replied, "I am Wang Chusher." The rampart was a scene of blood and flashing blades, while below, the chaos was no less frenetic. Following the barrage of arrows, many martial artists had been struck down, wailing as they bled out. Some fell prey to subsequent arrows, meeting their demise on the spot. The initial wave that had stormed the military ranks was now either dead or severely wounded. Yet the remaining martial artists fought ferociously, many clad in heavy armor, cutting down soldiers, though their actions did not derail the overall formation. The middle-aged general, mounted on a formidable steed, observed the carnage with a cold detachment. His troops were elite. Though only a few thousand strong, they had clashed with the fierce tribes of the mountains and had slain many martial artists in individual encounters. However, facing a horde of martial artists was a first. The terrain was not favorable for military formations. A single path led forward, surrounded by dense forests. The general remained unfazed. Even with some casualties, he was confident of victory. As a commander of the Xuanjia division of Lantian, they had witnessed far more terrifying scenes and fought in larger battles. Just a bunch of martial artists. If a team of top-tier experts had appeared, he might have felt some trepidation. But what he saw now were merely misfits. Individuals who had only learned some rudimentary skills, few of whom could be considered even third-rate. He had hoped to encircle a few top-notch experts. As he contemplated this, the middle-aged general licked his lips. Suddenly, several large trees along the roadside snapped, leaves fluttering down. A figure, barely 5 feet tall, burst forth, muscles flowing seamlessly, as if sculpted from bronze. Down with the corrupt officials. It's far more satisfying than mere sparring. Xiang Wentian roared from the air, charging into the military ranks, his target set on the central figure of the mid-aged general. Chapter 31. The Pursuit Within the City. Amidst the humble abodes, tiles and wooden doors were shattered, scattering across the streets. Two figures entangled, bursting forth from a dwelling. While an elderly woman and a young girl trembled within, their eyes filled with terror. The clash of gun and sword resonated over 100 times, sparks flying, until a resounding explosion erupted, causing the two figures to part ways. Li Xuanjun stood with his sword in hand, furrowing his brow at the young general blocking his path. "I do not wish to kill you. Step aside." The young general, Fong Lai, grinned widely, aiming his gun at Li Xuanjun. "Are you afraid? Surely you cannot kill me." Sighing inwardly, Li Xuanjun resolved to teach him a lesson. He thrust his wind and snow sword forward, summoning an ethereal ambience of blustery snow that instantaneously slowed everything around him. He had no desire to engage in prolonged combat. Zhao Ziki had escaped his line of sight under this man and Appo's cover. Lightly, he stepped forward, soaring over Fong Lai and Appo's head like a great bird. "Where do you think you're going?" Fong Lai bellowed, brandishing his gun to pursue, only to find his movements sluggish. Looking down, he discovered his silver dragon gun was encased in bone-chilling frost, as were his feet, frozen to the ground. Stunned, Fong Lai pondered the mastery of this formidable opponent who could conjure snow out of thin air. As the silhouette of the young Taoist nearly vanished from view, Fong Lai gritted his teeth, his blood surging, his exposed skin turning crimson as the frost melted away. The scarlet cloud body refinement technique, the most renowned of physical cultivation arts. He stomped the ground, leaping through the streets like a wild beast, propelled by sheer physical strength rather than lightness of foot. Although Li Xuanjun was not particularly known for his agility, his prowess allowed him to move swiftly. Soon, he caught sight of Zhao Ziki, whose heart burned with pain. His true energy nearly depleted, yet he dared not halt. The young Taoist was terrifying. From atop the city wall, he had felt invulnerable, but now, the closer he drew, the more panic surged through him, his limbs growing cold. Fortunately, Fong Lai had detained him. As the representative of the Privy Council, he might not conquer this adversary. But he surely had enough time to secure his own escape. Zhao Ziki thought this, glancing back, only to feel his heart plummet. He saw a figure approaching like the wind, reminiscent of a demon from celestial tales. How could this be? Can martial arts truly reach such heights? Zhao Ziki cried internally. The old servant beside him seemed to be a master of extraordinary skill as well. How could he possess such speed? Barely surpassing Zhao Ziki in their contest of agility? "Young master, do not run. Conserve your strength." Li Xuanjun laughed heartily, inching closer to Zhao Ziki and Appo's side. "Do not harm the young master." A hoarse voice resounded from behind, filled with authority. Li Xuanjun ignored it, gripping Zhao Ziki's shoulder and pressing down with great force. With a resounding thud, Zhao Ziki collapsed to his knees, blood seeping from his knees. "You seek death." The elderly voice echoed again, imbued with fury. A black wind swirled, carrying grains of sand like a dragon charging toward Li Xuanjun. He countered with a swift stroke of his sword, true energy surging as the blade cleaved the black wind, scattering the sand swiftly. Turning, Li Xuanjun regarded the pursuer with a smirk. "Dare you pursue? Haven and Appo's, do you had enough of that sword outside the city?" The newcomer was indeed the old servant. His long hair billowed behind him, revealing a ghastly face, devoid of flesh, resembling a skull draped in human skin. Taken aback, Li Xuanjun blurted, "What foul cultivation have you practiced to attain such a visage?" The old servant's face twisted with rage. "All this is due to you righteous sects. You annihilated my entire desert divine sect, and now seek to slay the young master. I shall have no peace with you. Qingshu, quickly, save me." Zhao Ziki cried, pressed to the ground, his legs in agony, elated to see the old servant. "What nonsense! If you have grievances, seek my master," Li Xuanjun retorted, casting a glance at the pinned Zhao Ziki. "What are you shouting for? You're unbearable." With that, he kicked Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, unable to utter a word. "You shall die?" The old servant's voice was piercing as he lunged at Li Xuanjun, a whirlwind of dust and black wind trailing behind him. The distinction between a peak master and an ordinary martial artist lies in the nature of their true energy, which embodies the essence of the world. For this old servant, his true energy manifested as a tempestuous black wind. Li Xuanjun swung his sword at the old servant, infusing it with true energy, unleashing a roaring blade of energy that slashed forth. True martial dragon sword. Although the old servant was filled with fury, he maintained his composure. Aware that he could not withstand the attack, he summoned the black wind in an attempt to evade. The roaring sword energy grazed the old servant, whipping up dust and causing the wooden structures nearby to creak ominously. "I shall take one sword strike, but I will not suffer another." The old servant's eyes were icy, yet pride welled within him. He advanced, his palms transforming into skeletal claws of black wind, intending to seize Li Xuanjun and Appo's throat in the moment after his strike had been expended. In the distance, Fong Lai, red and heated, felt a chill in his heart. The young Taoist was simply too swift. Even in his state of employing the Scarlet Cloud divine technique, He could not catch up. If he found the young master and struck him down with a single sword, it would spell disaster for him. Just then, a torrent of sword energy surged towards him. Fong Lai and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dodged, yet he could not fully escape. The sword energy slammed into his side, causing his sturdy armor to crack under the impact. Fong Lai was hurled backward, blood spattering from his mouth, while his long spear twirled through the air, embedding itself into the ground upon landing. Chapter 32. Slaughter. The old servant's speed of attack was astonishingly swift. His movements were unpredictable, with indistinct black claws appearing from all directions. Was it the desert demon claw? Not quite. There were some variations that made it even more enigmatic. Li Xuanjin contemplated silently, exhaling lightly. Had he not witnessed the longevity technique on Wang Chusher outside the city, he might have been at a disadvantage against the old servant's timing. However, now that his Qingmu longevity skill had been harmoniously integrated with that longevity technique, the unceasing and inexhaustible nature of his vital energy had significantly increased. In terms of the persistence of his vital energy, he was even comparable to the most seasoned and elite masters. 3 strikes. You have made your move thrice. Thus you shall be the first to perish beneath my sword, Li Xuanjin proclaimed calmly, brandishing his sword to meet the shadowy figure lunging at him. Utterly arrogant. Even if your elder were here, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. The old servant and Oppos' gaze was icy. His speed suddenly surged at the final moment, and in an instant, his emaciated hand aimed to crush Li Xuanjin and Amp, Oppos' throat. Li Xuanjin barely flinched, merely sidestepping slightly. The servant's hand, and the dark palm pierced through Li Xuanjin's throat. A flicker of delight crossed the old servant's face. I warned you, your arrogance is excessive. Yet, before the joy could fade from his expression, an unexpected heaviness settled in his heart, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Impossible, how could this be? The old servant, who had taken countless lives, was well aware of the sensation of his hand piercing through an enemy's flesh. Though Li Xuanjin's throat was shattered, not a drop of blood was shed, as if his form were merely a reflection in water. Your desert demon sect is not the only one with an escape technique. My Xuanjin View's water mirror technique is equally formidable. The youthful voice of the Taoist echoed from behind him. The old servant's body twisted at an unnatural angle. As his bony hand struck downwards, it met only empty air, shattering the cobblestones beneath him. Another water mirror. The old servant was filled with suspicion. He had seen this technique employed by someone from Xuanjin View, but was not the water mirror illusion singular? It is not a water mirror. I have never stood behind you. The old servant abruptly raised his head, only to behold a long sword. The Taoist was atop it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the threatening blade approached his brow, as if it were destined to pierce through his skull in the next heartbeat. The old servant, disregarding everything, executed the divine wind transformation, a means of escape that had previously allowed him to evade the raging sword energy. However, the sword's speed was too rapid, compounded by the rising winds and snow around him. The old servant could only manage a slight shift of his body, narrowly avoiding the blade aimed at his brow. A piercing scream resonated throughout the street. Li Xuanjin descended from above, driving his sword through the old servant's opposite shoulder. One strike outside the city, another within. From this moment forth, the master of unparalleled skill could no longer wield power in his shoulders. Li Xuanjin withdrew his sword and delivered a swift kick. The wailing old servant was propelled backward, colliding with Zhao Ziki. The fates of this master and servant now lay in the hands of another. Li Xuanjin approached the two, bending down to grasp Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki clawed desperately at Li Xuanjin and Oppos' hand. What are you doing? What do you want? Li Xuanjin shot him a blank look. What do you think? We must go to the outskirts and halt the slaughter. Zhao Ziki shook his head vehemently. Baiwang and Oppos, listen to me. Although they are nominally my subordinates, the one in charge follows my father and Oppos' will, which is to slay a group of wandering heroes in Changming County. Li Xuanjin furrowed his brow, pressing the wind and snow sword against Zhao Ziki and Oppos' throat. Is this the truth? Feeling the cold steel against his throat heightened Zhao Ziki and Oppos' panic. Of course it is. His name is Qin Fong, a trusted confidant of my brother. He won't cease until a batch of wandering heroes is slain. Li Xuanjin scoffed. I do not believe you. With that, he began to drag Zhao Ziki towards the city's outskirts. He speaks the truth. That man possesses a murderous intent. A youthful and melodious voice echoed from the end of the street, where the magistrate and Oppos' office resided. Two remarkably beautiful women and a tall, imposing man appeared. The man bore a large sword strapped to his back, wrapped in cloth yet revealing the hilt. Curiously, he also held a slender sword, yet it remained sheathed. Who are you? Li Xuanjin released Zhao Ziki. Li Tingchan has met the Taoist. The two women were none other than Li Tingchan and Lu Shuwan. At this moment, Li Qichen donned a fitted gray-blue outfit, her hair tied back, exuding both vigor and elegance. Li Xuanjin wasted no time, but if he cannot command that man, how can the slaughter be halted? He fixed his gaze on Li Tingchan and Oppos' striking face. Does the court truly aim to suppress the entire martial world? Surely the officials are not so foolish as to reach such an extreme? Though he had remained within Xuanjin View, He was not entirely oblivious to the affairs beyond the windows. The renowned Qingyue fairy, Li Tingshan, held a true identity as the granddaughter of the left chancellor, a figure of genuine honor and nobility. Since the current emperor had fallen a decade prior, the officials had engaged in fierce power struggles. Yet one person had consistently maintained control, the current left chancellor, the regent and commander of the right, the architect of the Tianqi reforms 2 decades ago. The creator of the present martial world rules, and once a reclusive swordsman, Li Hanzhong. If there were a mastermind behind the slaughter outside the city, it could only be this individual. Li Tingshan shook her head. Not quite. The court merely seeks to establish a new order for this vast martial world. Then how do we explain the slaughter outside the city? How can it be stopped? Li Xuanjin inquired. Li Tingshan smiled. This matter is indeed significant. Qin Fong is not easily restrained. Even if you bring Zhao Ziki, you will not persuade him. She paused for a moment, however. What the martial world cannot accomplish does not mean others cannot succeed. Li Xuanjin sneered. I only require a solution. Li Tingshan spoke deliberately. The greatest adversary to an army is another army. In the valley of North Mountain, a passage leading to Changming County. The distance to the county town was already close. Silver battle flags fluttered in the wind. Proud steeds galloped through the valley, their thunderous hooves echoing like distant thunder. Dust rose from the narrow ground, startling the birds in the surrounding forests. This was a contingent of over 1,000 men, clad in silver armor, bearing long bows and paired with sabers, a cavalry unit. They wore thin iron masks, revealing only their piercing eyes. Their leader was a striking figure, donned in silver armor without a mask, wielding a silver spear. A white cloak billowed behind her, her long black hair flowing freely, unbound by a helmet. The chaotic battlefield had not diminished her stunning beauty, nor had the scorching sun tarnished her fair complexion. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, rivaling the likes of Li Qingwei. Her name was Ling Rushuang, the commander of the Tianjie army and the sole female general of Adakian. Chapter 33, The Battle Outside the City, on the Battlefield. Slaying the corrupt officials is far more exhilarating than merely seeking a sparring partner. Xiang Wentian burst forth from the forest like a ferocious beast, his resonant voice capturing the attention of many. Though his stature was modest at merely 5 feet, the moment he landed, he unleashed a terrifying shockwave that shattered the ground beneath him. A few heavily armored soldiers, unable to withstand such force, had their chests crushed and succumbed to death. The martial artists engaged in combat, upon seeing Xiang Wentian, were filled with elation. They did not believe that one man could turn the tide of battle, but his presence would surely draw attention away, alleviating the pressure of their encirclement. Today, I shall bring the general of the Qian to his demise. Xiang Wentian and Appos, eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he fixated on the middle-aged general. Within the military formation, General Qin Fong furrowed his brows. Arrogant. Archers, ready. The archers. An essential profession within the army for besieging martial artists, equipped with crossbows. The arrows were poisoned and possessed immense power, rumored even to penetrate the protective energy of the most formidable experts. Soon, a group of shield-bearers surrounding the front made way, revealing sturdy men. They readied their crossbows, which were nearly half their size, and aimed at Xiang Wentian. As if oblivious to the archers, Xiang Wentian continued to laugh heartily, charging forth like a thick-skinned giant beast. The blades and spears aimed at him failed to breach his skin, merely leaving shallow cuts on his coarse cloth attire. The soldiers who drew near found themselves injured merely by brushing against him. He did not even need to attack actively. Xiang Wentian and Appos' sole focus remained on the center of the formation, on Qin Fong. Perched atop a tall steed, Qin Fong observed the dwarf charging relentlessly, astonished that he had sustained no injuries. Should this beast get close, it would be a formidable challenge. Is this truly the apex expert of the martial world? No wonder the officials in the court regard such figures with trepidation. Even if I have cultivated the military's energy technique to its peak, I would stand no chance in a one-on-one confrontation. However, I now command thousands of elite soldiers. A smirk curled at Qin Fong and Appos' lips as he issued the command. Fire. The signal officer beside him raised a blue flag and waved it gently. The archers, upon seeing the signal, released their arrows. The soldiers in front hurriedly moved aside to allow the arrows to soar freely. A barrage of hefty crossbow bolts whistled through the air, aimed straight at Xiang Wentian. Excellent. Upon witnessing the incoming bolts, Xiang Wentian bellowed. His muscular frame tensed, every pore exuding a white mist. His skin took on a crimson hue, resembling a fully cooked lobster. Thud, thud, thud. A massive bolt struck his chest, followed by a second and a third. Yet, they all proved utterly ineffective. Upon impact, the iron tip splintered, shattering into fragments. Qin Fong's expression shifted. How can this be? Was it not said that the crossbow could pierce the protective energy of the greatest experts? Moreover, this man has no protective energy at all, and yet no arrows have penetrated his skin? Could it be that he is one of those legendary practitioners of body refinement? A sudden realization struck Qin Fong. In direct confrontation, a body refining expert's capabilities surpass those of a true energy practitioner. Should an apex expert find themselves besieged, there would inevitably come a moment when their energy would be exhausted. However, a body refining expert, with flesh as hard as iron, could endure even while lying prone. This is troublesome. Qin Fong and Appos' expression darkened. It seemed he would need to resort to encirclement, sacrificing some soldiers in the process. On the city ramparts, blades and swords clashed, two figures engaged in a fervent duel. This place had entirely transformed into the battleground for Wang Chushi and Lu Ti. The other defending soldiers and martial artists dared not approach, merely spectating the two as they moved back and forth atop the small rampart. The defending soldiers and martial artists appeared to have reached a peculiar equilibrium. The martial artists refrained from entering the city, while the soldiers and members of the law enforcement agency hesitated to capture these martial artists. It seemed they were all waiting for the outcome of the duel. In a moment of clashing blades, both figures retreated simultaneously. Wang Chushi leaned on his sword, panting heavily, sweat glistening on his forehead. He regarded the law enforcement officer opposite him with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. This was the first time since he began his martial arts training that he had encountered such a thrilling battle. The opponent was nearly his equal. Prior encounters had been with mere lackeys or aberrations. He had yet to engage in a truly serious fight. It appears that my audacity in ascending the rampart does not render me vulnerable to your attacks. Wang Chushi rose, wiping the sweat from his brow. Recalling the words exchanged upon his ascent, Lu Ti tightened his grip on his longsword, his wrist trembling. He fixed his gaze on Wang Chushi, this martial artist. Though lacking in technique compared to him, possessed an abundant and robust energy, allowing him to contend equally. Lu Ti, a silver-ranked officer of the law enforcement agency, was a peak second-tier figure, capable of being hailed as a hero in the martial world. Hearing Wang Chushi and Appo's words, Lu Ti sneered. The outcome is yet to be determined. I shall surely slay you. Then let us continue. Wang Chushi, having regained some stamina, raised his sword once more and charged at Lu Ti. After battling for so long, he was acutely aware of his weaknesses. Lacking in technique compared to Lu Ti, Wang Chushi had consistently utilized his superior energy and strength to pressure Lu Ti, forcing him into a defensive position. The clash of sword and saber echoed through the air once more, Wang Chushi's strike infused with even greater force. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the longevity technique, his energy recovery rate was remarkably swift, thereby augmenting the strength of his blade. As the blow descended, Lu Ti found himself struggling to withstand it. The immense force transmitted through his sword made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Cracks formed in the stone beneath Lu Ti's feet. Wang Chushi grinned. See? Not only can you not kill me, but I can certainly kill you. Lu Ti steeled himself, his sword suddenly vibrating as he reversed his energy flow, channeling it into the blade. Ignoring the risk of injury to his energy pathways, he forcefully pushed Wang Chushi back. Chapter 34. Capturing the head. Wang Chushi's gaze was filled with astonishment. Instead of increasing the pressure, he chose to retreat, realizing that Lu Ti's martial arts were extraordinary. Most ordinary martial artists would suffer severe internal damage if their chi were to reverse, rendering them unable to exert any further strength. Lu Ti, having pushed Wang Chushi away, let out a sigh of relief, yet found himself struggling to kneel, relying on his sword for support. He had yet to endure a single complete exchange. However, his current physical condition was far from optimistic, making it difficult for him to fight again. Did he really have to sacrifice his brothers to encircle and eliminate Wang Chushi? Moreover, success was not guaranteed. His subordinates from the security division had already taken action. As soon as they noticed Lu Ti was at a disadvantage, they discreetly circulated their chi. The surrounding martial artists, lacking such organization, began to cheer upon witnessing Wang Chushi gaining the upper hand, oblivious to the impending danger. Seeing that Lu Ti had lost the strength to continue, Wang Chushi intended to approach and finish him off. However, just as he took a step forward, he halted again. The sound of blades being drawn reached his ears. It was the members of the security division. Was a massacre about to unfold today? Wang Chushi sighed lightly. Although he held no fondness for these individuals, he was not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. His mother had always taught him to be a good person. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't and Appo's bring himself to kill all those members of the security division. Lu Ti seemed to sense Wang Chushi and Appo's dilemma and weakly sighed. If you all disperse, just say you couldn't stop him. The sword master responsible for this security division operation won't hold it against you. The members of the security division understood Lu Ti and Appo's implication, their expressions shifting uneasily. Lu Ti, some hesitated to speak further. Lu Ti did not respond but turned to Wang Chushi. I want and Appo's allow them to encircle you. You may leave, and do not trouble my brothers. Wang Chushi sighed softly. Very well, but I must kill you. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet he was not an overly kind-hearted one either. This officer had fought against him for so long, and on several occasions, had nearly killed him. It could not simply end here. Lu Ti smiled weakly, remaining silent and tacitly accepting Wang Chushi and Appo's proposed resolution. Wang Chushi raised his blade and approached the weakened Lu Ti, who knelt on the ground. He gazed at Lu Ti and Appo's throat. My hand will be swift. You won and Appo's feel pain. The blade was lifted high, sunlight glinting off its edge, reflecting into Wang Chushi and Appo's eyes. As Lu Ti saw the long knife raised, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, after a long moment, he felt no pain. He couldn't and Appo's help but open his eyes slightly, only to find Wang Chushi staring blankly at the sky. This was not the first time he had seen the young Taoist. Wang Chusher thought to himself. However, every encounter left him with a profound sense of awe at the youth and Appo's terrifying martial prowess. Was this divine intervention? Wang Chusher murmured to himself. The young Taoist, clad in a plain robe, effortlessly soared past the city tower, without any point of leverage or hesitation. He glided almost 40 yards with the grace of a celestial being. Li Xuanjin had no time to relish the wind rushing towards him. His eyes scanned the battlefield below, searching for the general known as Qin Fang. Indeed, the left prime minister was true to his title, even while executing the court's orders. He could eliminate rivals in the process. Although the left prime minister controlled the court, he could not wield the military with complete authority. He was merely the right privy seal, while another privy seal held power over him. To establish the court's authority over the martial world, many would undoubtedly perish. If this balance was not carefully managed, those who cherished freedom in the martial world would rise in fury, potentially igniting a rebellion, further wounding the already troubled Qian. The general designated by the left prime minister was Qin Fang, a trusted confidant of the Duke of Lantian, who was the left privy seal. Despite being the left privy seal, the internal affairs were beyond his control. Even if he were aware of the left prime minister and Appo's schemes, he could do nothing but lament. Qin Fang was strong in leading troops, yet he was hot-tempered and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards martial artists. When he slaughtered martial guests, it was akin to butchering livestock. Showing no mercy, the left prime minister had once traversed the martial world and understood the nature of most martial artists. They were largely unaware of the court's intricate machinations. Knowing only that Qin Fang was a trusted aide of the Duke of Lantian, his actions would inevitably implicate the Duke. The left prime minister could use this to incite public outrage against the Duke, weakening his influence and providing a flimsy justification for his involvement in the internal strife of Qian. Meanwhile, the left prime minister could dispatch the celestial army to halt the slaughter while gaining a favorable reputation among martial artists. What a win-win situation. Li Xuanjin sighed softly. These great figures could dictate life and death with mere words, leading many to suffer or even lose their lives. His only option now was to locate Qin Fang and attempt to capture him amidst the chaos, to stop his orders for slaughter and delay the arrival of the celestial army. And there he was. Li Xuanjin's pupils constricted. He gradually ceased to maintain his qi, surprised by his current state. Since the fusion of Qingmu's longevity technique and the longevity formula, every circulation of his qi felt inexhaustible. He could even support his lightness skill, leaping 40 yards. Typically, supreme masters required external support because their qi cycles were not infinite and needed time to replenish. The process of seeking support was, in fact, a period of recovery. Li Xuanjin spotted Qin Fang, but his expression appeared grim. On the battlefield, Xiang Wentian resembled a demonic figure, his body drenched in blood. The ground around him bore the remains of dozens of soldiers, their deaths gruesome, with shattered chests and no complete corpses. Despite this, many soldiers surrounded Xiang Wentian, thrusting their spears at him. Yet each time, the spear tips merely left white marks on Xiang Wentian and Appo's crimson skin, failing to penetrate. Dog official, do you dare to cower behind those soldiers? Do you watch them die, unable to return home? Xiang Wentian bellowed, drenched in blood, directing his fury at Qin Fang. Qin Fang sneered, they are valiant sons of Qian, naturally obliged to protect their commander. Moreover, they are slain by you, not my fault. Do not sow discord. Qin Fang and Appo's voice boomed, countering with 3 rebukes. He intended to continue his tirade but abruptly noticed a figure darting towards them. His heart skipped a beat. Another supreme master? Li Xuanjin and Appo's voice echoed from afar. General Qin, fellow martial artists have witnessed the might of the court. Please, cease hostilities. Yet Qin Fang dismissed Li Xuanjin and Appo's entreaty, waving his hand dismissively. Fire. Fire. He could not believe that there were so many skilled martial artists in the world. He had brought a multitude of crossbows, not merely as decoration. Arrows flew forth. Li Xuanjin shook his head. It seemed negotiations had failed. No, that general was not even inclined to negotiate. Clang. The frost wind sword was drawn from his hand. Li Xuanjin swung the sword in midair, the sword energy slicing through the air, effortlessly severing those arrows and heading straight for Qin Fang. Qin Fang and Appo's eyes widened. Wasn't and Appo's the crossbow supposed to be the nemesis of supreme masters? How could one after another handle it so effortlessly? Yet he had no time to ponder further, for a cold blade was already pressed against his throat. Chapter 35, The Heavenly Express. What do you intend to do? Qin Fang's face darkened. He had never anticipated that amidst the throngs of soldiers, someone would dare to take him hostage. Li Xuanjin cast a glance around. Numerous soldiers were anxiously watching. Finally realizing that someone had breached their ranks and held their commander captive, the frost and snow sword, which was pressed against Qin Fang's throat, was subtly moved away. The frost and snow sword was a weapon of unparalleled renown, exceedingly sharp. Should a careless slip occur, and the general and Appo's throat be severed, matters would escalate dramatically. General, perhaps we can halt this slaughter, Li Xuanjin stated plainly. Qin Fang let out a cold laugh. You have taken me hostage like this, yet you expect me to spare these rogues? He was certain that this young Taoist would not dare to kill. After all, he was an official of the court. If he were to lose his life at the hands of these outlaws, not only would this Taoist face the wrath of the court, but so too would the forces behind him. Li Xuanzhen felt a throbbing pain at his temples. He truly wished to abandon this troublesome affair. He did not have the courage to slay this man. However, perhaps he could pursue other avenues. Looking at Qin Fang, he declared, I do not dare to kill the general. However, if I were to strip you of your armor and garments, and hang you at the city gates of Changming, allowing you to become a spectacle for the world to witness, would that be acceptable? Dealing with such a person, threatening his life seemed futile, but humiliating him before the eyes of the world might just work. As expected, upon hearing this, Qin Fang and Apos' expression darkened further. He seemed to envision the dreadful scene, his breathing becoming labored, his face flushing with rage. You dare? If you do so, I shall not rest until one of us is dead. Haha. Li Xuanzhen laughed heartily, then, channeling his inner energy, amplified his voice to nearly encompass the entire battlefield. Warriors, your commander is in my grasp, and he wishes to be stripped bare and displayed at the gates of Changming, to bear witness to your valor. You dare? Qin Fang gritted his teeth, his bearded face contorted with fury. Before Li Xuanzhen could respond, a booming voice echoed from afar. This prey is mine. Li Xuanzhen saw a burly man, resembling a rampaging bull, charging towards them. The surrounding soldiers parted, whether intentionally or not. It was the renowned martial artist, Xiang Wentian. Li Xuanzhen recognized him, but was puzzled. Hadn't he gone to confront the leader of Qiqing sect? If Senior Xiang desires him, I shall deliver him to you. But what use do you have for him? Li Xuanzhen called out loudly. Xiang Wentian leaped forward, his strides rivaling those of a master employing lightness skills, creating a thunderous sound upon landing. I shall slay this corrupt official, he bellowed. Li Xuanzhen shook his head. No, if you kill him, it will incite the wrath of the court, and a bloodbath will surely ensue in the entire martial world. Xiang Wentian and Apos' voice boomed from the air. What does that have to do with me? Li Xuanzhen forcefully pushed Qin Fang away, gripping the frost and snow sword tightly. Just moments ago, he intended to bind him. Now he had to protect him. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. It may not concern you, but it concerns me. If you wish to kill him, then come forth. Li Xuanzhen's voice was resolute, his sword poised to strike at the descending Xiang Wentian. Very well. I was not satisfied with my previous bout against that boastful sword-wielding monkey. Let us measure your worth, young one. Xiang Wentian raised his fists high above his head, resembling a colossal ape, channeling his energy into a powerful strike. Boom. His inner energy exploded, striking the prominently raised commander's flag, which was instantly torn asunder. Dust and debris were flung into the air. After their first clash, Li Xuanzhen quickly distanced himself. My current physique pales in comparison to his. He felt his hand trembling around the sword, his muscles aching. Indeed, Xiang Wentian was a formidable martial artist. It seemed victory could only be attained through various martial arts techniques. Xiang Wentian, having returned from his strike, glanced down at his fists. To his astonishment, the seemingly indomitable physique had suffered a cut from the sword, even if it was merely a trickle of blood. Xiang Wentian abruptly raised his head, fixing an intense gaze on Li Xuanzhen. Come again. His voice was deep and resonant, akin to thunder rumbling in a stormy sky, sending shivers through the hearts of many martial artists and soldiers, as if they were in the presence of a divine being, on the verge of kneeling. Li Xuanzhen felt invigorated, his spirit soaring as he charged forward with sword in hand. On the city tower, Li Tingshan watched the distant battle. Her hair gently swayed by the wind, exuding an infinite charm. Truly remarkable is Xuanzhen Temple, their chief disciple, not yet 30, can already contend with such a master of martial arts. Beside her stood several individuals, including Wang Chushi and Lu Ti, along with Lu Shuguan and her guard, who bore a heavy sword and a long blade. Uncle Jian, can you discern any nuances between these two? Li Tingshan inquired, evidently addressing the guard beside Lu Shuguan. Uncle Jian squinted, meticulously observing the duel. After a moment, he stated, It has been long since I fought a peer of this caliber. I cannot ascertain a victor. That Li Xuanzhen is undoubtedly well-versed in numerous martial arts, a polymath of sorts, with commendable swordsmanship. Though he may not rival the true pinnacle of swordsmen, he is not far behind. As for the stout man, he likely hails from the Xiang clan, known for their formidable physique, a bane to most swordsmen. Any ordinary top-tier swordsmen would find themselves drained of energy and meet their demise. Yet, Li Xuanzhen and Apos' unique internal cultivation, coupled with his exquisite martial arts techniques, renders him a worthy opponent against that man. Sister Chan, if that is the case, once these two finish their duel, one and Apos, all the martial artists below perish? Lu Shuguan gazed down at the battlefield, a sense of compassion rising within her. The battlefield was already drenched in blood, with numerous corpses strewn about, yet overall, the soldiers held the advantage. Of the nearly 300 martial artists gathered outside the city, a third had already perished, with many severely wounded. A few had attempted to band together to face the soldiers and Apos' formations. Li Tingshan fell silent, sensing her grandfather and Apos' strategy might not be the wisest. Was it truly worth sacrificing so many lives to vanquish a political rival? She cast her gaze into the distance, as if piercing through the vast land to glimpse the capital and the court officials. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and her face morphed into a smile. They VE arrived. Li Tingshan spotted a silver banner in the distance, recognizing its significance. The Heavenly Express. It was the Heavenly Express Army. Chapter 36, The Curtain Falls, Part 1. At the horizon, a troop adorned entirely in silver armor appeared, riding valiant steeds. Unlike the contingent led by Qin Fang, which comprised only a handful of cavalry, this formation was entirely composed of horsemen, no mere infantrymen, but heavily armored knights. Yet, they were not the cumbersome heavy cavalry. Instead, they were agile light cavalry, galloping freely as if the wind itself guided them. In contrast, they seemed more suited to encircle and hunt down the formidable martial artist of the realm. The sound of thundering hooves reverberated across the battlefield, capturing the attention of nearly every soul present. The silver armor of the Tianjie army glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and as thousands of riders surged forward, they resembled a colossal white wave crashing upon the shore. Qin Fang, still reeling from his recent abduction, regained his composure just in time to catch sight of the approaching army through the throng of combatants. A chill ran down his spine. The Tianjie army? How could that madwoman be here? Li Xuanjun also noticed the distant commotion. With a swift stroke of his sword, he sent Xiang Wentian staggering back and exhaled softly. It seemed that Li Tingshan had not deceived him. As Xiang Wentian reeled from the blow, he intended to press the attack further. However, he observed Li Xuanjun suddenly sheathing his sword, seemingly preparing to depart. Before he could speak, the Taoist initiated the conversation. Senior Xiang, I concede my inferiority. I willingly bow to your prowess. That general is yours to deal with. Xiang Wentian watched the young Taoist retreat, glancing at the still recovering Qin Fang, bewildered by the unfolding events. Nevertheless, he resolved to eliminate that treacherous official, the very architect of the village and Appos' massacre. With a mighty roar, Xiang Wentian charged toward Qin Fang, who, upon witnessing Xiang and Appos' ferocious advance, abandoned all hesitation and shouted, "Stop him! Do not let him near!" Qin Fang barked orders to the soldiers at his side, seizing a long spear for his own protection. Had he possessed a weapon when the Taoist arrived, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. Kill. The soldiers surrounding Qin Fang were the elite of the army. Despite witnessing Xiang Wentian and Appos' brutality, they did not falter. Armed with swords, spears, and shields, they formed a battle array, ready to encircle and annihilate Xiang Wentian. Engaged in a fierce struggle, Xiang Wentian found himself in a challenging position. Although he had cultivated his physical vitality, making him far more enduring than the average practitioner, he was not immune to fatigue. His initial charge had depleted considerable stamina, and after a clash with Li Xuanjun, he felt increasingly weakened. As he repelled the incessant onslaught of weapons, he sought an opportunity to break free. At last, Xiang Wentian seized the moment. As the formation shifted and soldiers exchanged positions, he pressed down on several thrusting spears with one hand and, with a tremendous roar, summoned all his strength to propel the soldiers forward. The force transmitted through their hands caused the steel spearheads to slip from their grips, the weapons colliding violently with the chest of several soldiers, who fell to the ground with anguished cries. In an instant, a gap opened in the formation. Xiang Wentian let out a triumphant laugh, seizing a spear and wielding it with reckless abandon. Although he had no formal training in spear techniques, his raw strength allowed him to wield it effectively. The sweeping spear struck with immense power, the sound of steel clashing echoing through the air. Several soldiers were sent hurtling away, spitting blood. He noticed Qin Fang retreating in a panic, now nearly 60 paces away. To slay him at such a distance was feasible for a true energy master, yet for one skilled in physical cultivation without lightness of foot, it presented a challenge. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xiang Wentian and Appos' mind, and he hurled the spear forward with great force. As the spear whistled through the air, Xiang Wentian braced himself against the incoming blades, bent his knees, and leapt, chasing after the spear. He landed atop it, using it to propel himself upward, reaching Qin Fang in the blink of an eye. Qin Fang, taken aback, hastily channeled his internal energy and thrust the spear towards Xiang Wentian and Appos' chest. With a grin, Xiang Wentian caught the incoming spear and snapped it effortlessly in two. An arrow, flying at remarkable speed, was aimed at Xiang Wentian. He saw Qin Fang collapsing to the ground in disarray and extended his arms, intent on crushing the man and Appos' skull upon landing. The thought of that general and Appos' blood splattering brought him great satisfaction. He would avenge the village. Yet, at that moment, a chill crept down Xiang Wentian and Appos' spine, as if something sinister were about to pierce his back. Confusion filled his mind, but it did not deter him from his next move. He had always trusted his instincts, which had often led him to escape peril. With a swift twist, he evaded the ominous sensation, enduring the pain of his muscles tearing. As he landed, Qin Fang took advantage of the moment to scramble to his feet, plunging into the crowd. The soldiers quickly formed a protective barrier around him. When Xiang Wentian touched down, he caught a glimpse of the source of his foreboding sensation. It was an arrow? How could this be? His instinctive disbelief surged. Could a mere arrow truly harm him? He was confident that even if a siege crossbow were to unleash its bolts, he could withstand the impact with his current physical prowess. Turning around, he sought the archer and Appos' identity. There, he beheld her, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in silver armor, her long hair billowing in the wind. She sat astride a white steed, bow in hand, exuding an aura of frostiness. This was Xiang Wentian and Appo's first impression of her. Alas, had the arrow been just a fraction more accurate, it might have pierced the heart of a seasoned warrior. Ling Rushuang sighed softly, her voice melodious, even in her lamentation. Akin to the wintry winds of the northern realms heralding the approach of winter to the scorching desert. Behind her, the cavalry came to a halt. "Who are you?" Xiang Wentian demanded, his voice rising above the din of battle. He had been so close to avenging the destruction of his village. His words pierced through the chaos, overpowering the clamor of clashing steel. Utilizing a technique to amplify his voice, he projected his words with authority. Though the Xiang clan practiced physical cultivation, they possessed some mastery of true energy as well. Ling Rushuang, perched upon her horse, her long hair and white robes fluttering in the breeze, surveyed the battlefield. Her gaze was both a challenge to Xiang Wentian and a declaration of her identity to all present. "I am Ling Rushuang of the Tianjie army. From the northern territories of Daqian." Chapter 37. The Finale, Part 2. Everyone, cease your actions. Ling Rushuang and Appo's voice resonated with an icy firmness, sweeping across the battlefield like a chilling gale, reaching the ears of all present. However, the soldiers and martial artists, consumed by their bloodlust, paid her no heed. After a moment of stunned silence, they resumed their fierce engagement with their adversaries. In a secluded corner of the forest, Li Xuanjun, having located the azure bull, chuckled softly upon hearing that frost-like voice. "Is that the lion and Appo's roar of the Shui clan from Hedong? It seems the female general is indeed connected to them. No wonder she stands as the sole female general of the Great Qian." He took the reins of the azure bull. With Ling Rushuang's arrival, this farce that had ensnared many lives ought to come to an end. Personally, he had little interest in remaining any longer. Li Xuanjun had descended the mountain primarily to seek an innate opportunity, and he was now certain that Wang Chushi was that very opportunity. At the very least, Wang Chushi was undoubtedly linked to it, in significant ways. Upon returning to his temple, he would elucidate the situation, and his masters would emerge to claim this world-shaking treasure. Li Xuanjun produced a flute, seated upon the azure bowl, and began to play a leisurely melody as he progressed. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the thicket ahead. Taoist. Such enthusiasm. Li Xuanjun paused his melody, smiling as he greeted, "I pay my respects to Master Lu." Meanwhile, the battlefield was in utter chaos, a cacophony of shouts, clashing swords, and thundering hooves intermingling. Ling Rushuang's gaze remained tranquil as she lowered her bow, brandishing a long spear, and directed it towards the tumultuous fray. "Advance!" Her commanding voice rang out. As she had in every battle before, she was the first to charge forward on horseback, her steed galloping, the blade gleaming. The cavalry behind Ling Rushuang moved with precision, seamlessly weaving through the throngs of soldiers and martial artists. "Halt! Everyone, cease your actions." The cavalry of the Tianjie army shouted in unison. They traversed every skirmish, wielding their weapons to put an end to the slaughter. Having fought for so long, both sides were exhausted, and naturally, they were no match for the Tianjie cavalry. "You court lackeys!" A martial artist bellowed in rage. Just as he prepared to decapitate his opponent, a spear intercepted his strike. Enraged, he glared at the Tianjie cavalryman, cursing and charging forward, intent on slaying him. With a swift motion, the cavalryman thrust his spear, piercing the martial artist's chest, then cast a cold glance at the soldier from the blue-field Sanbu. The soldier opened his mouth as if to speak, but words failed him. He dropped his weapon in a silent show of allegiance. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the battlefield. Those who did not cease their actions were swiftly dispatched. The cycle of violence was met with violence, and death with death. Ling Rushuang, mounted on her white steed and wielding a silver spear with grace, sent numerous combatants flying. Yet, her focus lay not on these common foes. Before stepping onto this battlefield, she had received a covert missive from the left chancellor. It was imperative to ensure Qin Fang's safety. At that moment, Qin Fang had concealed himself among the soldiers, sending a messenger in hopes of halting the fighting. However, chaos reigned in the military ranks, rendering his orders ineffective. The entire Bluefield Xuanjia division had descended into disarray, leaving Qin Fang helpless. Moreover, he faced a greater dilemma. Xiang Wentian was relentlessly searching for an opportunity to seize Qin Fang once more. Yet, Qin Fang was astute, perhaps having learned from his previous encounters with these martial artists. The moment he detected any movement from Xiang Wentian, he swiftly commanded his elite guards to shield him, blending into the throngs of people. Xiang Wentian was thwarted in his pursuit of Qin Fang, catching only fleeting glimpses of him as he appeared and vanished. Frustrated, he unleashed his wrath upon the surrounding soldiers. Many troops had grown fearful, daring only to encircle him without approaching. "Ah, you treacherous official, come face me." Xiang Wentian roared in fury, his madness evident as he whirled around. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him. Ling Rushuang, astride her white steed and wielding a spear, descended with lethal intent, the tip glinting ominously. "Seeking death," Xiang Wentian bellowed as he extended his powerful arms. His muscles bulged as he grasped the spear, attempting to drag Ling Rushuang down from her mount. He was indeed a formidable fighter, possessing immense strength. Ling Rushuang and her steed were yanked downward, seemingly destined to crash to the ground. "Rise!" Ling Rushuang's voice pierced through the air. In the next moment, Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming force as he grasped the spear. His feet no longer grounded. He was suddenly lifted off the ground. With one hand grasping the reins, Ling Rushuang raised the horse's head high, while her other hand kept the spear tucked under her arm. The spear's tip hovered before Xiang Wentian, who wore a look of astonishment. Before he could release his grip, he found himself hoisted aloft by this woman as sheer strength, utilizing the spear to lift him effortlessly. Chapter 38. The Curtain Falls, Part 2. How could a woman possibly surpass him in strength? Xiang Wentian snapped back to reality, utterly astounded. He hastily released his grip on the silver spear, which clattered to the ground as he gazed at Lin Rushuang. Disbelief etched across his face. Lin Rushuang immediately brandished her weapon, her heart racing. Endowed with boundless divine power since birth, she had outmatched all first-rate masters in strength by the age of 16. Now, a decade later, any who dared to contest her would surely meet swift defeat. Yet this diminutive figure had managed to nearly match her in their recent clash of strength. Truly, a master of unorthodox martial arts from the rivers and lakes. Lin Rushuang recognized a worthy opponent, a chance to stretch her limbs. She could hardly recall the last time she had experienced such a spirited battle. Nevertheless, she still remembered the command from the left prime minister, cease fighting or perish. I choose the latter. With a furious roar, Xiang Wentian charged forward, refusing to believe that this woman could surpass his might. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch that surged forth like a boulder tumbling down a mountainside. The Cannon Mountain Fist, a technique from the Xiang family's unorthodox martial arts. Channeling all of one's strength into a single blow, aiming to vanquish the foe in one strike. Lin Rushuang practiced a military technique focused on vital energy, somewhat akin to the unorthodox styles of the martial world. She thrust her spear, its tip emitting a piercing shriek, reminiscent of a dragon's long lament. The collision of fist and spear marked a clash of raw power. Both combatants felt the tremendous force, the ground beneath them cracking under the pressure. In a single exchange, they separated, eyes locking before they engaged once more. It was a contest of sheer strength, devoid of any fanciful techniques. The surrounding soldiers dared not intervene, leaving these two formidable figures to duel. The battlefield gradually fell into a hushed calm. The cavalry of the Tianjia army galloped through, restoring order as many, once blinded by rage, regained their senses under the blades of their foes. On the city walls, Li Tingchang observed the scene below. Relief washing over her as order was slowly reinstated. This farce is finally coming to an end. Sister Chang, I feel that I shall never again find joy in battle. Lu Shuan said, her spirits dampened. Witnessing such brutal warfare, any normal person would struggle to maintain a cheerful disposition. This, immortal, now that matters here are resolved. May I take my leave? Wang Chushi gazed upon the numerous corpses below, thoughts of his mother and sister flooding his mind. Perhaps he should never have emerged from that peculiar place. Life there might have been quite pleasant. Li Tingchang offered no response, merely regarding him with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool. Wang Chushi forced a wry smile, acutely aware of the truth. A radiant golden light surged from within him, revealing the path to transcendence to many skilled practitioners, coupled with the fervent rumors of innate opportunities circulating in the martial world. It seemed unlikely that he could easily depart Changming County. He believed he was not the embodiment of such innate potential, that strange place was. Lu Shuan playfully patted Wang Chushi on the chest. Do not wear such a morose expression. We are aiding you. Should you recklessly leave Changming County, other factions might ensnare you, and they lack our sense of honor. That senior mentioned the innate opportunity lies within a narrow passage. I trust you are familiar with that location, or rather, you should know precisely where the so-called innate opportunity is concealed within that passage. Lu Shuan rambled on. But Wang Chushi barely absorbed her words, lost in contemplation of another possibility. Perhaps I could enlist their help to eliminate the second young master of the Yu family. Wang Chushi turned to Li Tingchang and the others. I can reveal to you where I acquired the changes within me. However, it does not guarantee that it is the so-called innate opportunity. Furthermore, I have one more request. What request? Li Tingchang inquired. Wang Chushi glanced at the surrounding soldiers and members of the Public Security Bureau. Li Tingchang and her companions instantly understood. The multitude around them was not conducive to discussion. Li Tingchang addressed a tall man beside her, who bore a heavy sword and wielded a long knife. Uncle Jianshou, please assist Sister Shuang. Jianshou nodded and leapt towards the battleground where Lin Rushuang and Xiang Wentian clashed. Let us depart, Li Tingchang said as she descended from the city wall. In the forest, the four companions walked and conversed. How did the sect leader evade that master of unorthodox martial arts? Li Xuanzhen, riding on a green ox, inquired with a smile. The white ape swordsman sighed with resignation. That fellow is indeed formidable. I struck his acupoints 206 times without uncovering any weaknesses in his unorthodox techniques. I considered whether I might forcibly breach his defenses. But after a barrage of arrows, he chose not to engage further and fled. I remained utterly perplexed. Yu Fengjian interjected. I overheard him from my hiding place in the trees. He was muttering about the Xuanjia division, Qinfang, and exterminating villages. As they continued their walk and conversation, they soon approached the forest's edge. Suddenly, they spotted a group not far away, gathered around a campfire, roasting something. To their surprise, It was the people of the Feixiong tribe. Chapter 39. Action suddenly, for figures emerged from the forest. A member of the Flying Bear tribe shouted, "Who goes there?" The sound of curved blades being unsheathed followed. Lu Fang bowed respectfully, addressing the elder. The old shaman stood up from the crowd, calming the members of the Flying Bear tribe. He then smiled and asked, "There are some provisions here. Would you all care to share?" Li Xuanjin, catching the enticing aroma of roasted meat in the air, laughed heartily. With an elder willing to share, I shall not decline. He stepped forward first, as if he were already a part of the Flying Bear tribe, grabbing a piece of roasted lamb leg, ready to indulge. However, he suddenly felt a pair of unfriendly eyes upon him. Turning towards a patch of grass, he noticed a man lying there, glaring at him with hostility. It was the leader of the Flying Bear tribe, who had first clashed with him, something like Pan Hu, if he recalled correctly. Li Xuanjin smiled at him before savoring the meat. The atmosphere grew lively. If others in the martial world had witnessed this gathering, it would surely have become a sensational tale, as it was rare to see so many top-tier experts convening. Feeling satisfied after his feast, Li Xuanjin turned to the old shaman and inquired, "I wonder, elder, have you gained any insights from that golden light?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Fang and the others fell silent, their gazes fixed on the shaman. The old shaman shook his head with a smile. "I have comprehended a martial arts technique. What about you all?" Li Xuanjin, Lu Fang, and Yu Fengjian exchanged glances before speaking in unison. "We have also grasped a martial arts technique." If that were the case, then the symbols within the golden light were indeed a form of inner martial arts method. "Shall we exchange our findings?" Li Xuanjin suggested. He surmised that each individual had only grasped a part of the technique, and they needed to share for mutual benefit. Everyone nodded in agreement, procuring paper and writing down their insights on the inner martial arts techniques. Finally, they gathered to review each other and Appo's notes, expressing their awe. The creator of this martial arts technique was truly a remarkable genius. "I am inferior by comparison," the old shaman lamented. Although he had spent the latter half of his life in the vast mountains, he had never abandoned his martial pursuits, diligently studying various martial theories from the Dacian realm. He had thought he was nearing the pinnacle of martial arts, only half a step away from the true masters. Yet, this journey in Dacian had broadened his horizons. It was still too early to discuss the limits of martial arts based on his current abilities. Longevity, indeed, truly lives up to the name of the Longevity Sutra. Li Xuanjin practiced the gathered Longevity Sutra, feeling his internal energy flow smoothly, invigorated and full of vigor. The exhaustion from earlier battles dissipated entirely. Word had spread in the capital that an innate opportunity lay just outside the city in a narrow expanse, not far from the Qiqing sect and Appo's Qiqing mountain. However, the area was vast, making it exceedingly difficult to find such an opportunity. The young man from before must have obtained this inheritance, which pointed directly to the innate Longevity Sutra. Lu Fang chuckled, stroking his beard, and added, "I wonder if you all have any interest in that young man? Whether you do or not, he must be in the hands of the court by now." Li Xuanjin took down the wine flask from the back of the azure bowl and took a sip. The others turned their attention to him. Li Xuanjin remarked, "He was previously beside that fairy from the Qingwei pavilion." In the private room, Li Tingshan remained silent. After hearing Wang Cheshi's account, she felt the situation was quite tricky. The Yu family estate was not easily provoked, especially since her grandfather had ties with them. Soon, Lao Shuan would be engaged in a fake marriage with that so-called Yu Ting. Lao Shuan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I only knew that the one from the fish pond was a wastrel, but I never imagined he would commit such heinous acts. Even killing Cheshi's mother. Even if it's a fake marriage, I feel it sullies my name." Wang Chushe remained silent, munching on food as he awaited Li Tingchan's response. He felt a twinge of unease. While he believed Li Tingchan to be a good person, what if she deemed her grandfather's collaboration far more significant than his? After all, he had merely grasped the existence of the so-called innate opportunity. She had numerous ways to make him speak. After a long pause, the private room fell into silence. Wang Chushe sighed internally and stood up, saying, "If Miss Li finds this matter too difficult, I shall take my leave. And I hope you will not speak of today and Appo's events." As he spoke, he began to pack some food and drink to exit the room. Li Tingchan stood up. "This matter can be arranged, but I will need your cooperation." Wang Chushe, puzzled, asked, "Me?" Li Tingchan nodded, "Yes." Outside the city, there were no longer any clashes between the martial world and soldiers, only neatly arranged rows of corpses. Some were warriors, others soldiers from the Xuanjia tribe. In general, more martial artists had perished. Ling Rushuang walked among the bodies, utterly unfazed by the surrounding stench of decay and blood. Beside him walked the bodyguard of Lao Shuan, a swordsman with a heavy sword and a long blade. Ling Rushuang observed the corpses on the ground and inquired of the swordsman, "Why is Lao Shuan here as well?" "The lord intends to ally with the Yu family, hence some arrangements were made," the swordsman replied, trailing behind Ling Rushuang. Ling Rushuang said nothing, approaching a corpse and examining its wounds. That horizontal practitioner was indeed formidable. This body seems to have only brushed against a hint of his fist wind before succumbing. The swordsman nodded in agreement, indeed, but still inferior to General Ling's boundless strength. "There is no need to flatter me. Had you not arrived swiftly, I fear I would not have been his match." Ling Rushuang replied. Even if your heavy sword had been drawn, would it have been enough to keep him? The swordsman sighed. I haven and amp, oppos. He used it in a long time and have become unskilled. He escaped into the woods, and I could not pursue him. Ling Rushuang regarded him with profound understanding, but said nothing further, instead gazing toward Changming County. Let us prepare to enter the city. Chapter 40. Huikong in the capital city. On the second floor of the book pavilion on Nanwang Street, Liu stretched languidly. This grand performance had indeed been prolonged for quite some time, and he found himself less than satisfied with the climactic finale. Liu's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop. News of the events in Changming County should have spread far and wide by now. He recalled the dialogue between Li Tingchan and Wang Chushi projected before him. Perhaps he could exploit their schemes to disseminate the precise location of the secret realm. Let it be done. Standing upon this land, drenched in blood, the monk Huikong gazed with compassion in his eyes. He had heard of a great calamity that had recently befallen this place, claiming numerous lives. Huikong could even detect the lingering scent of blood and decay in the air. Ba, he intoned softly. This must be Changming County, yet I wonder where this so-called innate opportunity truly lies. Since he could remember, Huikong had resided in the suspended temple atop the hanging mountain, possessing little experience in the affairs of the world. Monk, do not block the way. A youthful voice called out from behind him. Huikong turned to see a young man, garbed in luxurious attire, driving a horse-drawn carriage, racing towards him. The young man shouted, exclaiming that he had just spoken. Their situation appeared dire. Huikong observed the approaching carriage, where the young man was in a frenzy. It seemed he had no experience in handling the reins. One moment he grasped them tightly, and the next he flailed the whip chaotically. The ebony stallion neighed in distress, galloping wildly as if possessed. Can you not keep it together? A woman in Oppo's lively yet furious voice emerged from within the carriage. Monk, step aside. Do not obstruct the road, shouted the young man named Chen Kan, desperately attempting to rein in the horse. Panic surged through Chen Kan's mind as he thought, we are going to collide. Just as he contemplated the potential consequences of not killing anyone in the process, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force from behind. Unable to maintain his grip on the reins, he was thrown forward. The carriage abruptly halted, sending him flying. With one hand pressing firmly on the stallion's head and the other on the carriage frame, Huikong's delicate features revealed no emotion. He simply uttered, stop. The gallant horse was brought to a sudden standstill, halting the immense forward momentum of the carriage. The rear half of the carriage detached, soaring high into the air before swirling downwards. Such a landing would surely shatter it to pieces, and the occupants within would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Seeing this, Huikong intended to catch the falling carriage, but just as it was about to touch the ground, it halted abruptly and settled gently. Phew, that scared me to death. The curtains of the carriage were drawn aside, revealing a vivacious and beautiful girl, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age. She had a round face, still retaining some baby fat, and wore a vibrant green dress. Little monk, impressive skills, she exclaimed, revealing a small canine tooth as she spoke. Luoyan, do not be rude. Quickly pay your respects to the esteemed monk of the suspended temple. An elderly woman emerged behind her, clad in coarse linen, carrying a bundle on her back, and appearing to have several pouches of herbs hanging from her waist. It is my disciple from Yawang Valley who is impolite. Please do not take offense, master. The elderly woman bowed respectfully. The girl, Luoyan, stuck out her tongue playfully at the elderly woman, making a face. However, I do represent Yawang Valley. My name is Luoyan. This is my companion, Granny C, and that fool sprawled on the ground as Chinkin. Luoyan energetically introduced her companions to Huikong. Yawang Valley is one of the top 10 martial factions in the world, integrating the art of medicine into martial prowess, and excelling in the crafting of potions and poisons. I have encountered several benefactors. I am Huikong, he replied courteously. As Chinkan, just getting to his feet, grumbled, what do you mean by that, fool? I am far more clever than you. Granny C chuckled helplessly, ignoring the bickering pair as she engaged in conversation with Huikong. Before long, they decided to venture together into Changming County, heading to Yujiazwang. Within Yujiazwang, a festive atmosphere prevailed, adorned with red lanterns and various celebratory decorations. Guests thronged in and out. Although the wedding day had yet to arrive, the place buzzed with excitement. Merchants arrived in groups to pay their respects, and other martial artists gathered in twos and threes to present their invitations. Lu Shuan sat idly by the window, observing the bustling crowd below while her maid gently fanned her. So boring. I haven't and Appos. Been able to go out these past few days. It and Appos, as clearly a fake wedding. Why avoid any suspicion? She lamented. What do you think, Xiaotsue? The maid, Xiaotsue, looked momentarily dazed. Huh, miss, what did you say? Lu Shuan pouted. Why do you always look so dazed? A pigeon flew from the horizon, soaring over the lively courtyard and landing on the windowsill. Upon seeing the pigeon, Lu Shuan realized it was a reply from the capital. She carefully removed the note from the pigeon and Appos' leg, opened it, and her face lit up with joy. Xiaotsue, go find Sister Chan. We have received a letter from the capital. Chapter 41. The Dead Spring Breeze Tower, the most renowned tavern in Changming County, rises higher than any other structure in the town. From its highest floor, one can behold the entire landscape of the county. Within a private room, Li Tingchan stood beside the sword master, with a table laden with food and drink before them, while Wang Chushi sat across from her. Do you remember what I said? Li Tingchan inquired. Wang Chushi nodded affirmatively. I have it clearly in mind. I am grateful to you, Miss Li. Afterward, I would appreciate it if you could inform me of the origins of your unique internal martial arts technique, Li Tingchan continued. Of course, Wang Chushi replied. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from below Spring Breeze Tower, capturing both of their attentions. Ah, is that Sister Shuang? Li Tingchan exclaimed, surprised. Riding through the throng was Ling Rushuang. She recalled that Ling Rushuang was not the type to gallop through the streets in a raucous manner. However, her gaze soon shifted from Ling Rushuang and Amp, Apos, retreating figure to another direction. There, she spotted a group of four, one of whom appeared to be a monk. In a moment of recognition, Li Tingchan identified the monk as Hui Kong, the foremost disciple of the Void Temple and the contemporary Bodhisattva. Yet, the identities of the others eluded her for the moment. After some contemplation, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Could they be from the Medicine King Valley? She remembered that the Medicine King Valley never engaged in worldly disputes. Compared to the reclusive Xianjin Temple, they were even more detached from the affairs of the martial world. Miss Li, now that the arrangements have been made, may I take my leave to prepare? Wang Chushi stood up and asked. Li Tingchan directed Wang Chushi and Amp, Apos, attention to the scene below. First, observe carefully to discern the various major factions that will arrive, so we can plan accordingly afterward. Wang Chushi expressed his confusion. Are you suggesting that I must remain within this tavern, watching the comings and goings of all these people? Li Tingchan rose, her hair dancing in the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. Along the route, I have placed many concealed sentinels. Based on my calculations, the majority of factions will arrive in Changming County today. She gestured towards the group of four below. That monk is Hui Kong, and the others, judging by their attire and the aura they exude, are indeed from the Medicine King Valley. My understanding of the martial world is rather limited. Even if I ascertain their affiliations, how should I respond? Wang Chushi queried. Li Tingchan cast a glance at the sword master, who promptly produced a tome entitled A Comprehensive Guide to the Martial Arts World. With only 2 days remaining until the grand wedding, you must memorize its contents thoroughly during this time to avoid any missteps in our future plans, Li Tingchan instructed. Wang Chushi nodded in agreement. Li Tingchan continued to enlighten him about the various factions. Those clad in azure and white are from the Heavenly Sword sect. The individuals over there are likely esteemed disciples of the Qin sect. They belong to the Water and Sky Gang, whose leader is renowned as the unmatched fist of Hebei. The sound of hooves echoed against the damp bluestone pavement as Ling Rushuang dismounted, a look of gravity crossing her exquisite features. She stood before the county office, drawing the attention of passers-by captivated by her beauty. The drowsy guards at the office perked up at the sight of her, momentarily forgetting their duties, only to be interrupted by a figure clad in coarse linen rushing forth. General Ling, please hurry inside. The county magistrate awaits you. Ling Rushuang nodded and entered the county office. As she traversed the courtyard, she soon encountered the county magistrate of Changming. He appeared somewhat frail, as though he had sustained grievous injuries. Why does Magistrate Li seem so weak? Ling Rushuang inquired. Curiosity piqued. Was it possible that during a conflict involving the Xianyan division against the martial artists, the county magistrate had been caught in the crossfire? Magistrate Li forced a smile. It's nothing serious. Please, follow me, General. Though he spoke lightly, a heavy burden weighed upon his heart. Recalling how he had been used as a shield by the so-called young master of Lantian, receiving a blow to the chest to thwart a young Taoist. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Ling Rushuang chose not to press further and stated, I wish to see the location of General Qin Fong and Amp, Apos, as untimely demise. Magistrate Li immediately led Ling Rushuang through the back hall and into the courtyard where accommodations were arranged. They arrived at the door of a room. A nimble attendant opened the door upon seeing them. As Ling Rushuang entered, her brow furrowed. The room was suffused with a heavy scent of perfume, mingled with a faint trace of blood. In one corner, 2 trembling maidservants were tied up, their disheveled clothing and faces marked with handprints betraying their distress. General Qin Fong lay lifeless on the bed. Magistrate Li gestured toward the pristine bedding and continued, earlier, someone came to deliver a meal and found the room locked. No matter how loudly they called, there was no response. The messenger reported this to me, and when I sent someone to open the door, I discovered the 2 bound maidservants. Though General Qin Fong bore no visible wounds, he lay stiff and pale, having drawn his last breath upon the bed. Chapter 42. Disguised Ling Rushuang approached the bedside, where the formidable commander of the Blue Field Xuanjia, Qin Fong, lay in a pitiful state, lifeless on the bed. His corpse was pale, eyes wide open, mouth agape as if he wished to utter something, yet death had claimed him before he could speak, freezing him in that moment. Have you ascertained the cause of death? Ling Rushuang inquired. County Magistrate Li shook his head. General Qin perished within this office. I dared not make any assumptions and thus requested General Ling to assess the situation. Having encountered numerous corpses, Ling Rushuang felt no fear. However, the sight of Qin Fong and Apos' exposed body left her somewhat displeased. She scrutinized every part of the corpse and then gently pressed her hand against his chest. Understanding dawned upon her. The assailant possessed formidable internal strength, their vital energy akin to a blade, yet no external wounds marred the skin. In the act of murder, they had targeted the heart and awakens meridians, sparing the other organs, a skill rarely seen in this world. She noted that such an individual was not present on the list of visitors to Changming County. A name suddenly flickered in her mind. Just as she was about to investigate further, footsteps echoed from outside. She turned to Magistrate Li. Who approaches? General Ling, it has been a long time. Came the voice of Zhao Ziki, who entered the room. Greetings, young master of the Blue Field. Ling Rushuang replied coolly, offering no bow. Her impression of him was far from favorable. It was an aversion devoid of specific reason, simply a matter of distaste. Upon hearing of Uncle Qin and awakens demise within this county office, I am deeply saddened. General Ling, having arrived before me, have you discerned the manner of his death? Zhao Ziki queried. His words were cordial, yet his heart remained untroubled. Qin Fong was a trusted aide of his father, not of his own. His death was inconsequential. Ling Rushuang remained silent and exited the room, casting a final remark to Zhao Ziki. I urge you, young master, to investigate for yourself. Inside, Zhao Ziki and Magistrate Li exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the sudden departure of the sole female general of the Daqian dynasty. Ling Rushuang left the office and mounted her white steed, riding back. The mulberry trees in front of the office were lush and vibrant, their branches intertwining. Sunlight illuminated Ling Rushuang and awakens' exquisite visage, casting a glow upon her fair skin. Uncle Jian Shou, is that you? She murmured softly. Days later, Qin Fong and awakens' death did not stir much commotion. The county had sealed the news. While it was inevitable that some information would leak, only a few would take notice. Some in the martial world who heard of the incident even applauded, considering the recent massacre outside the city still fresh in their minds. Before the Yu residence, celebrations abounded. The area was adorned with festive decorations, from vibrant red lanterns lining the street to firecracker wrappers scattered across the stone-paved road, and couplets pasted on every home. An array of jubilant items filled the air with festivity. The relatively wide avenue in the county was bustling with activity, merchants and martial heroes converging. They presented their invitations, ushered in by various family servants. Wang Chusher observed the lively scene, feeling a mix of admiration for the Yu family and awakens' grandiosity and concern over when he might finally gain entry. Beside him, Li Tingchan seemed to read his thoughts. There are still 2 hours until the wedding banquet begins. There is no need to rush. Follow me to prepare. Then take the invitation and wait your turn to blend into the gathering. Wang Chusher was taken aback. Miss Li, will you not accompany me inside? Li Tingchan regarded him with a look of incredulity but remained silent. Wang Chusher, feeling a wave of shame, lowered his gaze. Indeed, his objective was to assassinate Yu Ting. Entering alongside Li Tingchan would surely expose her. Soon, Li Tingchan led Wang Chusher back to their private room at the inn. There, the tall figure of Jian Shou stood, busily working with various items in hand, including false beards and makeup. Jian Shou looked at Wang Chusher. I will assist you in your disguise. Unless encountered by someone intimately familiar with you, you shall be nearly unrecognizable. Wang Chusher nodded, closing his eyes. Jian Shou approached, his hands moving with the swiftness of the wind. In a short while, Wang Chusher opened his eyes to behold a copper mirror before him. The reflection showed a man resembling one in his 40s, with a long beard, gaunt features, and a face marked with blemishes. Li Tingchan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Uncle Jian Shou's skills remain sharp. This technique must have allowed you to evade numerous pursuers in the past. Jian Shou chuckled. My skill, the faceless ghost hand, can alter one's bone structure without inflicting harm, striking at the heart and awakens' meridians while leaving no trace. Indeed, it has served me well in this chaotic world. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Yu residence. A continuous stream of guests came to offer their congratulations. Wang Chusher stood in line, unable to suppress a wry smile. For the queue ahead seemed interminable. How long must he wait? He hoped he would not still be outside when the banquet commenced. Li Tingchan had mentioned that after Yu Ting and Lu Shuan completed the various ceremonies, they would take turns to toast each table of guests. That would be the opportune moment to act. A few days prior, a general who had blocked the road outside the city had died. Could it be that he had offended the martial world too gravely and was slain by a heroic figure? I heard that when he passed, 2 charming maidens were by his side. Perhaps it was merely a case of sudden misfortune, rather than a master of the martial arts claiming his life. Wang Chusher steeled himself, attentively listening to the discussions around him, curiosity stirring within. The general? Could it be the commander of the Lantian Chuanjia division? Who would be audacious enough to dare slay a court official at this juncture? One can only hope that the death of Qin Fong would not introduce any unforeseen complications to this endeavor. After approximately an hour, it was finally Wang Chusher and awakens' turn. He presented his invitation. The individual responsible for inspecting it merely glanced at it, confirming its authenticity. After relaying some inconsequential information, he permitted Wang Chusher to enter the courtyard. Although Wang Chusher possessed an invitation, his name was not well known in the martial world, so no one accompanied him. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with a cacophony of voices. A cursory glance revealed there were already 200 or 300 guests present. However, the U residence was expansive, and the numerous banquet tables had yet to fill the courtyard. Following the table number on his invitation, Wang Chushi located his designated spot, which was against the wall and already occupied. 3 men and a woman adorned in identical attire occupied the table. Upon seeing Wang Chushi approach, they deduced that he must be the final guest. The tallest among them stood and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, brother. I am Wang Yo, unaffiliated. Wang Chushi returned the gesture and introduced himself with a fabricated identity. The tall man paused momentarily upon hearing the name, then smiled. A fine name, rich in rustic charm. The others shared their own reactions, for in this era of the martial world, who would still use such an old-fashioned name? The girl among them could not help but let out a small laugh, only to cover her mouth in surprise as if startled like a fawn. Wang Chushi felt no animosity towards them. Rather, he found them to be light-hearted and chuckled. My parents bestowed this name upon me. I dare not alter it. I hope I do not cause you to laugh. It is of no consequence. It was my junior sister who was impolite, the tall man replied. I am Zhang Kuei, and these two are Li Ming and Zhao Tang. He then gestured to the only girl at the table, Zheng Yuanyi, my junior sister. We all hail from the Qingshan sword sect. Zheng Yuanyi smiled shyly at Wang Chushi. As Wang Chushi took his seat, the group was about to engage in conversation when suddenly, a few tables ahead, guests exclaimed, "It is a distinguished disciple of the Tianjin sect." No sooner had they cried out than a servant of the Yu family announced loudly, Tianjin sect presents 1 Lu Taojiandan as a wedding gift. Wang Chushi looked up to see a group of 5 emerging from the main hall of the Yu residence. As one of the 10 most powerful factions in the world, the Tianjin sect certainly would not be subjected to the queue. Their gift would undoubtedly be received personally by the family head, emphasizing its significance. All 5 individuals wore azure robes and boar swords at their waists. They were adorned with elegant accessories and possessed striking features, standing out amidst the throng of martial artists. The leader of the group was exceptionally tall and handsome, far surpassing any man Wang Chushi had encountered. However, in terms of martial prowess, he seemed inferior to the Taoist known as Li Xuanjun. The handsome man appeared to sense Wang Chushi's scrutiny and glanced towards his table. Lin Shixiang, what is it? Someone beside him inquired. Lin Ge shook his head without responding, yet a hint of doubt stirred within him. Who was that bearded fellow with the pockmarked face who had glanced at him? Why did he sense a latent danger from this man? Logically, those who could surpass him in skill should not be nameless in the martial world. Yet, upon examining his appearance, he did not resemble any prominent figure in the martial arts community. Have I been overly anxious in recent days? Lin Ge pondered inwardly. In the past few days, significant events in the martial world had unfolded one after another, yet what captured his attention was not the innate opportunities or the massacre outside Changming County, but rather that Li Xuanjun, the elusive first disciple of the Xuanjun Temple. It was rumored that he had become an unparalleled master, no longer seeking opponents among the younger generation but instead aspiring to match the strength of the older generation. The likes of Hui Kong from the Xiankong Temple and Li Tingchan from the Qingwei Pavilion were formidable adversaries. Now, as he barely stood at the peak of the second tier, he found himself at the bottom among the young disciples of the 10 great factions. This left Lin Ge feeling quite anxious. As soon as the Tianjin sect members took their seats, another announcement was made. Yuang Valley presents 300-year-old ginseng roots as a wedding gift. Xiankong Temple offers a relic of the Buddha as a wedding gift. Chapter 44. Toast. The monk Hui Kong was the first to emerge from the main hall, followed by a trio from the Medicine King Valley. It was curious to see the master from the Hanging Temple looking so youthful and handsome. Why were these two sects appearing together? Had and Oppos, T. The Medicine King Valley always shunned the world, even absent from the last grand ceremony of the Heavenly Sword sect? What brought them to this grand wedding today? Luo Yun timidly clutched the sleeve of Granny C, her cheeks flushed from the murmurs surrounding her. She had never encountered such a crowd in the Medicine King Valley, let alone being the subject of their discourse. Chen Kan, noticing her discomfort, swaggered through the throng with self-satisfaction. Many martial artists displayed surprise that these two sects chose not to sit at the front, but instead navigated through the crowd to find a corner table. Wang Chushi and Oppos, S. gaze sharpened. The 4 were approaching his direction. Would his assassination of Yu Ting be exposed? However, he soon relaxed. They merely settled at the table beside him. Although close, it indicated that he had not been discovered. As soon as Hui Kong sat down, he suddenly looked at Wang Chushi, inquiring, "Benefactor, why do you gaze so intently at us for?" Luo Yun and Chun can also turn their attention to Wang Chushi. Having noticed that this rather unattractive elder had been watching them, Wang Chushi feigned an apologetic demeanor. "I am a wanderer with no sect, having never encountered true disciples from esteemed sects. Thus, I have gazed a bit too long. I hope you will not take offense." The members of the Qingshan Sword sect also greeted Hui Kong and his companions. Zhang Kuei remarked, "Please do not mind. Mr. Wang has no ill intentions. We are from the Qingshan Sword sect and have had the honor of meeting the Bodhisattva and esteemed disciples of the Medicine King Valley." The slight misunderstanding was resolved, and they exchanged polite salutations. The 4 began conversing among themselves while Wang Chushi refrained from joining, instead observing the entry of the various factions. Aside from the Heavenly Sword sect, the Hanging Temple, and the Medicine King Valley, other prominent sects had sent representatives. Yet none seemed to lead the way like Hui Kong and Li Xuanjun. Before long, he spotted Li Tingchan's arrival, clad in white. Her long black hair cascaded naturally down her back, adorned only by a veil that allowed glimpses of her exquisite beauty. Her appearance elicited gasps from the crowd, with many unreserved martial artists shouting praises of Fairy Qinghua. With Li Tingchan's entrance, nearly all the martial factions attending the wedding had gathered. A steward emerged from the main hall, addressing the guests. The bride and groom are ready for their vows. Please indulge. Wang Chusher naturally began to partake of the offerings. The delicacies on the table could be considered a feast for ordinary folk outside. Next, the groom will toast. The steward announced, stepping back into the hall. Another figure emerged. Yu Fengjin, who bowed to the assembled martial artists before stepping aside for a man and woman clad in red wedding garments. Yu Ting excitedly grasped Lu Xuan and Appo's hand, his face beaming with pride. Though he understood this was merely a staged wedding, for the martial heroes present, it was all too real. Despite their apparent disdain for the court, the so-called martial folk were envious of anyone who could forge connections with powerful officials. Lu Xuan belonged to the Lu family. One of the contemporary leaders, Lu Jingting, who was renowned throughout the realm. What martial artist did not yearn for fame? In stark contrast to Yu Teng's exuberance, Lu Xuan appeared remarkably calm. Though she was holding Yu Ting and Appo's hand, there was no sense of intimacy. Instead, she cast a glance towards a corner. Unnoticed by all save Wang Chusher, he subtly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that everything was in order. Yu Ting began to lead Lu Xuan around the tables to toast the guests. When they reached Li Tingchan and Appo's table, it was laden with food and drink. Yet she sat alone. Is this table only for Miss Li? Yu Ting inquired as he approached for a toast. Li Tingchan ignored him, instead turning to Lu Xuan, advising, be cautious, Don and Appo's hurt yourself. Lu Xuan understood the underlying meaning, smiling and nodding in agreement. Of course. Yu Ting, feeling somewhat awkward at being disregarded, boasted, I'll take care of Xuan's drinks, so you needn't worry about her health. Li Tingchan remained silent. Yu Teng, seeking further amusement, moved on to the Heavenly Sword sect, where the customary compliments were exchanged. As each major faction had been acknowledged, finally. When Wang Chusher and the Qinshan Sword sect were nearing the end of their meal, Yu Ting, still leading Lu Xuan, approached their table. Wang Chusher paused, one hand pressing against the chair, subtly exerting pressure, his body tensing, though his ample robe concealed his movements from prying eyes. Chapter 45, Assassination. The crisp and fragrant liquor flowed into the jug. Li Xuanjun picked up the wine pot, inhaled its aroma with satisfaction, and hung it at his waist. Suddenly intrigued, he gazed at the myriad of martial artists in the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something peculiar. His eyes were drawn to a corner where the dim-witted second young master of the Yu family was preparing to toast. Though his appearance had changed, his aura remained unchanged. Had he received an invitation? Or was he infiltrating for some ulterior motive? The disguise was commendable, yet the essence within remained the same. A top-tier expert unfamiliar with Wang Chusher might find it challenging to see through his ruse, but Li Xuanjun was different. He had acquired the longevity technique from Wang Chusher, making him well-versed in the nature of his true energy. Should he expose his identity? Li Xuanjun mused. Just as he contemplated this, a voice interrupted him. Li Daozhang. Shall we spar after this wedding banquet? It was Lin Ge, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and their tables were not far apart. Li Xuanjun cast a sidelong glance at the young swordsman. With another decade of practice, you might be able to contend with my former self from a month ago. His words were brash and arrogant. You. A member from the Heavenly Sword sect at the same table was about to draw his sword, but was restrained by Lin Ge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ge stood and said, I have heard that you have become a top-tier expert after your battle outside the city, surpassing our level. I, Lin Ge, humbly seek your guidance. Is this true? Li Xuanjun chuckled lightly, disregarding the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and instead focused on the unfolding drama. He noticed the young man, Wang Chusher, seemed to be gathering his composure. He watched Yu Ting, who was toasting at the table ahead, silently vowing, Sister, I will avenge you this time. Congratulations, Master Yu, on finding such a fitting match and establishing a lasting bond. Monk Huikong raised his hand to block the offered wine cup. You flatter me, but as a monk, I should not receive your toast. That is my fault. Yu Ting replied with a smile. He then turned to toast the people from the Medicine King Valley. Granny C returned the gesture but did not drink. I have not touched liquor in many years. Today is not the day, she said. Excessive drinking is indeed harmful, especially with my family's treasured 1,000-mile fragrant liquor, Yu Ting remarked. He then offered to toast Luo Yun and Chen Shun. Chen Shin cheerfully clinked his cup with Yu Teng, while Luo Yun remained passive. She looked at Yu Teng with some disdain, her gaze instead filled with curiosity and kindness for Lu Xuan. Lu Xuan, sensing a kindred spirit in the girl, smiled gently at her. Luo Yun returned the smile. After toasting several individuals, Yu Ting strode toward Wang Chusher. Chen Shin leaned close to Luo Yun and whispered, Why did you not return his toast? That is quite impolite. Luo Yun responded softly. He gives me an uncomfortable feeling. He is not a good person. Granny C observed the two whispering and shook her head with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Monk Huikong's attention was not on them. He appeared to frown at Wang Chushi. Wang Chushi, gazing at Yutong, recalled his mother's frail form, held captive by those cloaked figures. His breath quickened. He envisioned the blade from that fateful night, the flames, and the blood. He could see his mother's face. Crack! The sound of a splintering wooden chair abruptly silenced the surroundings. Curious martial artists turned their heads toward the commotion. Yuting looked perplexed at the table about to receive the wine. What happened? He wondered. Why did that rather unattractive fellow suddenly stand, and his chair broke? The members of the Qingshan Sword sect exchanged glances, equally bewildered by Wang Chushi's behavior. Li Tingchong, ever observant, sighed softly, regretting her agreement to Wang Chushi's request. Lu Shuwan, beside Yutong, felt a sudden tightness in her chest, gripping Yutong's sleeve instinctively harder. What's wrong, Shuwan? Were you frightened? Yuting asked. Sensing the tug on his sleeve, mistakenly believing Lu Shuwan was startled by the suddenly standing figure, Wang Chushi, aware of his earlier indiscretion, felt the urgency to rectify his behavior. I apologize for startling you, young master Yu. I am a rough martial man from the Jianghu, having long aspired to join a great sect. Meeting someone of your caliber for the first time left me a bit overzealous. Please forgive me, he said while pretending to search for a gift in his possession. Yuting frowned. His family lacked for nothing. What could this unsightly man possibly offer? He certainly did not wish to sully his hands with worthless trinkets. Thus, he replied, no harm done. Since you have such aspirations, I wish you great success and fulfillment in your endeavors. As Yuting spoke, he leaned forward to raise his cup and toast. Wang Chushi, head down, seemed unwilling to abandon his search for a gift. Yuting, feeling disdainful, maintained his composure and chose not to stop Wang Chushi, deciding instead to toast others first. He slightly turned, raised his cup, and prepared to drink. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight illuminated his face, followed by a glint that caught his eye. Was that a blade? Chapter 46. Unfinished. The cold blade glimmered under the warm sunlight. Yutong's expression shifted. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp pain surged through his waist, the sensation of the blade piercing his flesh. Wang Chushi sneered, exerting force with his grip, intent on driving the blade entirely into Yuting and Appo's body. However, he encountered resistance. The dagger seemed stuck. At that moment, Yuting realized. Suppressing his pain, he bellowed. There is an assassin. Wang Chushi glanced down and discovered the cause of the obstruction. Beneath Yuting's wedding attire lay a layer of golden silk armor. His enraged thrust had merely pierced the armor, embedding the tip of the blade into Yuting's waist, a wound insufficient to be fatal. Hearing Yuting's furious shout, Wang Chushi gritted his teeth, resolved to fight back. The true energy from his dantian flowed throughout his body, converging into his palm. He launched a powerful palm strike towards Yuting and Appo's chest. Now at the pinnacle of the second tier, his speed was astonishing. Yuting had no time to react, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Yet Wang Chushi knew that this strike would only severely injure Yuting. To truly end him, another blow was required. Wang Chushi leaped into the air, pursuing Yuting's tumbling form, but someone was faster. The robes billowed as the figure soared. Upon hearing Yuting's roar, Monk Wukong had already leaped up to confront the oncoming Wang Chushi. Monk, step aside. Wang Chushi barked, striking out with his palm, the true energy swirling violently, causing nearby dishes and wine bowls to scatter chaotically. Wukong did not respond. He met the attack with his own palm, a faint image of a Buddha appearing behind him. Bang! The two formidable forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their seats torn asunder by the energy waves. The two figures clashed midair, their true energies locked in a stalemate. At that moment, Wang Chushi's disguise was rendered ineffective. The dispersing energy ripped away his facial hair, revealing a youthful visage. It's you. So it was you. A shocked Yuting staggered back upon seeing Wang Chushi's face. Get lost. Wang Chushi, feeling frantic, roared. He longed to eliminate Yuting immediately. Yet the monk obstructed him. Channeling all his true energy from his dantian, he aimed to overpower Monk Huikong. Meanwhile, Huikong's composure was shaken. This young man, though still in his youth, had reached the pinnacle of the second tier, truly a prodigy. Moreover, the nature of his true energy seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of the Qingmu longevity technique from the Xianjin temple. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Wang Chushi's palm strike surged in power. Wukong had no time to react and was sent sprawling. He staggered to regain his footing, determined to intervene once more, but Wang Chushi had already vanished. Standing before Yuting, the brief interval had passed unnoticed, and at last, the gathered crowd of martial artists reacted. An assassin has infiltrated the Yu residence. One exclaimed. This young man is a second-tier master? Wasn't the one arranged the master Huikong from the Xiankong temple? The disciples of the Qingshan Sword sect stood agape. The infamous Wang Yo was, in fact, an assassin of second-tier prowess. Zhang Kuei and Appo's face darkened with worry, having been so amicable towards Wang Yo. Would they now be seen as accomplices by the Yu family? Amidst the commotion, the crowd murmured, yet none moved to intervene, regardless of the opponent's second-tier status. There were numerous skilled fighters within the Yu residence, far beyond their concern. As Wang Chushi was about to deliver a decisive blow to Yuting and Appo's head, A longsword shot forth from the main hall. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, Wang Chushi had no time to execute his strike. He glimpsed the sword hurtling toward him, and without evasion, he would surely be pierced through the chest. This was the strike of a supreme master. Wang Chushi, disregarding everything, swiftly executed a flip in the air, narrowly avoiding the blade. The sword, like a streak of celestial light, whizzed past him. Blood droplets splattered, glistening like jewels in the sunlight. Wang Chushi landed, turning towards the direction of the sword's origin, his expression grave. Although he had not been directly pierced, his shoulder bore a wound. Emerging from the main hall was the owner of the longsword, Yu Fengjian, a master of unparalleled skill. Yu Fengjian regarded Wang Chushi with a steely gaze. So it is you. Why have you harmed my son? Wang Chushi retorted with a cold smile. Your son has committed numerous heinous acts. Are you aware? Yu Fengjian's expression remained calm. Even if my son has erred, it is I who should punish him, not you who should resort to indiscriminate killing. Since you have grievously injured my son, you shall pay with your life. In an instant, Yu Fengjian sprang forth, employing his exceptional agility to charge at Wang Chushi. As the supreme master made his move, the crowd understood the inevitable conclusion. The assassin was doomed. Lao Yun from the Medicine King Valley shook his head, having expected the assassin to eliminate the loathsome adversary. Suddenly, Lao Yun froze, hearing a clear voice resonate, Master Yu. The duel outside the city has yet to conclude. Lao Yun looked up to see the silhouette of a young Taoist, the first disciple of the Xianjin Temple, Li Xuanjin. Chapter 47. The struggle. Li Xuanjin was not an inherently capricious individual. Within the confines of the temple, he adhered closely to the council of the elders. Outside the temple, he did not act solely on impulse, unless he felt that one person was truly worth his defiance. For instance, Wang Chushi. This was not merely due to his connection to the innate opportunity, but also because Wang was someone he found relatively agreeable. Li Xuanjin soared into the air, his speed surpassing that of Yu Fengjian. He positioned himself directly in Yu Fengjian's path. As his Taoist robe billowed, he unleashed a series of white sword energies from his fingertips. The technique known as the white rainbow sword finger. Yu Fengjian was well acquainted with this move, having employed it previously in combat against that old servant outside the city. He had even countered the signature technique of the Desert Demon sect, the black wind from the sleeve, which was undeniably formidable. Yu Fengjian promptly summoned his true energy, raising his sword sheath defensively, spinning it to form a sword shield. Wave after wave of white sword fingers struck against the shield. Yu Fengjian struggled to maintain his defense, unable to utilize his lightness skill to land gracefully. Despite his efforts, the tremendous force compelled him to retreat step by step. Simultaneously, Yu Feng and Amp Apos' eyes were filled with astonishment as he observed Li Xuanjin and Amp Apos' prowess. How could he possess such strength? Only days ago, he had required assistance against that old servant. The onlookers from the martial world were utterly dumbfounded at this scene. The foremost disciple of Xuanjin Temple was overpowering the head of the Yu family. One might wonder why he was aiding that assassin. Could it be that Xuanjin Temple intended to engage in conflict with the Qiqing sect? This seemed improbable. Only the members of the Heavenly Sword sect appeared perturbed. Brother Lin, this technique, the white rainbow sword finger, is a closely guarded secret of our Heavenly Sword sect. How could it fall into the hands of another? One disciple addressed Lin Gu. Lin Gu shook his head. Indeed, it resembles our white rainbow sword finger, but I am at a loss as to how it came to be in someone else's possession. A disciple immediately drew his sword. Brother, should we not capture Li Xuanjin and interrogate him about the origins of the white rainbow sword finger? Lin Gu laughed bitterly. The clash of supreme masters is beyond our capacity to interfere. Merely avoiding the backlash would be fortuitous enough. Having witnessed the true might of top-tier martial artists, Lin Gu understood that they operated on an entirely different level. It was uncertain whether he could even match that assassin in a one-on-one duel. Li Xuanjin had effectively blocked Yu Fengjian and Amp Apos' advance, but seemed less intent on defeating him than on engaging in a protracted struggle. Their figures intertwined amidst the chaos of battle, leaving a scene of utter devastation in their wake, with shattered tables and chairs strewn across the ground. Many martial artists, caught off guard, were injured by the residual force, relying on their fellow disciples for support to avoid collapsing. Li Xuanjin, if my son dies, I shall hold you personally responsible. Xuanjin Temple cannot initiate hostilities against the Qiqing sect. Yu Fengjian, wielding his sword sheath, defended against Li Xuanjin and Amp Apos' fierce onslaught, gritting his teeth in fury. Li Xuanjin, however, remained unfazed. Can you truly speak for the Qiqing sect? Merely days ago, I had a cordial conversation with your sect's Master Lu. Unable to intimidate Li Xuanjin, Yu Fengjian resorted to emotional appeal. Even so, our sects have a profound friendship. Are you truly willing to jeopardize our alliance for the sake of this youth, whom you barely know? Li Xuanjin, still not drawing his frost snow sword, parried with his sword sheath and replied with a smile. Let us dispense with this superfluous dialogue. Let us continue our sparring from outside the city, with restraint. Yu Fengjian seethed with rage, aware that his second son could not perish, at least not at this moment. Meanwhile, Wang Chushi found himself unable to eliminate Yu Teng. He was currently encircled by several martial artists, employing his skills to counter their attacks. At this grand wedding feast, the most powerful factions observed with detached amusement, witnessing Wang Chushi and Amp, Oppo's assassination attempt. However, some factions allied with the Yu family sent their masters to obstruct Wang Chushi, yet they were merely second or third-rate figures. Confronted with Wang Chushi, who cultivated the longevity technique, they could only strive to entangle him. This vast courtyard had descended into chaos. Most martial guests had retreated to the periphery, leaving a battleground in the center. Monk Huikong, having intervened earlier, was now mingling among the group from the Medicine King Valley. His initial effort to thwart Wang Chushi was merely to save a life. However, he had overheard a conversation between Wang Chushi and Yu Fengjin that hinted at deeper implications. It seemed the second young master of the Yu family had committed heinous acts, prompting Wang Chushi to seek retribution, given that there were causes and effects at play. As a practitioner of the Buddhist faith, Huikong deemed it inappropriate to meddle excessively. Li Tingshan observed Wang Chushi. The youth was undeniably too young, excessively impetuous, perhaps blinded by vengeance, neglecting certain steps in his plan. He failed to publicize Yu Ting and Oppo's misdeeds beforehand, which could have garnered him some sympathy. At the very least, this might have deterred some conscientious individuals from aiding the Yu family. The masters of the Yu family have arrived. Li Tingshan's keen perception alerted her to the sound of footsteps in the main hall. Approximately 3 or 4 individuals, all first-rate experts. Chapter 48. Revenge. In the main hall of the Yu residence, several figures clad in azure robes swept in. They appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. Their long swords drawn and glinting with a chilling light, advancing directly towards Wang Chushi. Some household guards, armed with clubs, rushed into the courtyard. Observing the fierce struggle between Wang Chushi and the martial artists, the combat evenly matched. They felt an instinctive urge to retreat, but, bound by orders, could only assist from the periphery, hesitant to engage directly. Upon seeing their 4 masters arrive, relief washed over them, their gazes hardening with resolve. Surrounded by these martial artists, Wang Chushi noticed the 4 masters approaching and saw Yu Tung being assisted towards the main hall. A tempest of fury surged within him. Could this assassination attempt truly fail? No. This was utterly unacceptable. Wang Chushi roared internally, channeling the long life technique to its limits, an unending stream of true energy surging from his dantian. Yu Tung, you killed my mother. I shall ensure your demise. With a thunderous shout, Wang Chushi's aura surged. In a heartbeat, a formidable wave of true energy erupted from his being, enveloping half the vast courtyard. Is this breaking through to the realm of true energy? Li Tingshan squinted. Grandmother, look. It's a breakthrough. Luo Yun exclaimed, tugging at the hand of old Madame C. The old matriarch affectionately ruffled her hair. All right. I see it. A breakthrough in true energy, as the term suggests, occurs when a martial artist's internal energy reaches a critical threshold, shattering previous limits and elevating their martial prowess. However, this state is fleeting and can inflict damage upon one's meridians, leading to potential injuries. Die. Wang Chushi's hairpin had been knocked off at some point, his long hair flowing wildly like a madman. In that instant, he felt the elevation of his realm and the potency of martial arts. The long life technique he practiced was inherently superior to most martial arts in existence. With this foundation, his strength now far surpassed that of the surrounding martial artists. Seizing a long sword from an unknown source, he infused it with true energy and sliced fiercely. The sword energy surged, breaking through the encirclement of his foes. Yet, at that moment, the 4 masters of the Yu residence had arrived. Their long swords were poised before them, forming a sword array that sealed off all of Wang Chushi's escape routes. In the next instant, he was set to be pinned by the 4 blades. The 4-symbol sword array of the Qingqing sect was renowned for its ability to thwart even the wind within its formation. Li Tingshan recognized the sword array employed by the 4 and shook her head in dismay. It seemed that Wang Chushi was in grave peril. She realized she would need to intervene. If exposed, so be it. The court had already received new correspondence and plans had shifted. The collaboration between the Lu family and the Yu family was no longer of paramount importance. As she contemplated her course of action, an astonishing scene unfolded before her. Images flashed through Wang Chushi's mind, those of Shangbai village, his mother, his younger sister. They flickered in a rapid sequence, ultimately crystallizing upon the precipice of the Enlightenment cliff. The long life technique. In a sudden movement, Wang Chushi evaded the 4 swords with an uncanny agility. The 4 masters of the Yu residence were momentarily taken aback. How could this be? The 4-symbol sword array of the Qingqing sect was nearly impervious to flaws. Even the most elite martial artists could only break it through sheer force. Yet, this assassin had eluded it with mere footwork. Is this the martial art that directly reaches the innate realm? Li Tingshan murmured to herself, acknowledging that she had underestimated the long life technique. Outside the city, amid the golden glow, Li Tingshan had also gained insight, albeit perhaps hindered by the incompatibility between the inner cultivation methods of the Qingwei pavilion and the long life technique. Although she had grasped fragments of the technique, she found it intriguing yet perplexing. Wang Chushi, utilizing his peculiar footwork to evade the 4-symbol sword array, launched a series of thrusts with his longsword. The 4 masters of the Yu residence were caught off guard, each struck in the chest before they could react. Yutong, meet your end. Wang Chusher cried, advancing toward Yutong. Seeing Wang Chushi's frenzied demeanor, Yutong was gripped by terror, desperately trying to hasten his steps. But his injuries weighed him down. The second-rate Yu family martial artist sent to assist him could hardly afford to hesitate. He had not anticipated Wang Chusher's rapid approach and was now forced to hoist Yutong onto his back, attempting to use lightness skills to flee swiftly. However, Wang Chusher was swifter still, his sword like a meteor, aimed at the two of them. Tinger! Yufeng bellowed, his true energy surging violently, forcing Li Xuanjun away. He executed his lightness skill, dashing toward Wang Chusher like a streak of azure light. With a piercing sound, the long sword plunged into flesh, warm blood seeping down the blade. Wang Chusher knelt, looking skyward in a mournful howl, his expression a blend of tears and laughter. Mother, your son has avenged you. Chapter 49, Declaration Ting and Oppos. The mournful cry of Yufeng Jin echoed through the skies above the Yu residence. The figure clad in green staggered, the sword sheath intended for battle slipping from trembling hands and clattering to the ground, producing a sorrowful clang akin to iron weeping. He advanced step by step toward the slightly corpulent corpse lying on the ground. Tears welled in the middle-aged man and Amp, Oppos' eyes as he bent over, cradling his son and Amp, Oppos' lifeless body. The green garments trailed on the ground, stained with warm blood. In that moment, he was no longer a supreme master but a father bereaved of his son. Yu Fengxian's hand caressed Yuteng's face, murmuring something inaudible. The young murderer seemed exhausted, lying on the ground with a vacant gaze fixed upon the heavens. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the Yu residence. Amitabha. Monk Wukong sighed deeply, uttering a Buddhist chant. Ignoring the filth beneath him, he sat cross-legged. Thus have I heard, he began, as the Buddha preached in the Trayastrimsa heaven for his mother. Luo Yun felt a tinge of sorrow. From the very beginning, she had harbored a dislike for the young master of the Yu family, yet now that he was truly dead, it seemed unjust that he had to meet such an end. She looked up at Granny C and mused. Why can't I feel happy about the death of someone I despise? Granny C sighed softly, ruffling Luo Yun's hair, because, little Yun, you are still kind-hearted. Li Xuanjun and Li Tingchan remained silent. The various figures of the martial world reacted in diverse ways. Some sighed, others expressed sympathy, and some scoffed. What had begun as a joyous wedding banquet had devolved into a tragedy of human relationships, merely a cycle of mutual hatred. Had T the assassin proclaimed that it was the young master of the Yu family who had killed his mother? Yufeng Jian held Yuteng's corpse tightly, his self-muttering gradually fading away. With one arm, he lifted Yuteng, disregarding Wang Chusher, and stepped toward the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted and turned to face everyone present, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Wang Chusher. At that moment, Wang Chusher slowly rose, locking his eyes onto Yufeng Jian's. Their gazes collided, both men perceiving the murderous intent within each other's eyes. Yufeng Jian understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to slay Wang Chusher today. Not solely due to Li Xuanjun but also because of Wang Chushi's status. This beast before him, the murderer of his son, was likely intertwined with the innate opportunity. Should he kill him, it would mean positioning the Yu family against the entire martial world. Thus, the four elite masters of the Yu family merely aimed to capture Wang Chusher rather than to kill him. Wang Chusher rose, stating, "Your son killed my mother. I killed your son. You should take my life in return. Yet, your hesitation indicates that you harbor doubts. I am aware of your concerns. In this world, karma returns in kind. I welcome you to kill me." Turning to the gathered martial heroes, he continued. "I know that most of you present are familiar with me and are eager to uncover my secrets. I shall disclose this. The internal cultivation technique I practice is named Changxingju, which directly pertains to the innate path of martial arts." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Most of the martial practitioners visiting the Yu family had already speculated that the so-called innate opportunity was undoubtedly linked to Wang Chusher. However, without confirmation, doubts lingered. Now, having heard it firsthand, all uncertainties dissipated. "So, you are the so-called innate opportunity?" Lin Gu of the Tiandao sect inquired immediately. "By revealing your secret now, do you intend for us to protect you at the hands of the Yu family patriarch?" Another martial artist scoffed. "If that is your plan, I would merely assist the Yu patriarch in capturing you and seizing your cultivation technique." Li Tingchan furrowed her brow, puzzled by Wang Chusher's intentions. Wang Chusher surveyed the disordered crowd and declared, "I am not the innate opportunity, or rather, I possess only a fragment of it." Wang Chusher was uncertain whether the place he had entered truly constituted what the martial world referred to as the innate opportunity. Yet, the visions he had witnessed upon the cliff of enlightenment were sufficient to demonstrate that the martial prowess of those above far surpassed that of the top masters of the great Qian. Continuing, Wang Chusher exclaimed, "Beneath the sky, there exists a location I have yet to name. For now, let us refer to it as the secret realm. This realm is a paradise of caves and heavens, where the sun, moon, and stars, and the flow of time, differ from the outside world. Within this secret realm lies a cliff, smooth as a mirror, harboring extraordinary skills. My Changxingju was derived from this place." At this, Wang Chusher turned to Yufeng Jian and said, "I have alleviated your doubts. Now, come and kill me." With one arm cradling his son's corpse, Yufeng Jian prepared to strike. Since this beast was oblivious to the gravity of his situation, espousing grand ideals of vengeance, he resolved that death was the only fitting end for him. Gathering his vital energy in his palm, he was poised to unleash a powerful blow. However, Lin Go from the Tiandao sect urgently interjected, "Patriarch, wait." He glanced at Wang Chushi and asked, "How do we seek the secret realm you spoke of?" Given its vastness, Wang Chushi inhaled deeply, beyond Bai village, at the cliffs of Yixianshan. Chapter 50. The night forest in the dense darkness of the mountains. A figure moved like a specter, pursued by a throng of torch-bearing individuals. The flickering flames revealed their finely crafted armor. The figure they chased crushed the brittle twigs and fallen leaves beneath his heavy footsteps. Damned court lackeys, how swift they are! The fleeing figure silently cursed within, visibly wounded. And despite his extraordinary agility, his pace was noticeably hindered. An arrow whistled through the air, striking from behind. Gritting his teeth, he drew a dagger from his waist and severed the shaft of the arrow. Yet, another arrow soon found its mark, embedding itself firmly in his shoulder and pinning him against a tree. "You remnants of the celestial demon sect, how dare you show yourselves?" The archer's silhouette was indistinct in the shadows, yet his tall stature and youthful outline were discernible. Fong Lai lowered his bow, releasing a long breath. He commanded the nearby soldiers to retrieve the struck figure. These rogues of the martial world persist in their defiance of authority. Fong Lai harbored a deep disdain for these wanderers, especially after being bested by that young Taoist. Once a centurion of the Lantian Xuanjia division, he had been tasked with safeguarding the heir of Lantian. Unexpectedly, the heir had arrived at Changming County, where Fong Lai's own hometown lay, prompting him to request leave for a family visit. Just as he reunited with his mother and sister, he heard the heir and amp, Apos' voice, learning of the pursuit by enemies. Reluctantly, he intervened, but alas, the opponent proved too formidable. It was said he was a peerless master, and Fong Lai understood all too well why he had fallen so swiftly. He bore the Taoist and Apos' prowess with resignation, yet how could a mere lackey of the celestial demon sect dare to stir trouble within his territory? Fong Lai regarded the captured member of the celestial demon sect with a cold smirk. "Take him away." Torches illuminated the mountainside, encircling the back cliff of Shangbai village. One after another, tents were pitched in this area. A rough count revealed over 2,000 elite soldiers stationed here. Fong Lai dragged the captive to the main tent, forcefully shoving him inside. Within the spacious tent, low tables and carpets were arranged, suggesting a recent banquet. In the center hung a map, still bearing wood ink. Several individuals stood before it, seemingly engaged in discussion. Ling Ruoshuang turned upon hearing the tent flap rise, only to see a black-clad figure, wounded in the shoulder, stumbling in. Shortly after, the young centurion of the Xuanjia division also entered. "General Fong, what transpired?" Ling Ruoshuang inquired calmly. Fong Lai replied, "This individual is a remnant of the celestial demon sect, having defied the court and Apos' orders to trespass into the one-line sky and Apos' back cliff, whereupon I apprehended him." Ling Ruoshuang expressed a flicker of interest, not because of the trespass itself, since countless martial wanderers had violated the court and Apos' orders since noon today, seeking the so-called innate opportunity, only to be thwarted by her elite forces, a temporary alliance of the Tianjie army and the Xuanjia division. Her curiosity lay instead with the celestial demon sect. Li Tingchan, who had been perusing the map, turned around to scrutinize the captive from the celestial demon sect. "Interesting. There are still remnants of the celestial demon sect? Did they not perish alongside the desert demon sect?" The captive's neck was stiff as he retorted, "The celestial demon does not perish, it merely slumbers. Take him away for now. We shall interrogate him thoroughly tomorrow." Li Tingchan gestured for Fong Lai to withdraw. Fong Lai glanced at Ling Ruoshuang, who nodded in agreement. The captive from the celestial demon sect exited the main tent alongside Fong Lai. Li Tingchan rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling a dull ache. Ever since Wang Chushi had revealed the location of the innate opportunity at the U residence, she had promptly dispatched personnel to contact Ling Ruoshuang and Zhao Ziki, sealing off the back cliff of Shangbai village. Swiftly, she sent a carrier pigeon to the capital, hoping for a quick response from the court. Despite heavy guard, the martial wanderers were relentless, attempting to infiltrate the one-line sky and Apos' back cliff time and again, yet all were captured without exception. The apprehended individuals were far from masters. They were merely petty thieves of the martial world. Meanwhile, those backed by significant powers were coordinating with their respective factions, awaiting their orders. Tonight, with the capture of a member of the celestial demon sect, they had truly caught a substantial fish, albeit a flawed one. "Miss Li, what manner of sect is the celestial demon sect?" Wang Chushi inquired. After proclaiming the existence of the innate opportunity at the U residence, he had not been slain by Yufeng Jian but was instead preserved by Li Xuanjin and Li Tingchan, under the pretext of needing him to guide them. As he had indeed traversed that so-called secret realm, Li Tingchan did not respond immediately, seemingly searching her mind for information regarding the celestial demon sect. It was the slightly inebriated Li Xuanjin who chimed in, "A most abhorrent sect, akin to the desert demon sect of the Great Qian. They cultivate the celestial demon divine skill, which requires the blood of others for body refinement. demanding nothing more than a single drop from the heart. Chapter 51. The formless master Li Tingshan added, they conspired with the white barbarians beyond the pass, slaughtering the lands of 3 counties and coercing the various sects of the martial world to surrender their inner cultivation techniques. Subsequently, when the white barbarians withdrew from Dakian, the Heavenly Devil sect became the target of the world. 16 unparalleled masters ascended to the peak of the Heavenly Devil Mountain and obliterated the sect. Ah, I see. Wang Chusher nodded, feeling rather blind to the intricacies of the martial world. During his time here, he had wished to learn from Li Tingshan and others, yet found himself queried about the secret realm instead. He thus recounted his own experiences first. Daozhong and Miss Li, could you elaborate on the matters of the martial world? Wang Chusher inquired. Just as Li Tingshan was about to respond, Ling Rushuang, gazing at the map, interjected coldly, I find these matters of the martial world exceedingly tiresome. If you wish to discuss them, seek out a place of your own. Moreover, it is quite late. I must retire. Li Tingshan shook her head helplessly, recognizing her sister and aunt, Appo's perennial disposition. After all, Ling Rushuang had been compelled to join the military due to the affairs of the martial world. I shall explain in detail tomorrow. You may return to your tent for now, Li Tingshan said. Although Wang Chusher felt a tinge of regret, he dismissed it, knowing time was abundant and that these few hours were inconsequential. With that, he exited the tent. Outside, Li Xuanzhen was reclining on a low table, savoring his wine. Li Tingshan looked over at him, asking, why Haven and Appos? To you left yet? Li Xuanzhen replied lazily, you may go ahead. I wish to linger in this main tent a while longer. After all, we must properly entertain our guests. Li Tingshan paused momentarily, then smiled, Sister Shuang, let us depart. Ling Rushuang frowned, wishing to remain in the main tent a bit longer. Li Tingshan exchanged a knowing glance with her, though Ling Rushuang was puzzled. Her trust in her clever sister, with whom she had grown up, led her to follow. Once the two departed, only Li Xuanzhen remained in the tent, alongside the meticulously cleaned low table and carpet. The Heavenly Devil is formless and elusive, plundering the heavens from east to west, Li Xuanzhen mused aloud, as if in conversation with an unseen presence. The tent was empty, and after his words faded, silence enveloped the space. If you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall unsheathe my sword, he declared, gently grasping the hilt of the wind and snow sword resting on the ground. Unexpectedly, from the brightly lit corner of the tent, a figure emerged, clad in black. His face was sharp and dignified, with 3 long wisps of beard beneath his chin, though a hint of weariness lingered in his brow. Yet, it was this very weariness that lent him a dangerously captivating aura, akin to a hunter lurking in the shadows. I have been confined by the old fellows in the temple for far too long. What is wrong with enjoying a bit of wine? Li Xuanzhen remarked, eyeing the sudden apparition. The formless master, indeed formless. Had you concealed yourself any better, I might not have discovered you, Li Xuanzhen noted. Oh, how did you discern my identity? The formless master smiled. Because all the others from your Heavenly Devil sect have been slain by my senior brother. Li Xuanzhen grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The formless master's expression turned cold. I have heard that you are the youngest of the contemporary unparalleled masters. Having slain the once formidable Hua Tianqing, subdued Yu Fengjian, and contended with Shinkissing, you have garnered quite a reputation. Yet, I wonder if this fame is genuine or merely a product of ancestral favor. Li Xuanzhen understood well the implication behind the formless master's words, which suggested he relied solely on the wind and snow sword to contend with such opponents. For the sword was renowned as one of the 3 divine weapons of the realm, greatly enhancing a martial artist and Appos as combat prowess. Unfazed, Li Xuanzhen chuckled, in truth. Had your Heavenly Devil sect not fallen so swiftly, your Heavenly Devil staff might have had the chance to become the 4th divine weapon. Alas, you lot are utterly useless. What a pity for the treasures painstakingly gathered over 3 generations by your founder. The formless master's gaze turned icy. I had originally intended to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind. After your demise, may you first learn from the ancestral masters of Xuanzhen Temple how to respect the elders of the martial world. Chapter 52. Escape. As the voice of the form master faded, he struck, raising his hand to unleash a plume of black smoke from his sleeve. This smoke, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged towards the young Taoist priest. Many in the martial world had spoken of its lethal nature, claiming it could poison even the most skilled of masters. Whether these rumors held any truth was uncertain, yet Li Xuanzhen chose not to engage recklessly. He had never truly faced anyone from the celestial demon sect before, unfamiliar with their capabilities and aware of the myriad peculiar martial arts in existence. He was unwilling to risk a misstep. In an instant, he executed a somersault, employing the flowing cloud technique of the Xuanzhen Temple to evade the attack. The black smoke skimmed past him, but before he could fully collect his thoughts, it seemed to possess a will of its own, curving back to strike at his back. Li Xuanzhen sensed the imminent danger, yet fortunately, his internal energy was robust and unfaltering. He forcefully channeled his qi from his dantian through his meridians, releasing a surge that dissipated the remaining black smoke. The powerful wave of energy lifted the tent flap, revealing an empty space outside. save for a solitary torch flickering in the stillness. As Li Xuanjin landed, another wave of black mist surged towards him. Understanding the situation, he shot forth several white rainbow sword gestures from his hands to counter the oncoming black smoke. These energies shattered the black tendrils, dispersing them into the air. The soft sound of fine iron hitting the ground echoed within the tent, confirming his suspicions. Scattered on the ground were slender embroidered needles, still attached to threads that twisted and snaked back into the Form Master's sleeve. Li Xuanjin regarded the figure before him, the Form Master of the Celestial Demon Sect. Renowned for his stealth and lethal precision, the use of embroidered needles as a weapon was indeed fitting. It was no wonder that many who had witnessed his attacks claimed that those struck appeared unscathed yet were devoid of life. With a flick of his wrist, the needles returned to the Form Master's sleeve. Truly impressive, the first disciple of the Xuanjin Temple, the Form Master remarked, conceding, I humbly admit defeat. With that, he deftly pulled at his black garment and seemed to vanish within the confines of the tent, leaving only a solitary piece of cloth behind. Li Xuanjin saw through his ruse and stepped outside the tent, calling out towards a cluster of treetops. Your lightness of foot is commendable, but first, receive my blade. As he spoke, he unsheathed the wind and snow sword, its radiant light illuminating a corner of the encampment. A scream erupted from the distance, and a figure, resembling a bat, abruptly appeared among the treetops before flitting away into the night. Emerging from the adjacent tent were two figures, Li Tingchan and Ling Rushuang. From the remaining tents, a squad of soldiers rushed forth, all of whom had been guarding the camp moments ago. Li Tingchan gazed in the direction where the Celestial Demon Sect member had vanished and inquired, How did you discover him? My sister and I pride ourselves on our keen senses, yet we failed to notice his infiltration. Li Xuanjin sheathed the wind and snow sword, replying, The world knows of the Celestial Demon Club's legendary weapon, the Celestial Demon Staff, which is said to rival divine arms. Yet few are aware that alongside this staff, two other comparable items were forged. One named the Celestial Demon Veil, woven from the silk of the ice silkworm found on Suspended Mountain. If a martial artist dons it, they can obscure their chi, even partially concealing their form, only revealing their outline under the most blazing sunlight. Was that what he was wearing? Li Tingchan inquired. Li Xuanjin shook his head. The Celestial Demon Veil resides within my Xuanjin Temple. What he wore was likely a counterfeit, akin to the replica of the wind and snow sword wielded by my disciples. Coupled with his exceptional lightness of foot, it allowed him to navigate the tent with ease. Li Tingchan furrowed her brow. The Celestial Demon Veil sounds extraordinary, and it seems to directly counter your Qingwe Pavilion's divine weapon, does it not? Li Xuanjin, following her lead, responded with a smile. The divine weapon of the Qingwe Pavilion, the bright moon crown, is rumored to illuminate the surroundings, rendering every movement of its adversaries transparent. Every strike and retreat is laid bare to the wearer's gaze. The Celestial Demon Sect, in its grand ambition, sought to craft 3 divine weapons to counter the various sects of the world. The Celestial Demon Staff was designed to contend with my Xuanjin Temple's wind and snow sword, while the Celestial Demon Veil counters your Qingwe Pavilion and Appo's bright moon crown. The last item, the Demon Relic, was intended to combat the Suspended Temple and Appo's falling treasure ring. As he spoke, his tone elongated. Am I correct, monk of the Suspended Temple? From the forest emerged a young monk, clad in robes, his handsome visage unmistakable. It was none other than the monk Huikong. Chapter 53, The Demon Sect Amitba. Monk Huikong approached the group and chanted a Buddhist mantra. Li Tingchan narrowed her eyes, observing the monk. Master, when did you arrive? She inquired. She pondered to herself that her unique cultivation method from the Qingwe Pavilion granted her exceptional awareness. However, she had stumbled twice this evening. The infiltrator from the Tianluo sect had entered the camp unnoticed, which could be excused given his extraordinary skill and the counterfeit divine weapon he wielded. Yet, this monk, despite being merely of first-rate mastery, had also silently approached their encampment without her awareness, which was indeed astonishing. Monk Huikong maintained a serene expression, seemingly oblivious to the accusatory tone in Li Tingchan's voice. I arrived when Taoist Li drew that sword, he replied calmly. What brings you here, Taoist? Li Tingchan asked. Huikong glanced around at the soldiers standing guard. Tonight, there are unwelcome guests, whom I have confined within the tent. I wish to inquire how you, Miss Li, and General Lin intend to deal with them. Are they also from the demon sect? Li Xuanjin raised an eyebrow. Huikong nodded. It seems that not only my Xiankong temple is being disturbed by the demon sect and Appo's members. Other sects are likely not spared either. Ling Rushuang exchanged glances with Li Tingchan. Stepping forward, she declared, all those on duty tonight, follow me for a patrol. Li Tingchan watched Ling Rushuang lead the team away, her fingers gently rubbing her sleeve. What could these scoundrels from the demon sect possibly want? Xing Wuming had always considered himself rather fortunate, ever since he joined the demon sect at 18 and was discovered to possess exceptional martial talent. He had ascended to the pinnacle of mastery in just over 30 years, becoming one of the 8 revered masters of the sect. Even when all sects converged upon the Tianma Peak, he remained fortunate, surviving the tumultuous battle that shook the martial world. He had narrowly escaped disaster by being dispatched on a different mission, becoming the sole surviving master of the demon sect. That is, except for that individual. Xing Wuming sighed as he thought of the current leader. How had this person advanced so rapidly in skill? Before the fall of the demon sect, he could match him evenly. Now, he found himself outclassed. Surely, no one in the world possessed greater martial talent than him. Perhaps there were some. Xing Wuming recalled the day he was struck by the young Taoist's sword and felt the searing pain in his back once more. Were the younger generation truly this formidable? He thought back to the most unfortunate event of his career, encountering that Taoist from Xuanzhen Temple tonight. He had effortlessly shattered his poison dragon needle and nearly claimed his life with a single strike. Had it not been for the half-finished demon silk garment he wore, which absorbed most of the attack, he might have met a tragic end beneath that sword. Alas, what madness possessed the sect leader to test the prowess of those in the martial world, insisting on showcasing his own top-tier master? Xing Wuming muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The pain from his back wound faded, replaced by a terrifying coldness. This presence was all too familiar. It was the sect leader. Xing Wuming halted, stiffly turning his head to behold a figure he knew all too well. It was a young man, perhaps 25 or 26. Yet he bore the demeanor of a middle-aged individual. Under the soft moonlight, he wore a deep red robe, his hair cascading loosely, failing to conceal his enchanting and striking features. Xing Wuming, do you believe my decision was misguided? The demon sect leader inquired with a curious tone. His voice, like his appearance, was ethereal, blurring the lines of gender. Xing Wuming swallowed hard, struggling to respond. I dare not. With a sudden gust of wind, leaves rustled. The demon sect leader vanished without a trace. Xing Wuming stared in shock, only to feel a hand resting upon his shoulder. The leader's enchanting voice reached his ears. Do not let there be a next time. I do not wish to hear further doubts regarding my authority. With a thud, Xing Wuming knelt, as though the treetops had transformed into solid ground beneath him. I dare not, he echoed. The sect leader gazed toward the camp. What have you discerned from your observations? Xing Wuming responded cautiously. Li Xuanzhen and Appos, strength surpasses mine. Such obviousness need not be stated, the demon sect leader scoffed. Even a fool could see that, for how else would he leave a wound upon your back? Yes, yes. Xing Wuming nodded vigorously. I dispatched many disciples to investigate. Those who returned confirmed that this narrow passage has attracted numerous martial artists, and it does not appear to be a trap. The demon sect leader replied. In that case, upon your return tonight, document all you have witnessed, word for word, including the accounts of those returning disciples, and present it to me. Understood, Xing Wuming affirmed, immediately employing his lightness skill to leap away like a bat into the distance. The demon sect leader gazed at the crescent moon in the sky. Does this so-called innate opportunity truly exist? Chapter 54, Exploration, 1, several days later. In Changming County of the Great Qian Dynasty, the local residents were greeted by a multitude of unfamiliar faces, roaming wanderers of the martial world. Each was armed with swords and knives, weaving through the bustling streets, indulging in revelry at taverns and brothels. This small county, perched on the edge of the Great Qian, had transformed into a vibrant hub. Yet, this newfound liveliness was accompanied by a surge in heinous incidents. At that moment, a squad of soldiers clad in silver armor surrounded a lone wanderer engaged in fierce combat. The man, robust and menacing, wielded his crude blade with remarkable agility, instilling fear in the hearts of the soldiers, who dared not approach him directly. Instead, they sought to utilize their long spears to encircle him, aiming to exhaust his energy and strength before capturing him. Suddenly, a young officer appeared atop a nearby building, brandishing a spear in his right hand and gripping a person in his left. He too appeared to be a wanderer. The young officer raised his right hand, slightly bending it, and hurled the spear toward the encircled wanderer below. The spear flew with astounding speed, and the man, preoccupied with fending off the surrounding soldiers, failed to notice the lethal projectile until it was too late. With a piercing cry, he was struck in the right shoulder and pinned to the ground. Witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers closed in and subdued the wanderer. The young officer leaped from the rooftop. It was General Fong Lai. Upon hearing that he was a resident of Changming County, the crowd erupted in admiration, recognizing the valor of youth. Ignoring the murmurs of the onlookers, Fong Lai tossed the captured individual before the fallen wanderer, who lay lifeless on the ground. The deceased and Appos, companion, a burly man, let out a mournful wail. Their brother, Fong Lai and Appos, gaze turned icy as he recited in a formal tone. Zhao Meng, the Blade Master, one of the 5 heroes of Hebei, has terrorized Changming County since his arrival, injuring 3 and killing 1. By the edict issued by the court 10 days prior, he is to be executed. Before the burly man could utter another word, Fong Lai seized the spear from the ground and thrust it into the man and Appos' body, blood gushing forth and staining the blue stone pavement. This was not Fong Lai and Appos' first execution of a wanderer. He had grown accustomed to taking lives in recent days. These wanderers were indeed lawless brigands. He could only lament within, pondering when this farce would come to an end. Since the news of the so-called innate opportunity had spread, chaos had increasingly enveloped Changming County, transforming it into a tumultuous place, far from its former tranquility. He contemplated relocating his mother and sister for a time, waiting for the region to regain its peace before returning. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a commotion in the streets. The crowd parted, and amidst the chaos, a galloping horse emerged. Feng Lai frowned. How could anyone dare to ride a horse through Changming County at such a tumultuous time? He considered intervening. But upon seeing the horse and rider clearly, he reconsidered. The rider was a soldier from the Tianjie army, clad in light armor, holding a command token aloft as he shouted hoarsely, clearly having called out this message all the way. The court has issued orders for the major forces of the martial world to convene tomorrow to explore the innate opportunity. He repeated this phrase, drawing the attention of the crowd. Amidst the murmurs, some wanderers in the throng quickly departed, seemingly to report back to their respective factions. At the precipice of a cliff in Shangbai village stood Li Tingchan, Ling Rushuang, and Wang Chushi. Wang Chushi pointed down the cliff, saying, "It was from here that I leaped. At the time, I felt nothing unusual, just a sense of chaos, before I landed in that place of wonder." Li Tingchan nodded. Having heard Wang Chushi recount this tale numerous times, confirming that there was no danger or anything particularly noteworthy in his words. "Now, please lead the way," she instructed. Wang Chushi nodded, hesitating momentarily before adding, "You must protect my sister." "Indeed, once we enter, I will ensure Rushuang finds your sister at the earliest opportunity." With her innate strength, even the most formidable expert would struggle to contend with her. Li Tingchan replied, glancing at Ling Rushuang, who nodded in agreement. A soldier emerged swiftly from the woods, saluting the trio before stating, "Experts have already ascended the mountain." Li Tingchan acknowledged this, saying, "Chushi, go summon Li Xuanjun. Let us proceed to welcome these martial experts." Chapter 55, Exploration 2, Mountain Path. The sound of the flute drifts softly through the air. Li Xuanjun plays the flute, accompanied by his azure cow. The duel meanders leisurely along the rugged mountain trail. The azure cow occasionally halts to graze on the tender grass by the roadside. Ahead, Li Tingchan gazes with a hint of exasperation at the grand disciple of Xuanjun Temple. Must Taoist bring along this beast? It appears to impede his pace considerably. Li Xuanjun offers no reply. Instead, the azure cow, seemingly imbued with spirit, snorts at Li Tingchan as if akin to a horse. Li Xuanjun chuckles heartily. "My cow possesses remarkable intelligence, unlike ordinary livestock. Do not scold it." Li Tingchan shakes her head. "Very well, Taoistly. Do remember to keep up." "I shall proceed ahead." With a graceful stride akin to a bird in flight, she descends the mountain. Ling Rushuang and Wang Chushi follow suit. Li Xuanjun puts away his flute. Such impatient souls. He pats the azure cow. "Come now, let us hasten." The cow snorts in displeasure yet swiftly dashes forward, bounding through the forest like a young deer. At the foot of the mountain, Li Tingchan examines the records in her hand. Her brow furrowed. "Are you saying that among the 10 sects of the martial world, only 6 have arrived?" The messenger, tasked with recording correspondence, nods. "Indeed, Commanderly. Currently, only Xuanjun Temple, Hanging Monastery, Heavenly Sword Sect, Clear Moon Pavilion, Red Cloud Sect, and Chiching Sect have sent their elites to the Celestial Divide. The remaining 4 sects seem to have been delayed by certain matters and have yet to arrive. The 10 sects are scattered across the vast expanse of the Great Qian, some closer to Changming County than others. However, it has been over a month since the news of the innate opportunity at the Celestial Divide emerged. At their pace, they should have arrived no later than tomorrow or the day after. Yet, the hidden scouts stationed in surrounding counties have found no trace of them. This is indeed perplexing. Li Tingchan hands the records to Ling Rushuang. "Sister Shuang, please take a look." She then addresses the messenger. "Go and summon the representatives of each sect. I wish to discuss certain matters with them." The messenger promptly departs on his errand. Wang Chushi, puzzled, inquires, "Didn't we say we would explore the Celestial Divide together tomorrow?" Li Tingchan replies, "Those who are meant to come have arrived. We are not lacking a day." Before long, Li Xuanjun arrives, though it seems he has tethered the azure cow somewhere unknown, just as he intends to engage Li Tingchan in conversation regarding Clear Moon Pavilion. He finds her too preoccupied to respond. The foremost disciple of Clear Moon Pavilion is currently engaged in whispered discourse with Ling Rushuang. Li Xuanjun, eavesdropping briefly, loses interest. The two appear to be discussing arrangements for the future. Yet, he is confident that such matters will not affect Xuanjun Temple. He possesses that assurance. Not to mention, Xuanjun Temple has long maintained amicable relations with the Great Qian Court, often having members appointed as the national master. Even during the turbulent times when the Great Qian and Appos S forces clashed with the martial world, Xuanjun Temple managed to remain an observer, preserving its integrity. Furthermore, with numerous formidable figures within Xuanjun Temple, he does not believe any threat could endanger it. While the others harbor their own thoughts, only Wang Chushi stands awkwardly aside. He glances at the 2 strikingly beautiful celestial maidens with serious expressions, then at the carefree young Taoist, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy. With backgrounds and capabilities like theirs, they surely have no troubles. Wang Chushi and Appos S thoughts drift to his sister in the secret realm. Initially, he felt indifferent, but with the passing time, he finds himself increasingly concerned about her. She should be safe in that place. He has left ample provisions for her, and with no beasts in the vicinity, she ought to be in no danger. As he contemplates, a cacophony arises in the distance. A group of martial artists, diverse in attire, stature, and physique, are led here by the soldiers. Among them are both men and women, each representing different sections. Their gazes towards one another are tinged with both hostility and familiarity. As they approach, the martial artists adopt stern expressions, evidently displeased with the court and awakens' involvement in innate matters. Li Tingchan remains unfazed and bows. I am Li Tingchan of Clear Moon Pavilion. In this exploration of the celestial divide, I hope all will unite in purpose. Not a single martial artist responds, and the atmosphere falls into an awkward silence. From the crowd, two figures emerge, breaking the tension: a tall, slender man around 25 or 26 years of age, and a petite, fair-skinned young woman. Their attire bears an unusual resemblance to that of a theatrical troupe. As one initiates conversation, the rest naturally follows suit. Initially, most display disdain, merely to maintain appearances before their peers, lest they be perceived as pawns of the court. Dragon Whiskers Sect, Falling Autumn Sect, Twin Blade Sect. One by one, martial artists announce their sects. Yet none hail from the 10 renowned sections. Li Tingchan had anticipated this circumstance. The members of the 10 sects are likely restless, probably nearing the cliffs of the celestial divide. Let us ascend together, everyone, Li Tingchan declares, taking the lead with remarkable agility, deftly treading upon the leaves. Chapter 56, Exploration 3. The narrow sky. As Li Tingchan set foot in the area, an unsettling sensation washed over her. The surrounding sentinels and soldiers appeared lethargic, lacking in spirit. The group of martial artists trailing behind her had also arrived, showcasing their lightness of foot and creating a cacophony amidst the tranquil surroundings. This place was purportedly the site of an innate opportunity, yet it appeared unremarkable. One of the martial artists cast a glance at the environment, clearly resembling the ubiquitous mountainous terrain. Fools! That exceedingly long chasm is the narrow sky, one of them derisively remarked. I have long held a disdain for the old dragon sect. Shall we engage in a duel? Retorted the mocked martial artist. Li Xuanjun approached Li Tingchan and whispered, something feels amiss in this vicinity. Li Tingchan shot him a glance. With your current skills, are you not aware of the hidden figures surrounding us? Li Xuanjun responded with disinterest. Do not be so blunt. They are merely the pinnacle experts from various sections. As he spoke, he called out to a distant boulder. Master Uncle, come forth. No need to conceal yourself. I sensed your presence from afar. Recognition flickered in the eyes of several martial artists who were familiar with Li Xuanjun, even if they had not seen him in person. Upon hearing his words, they were stirred. From behind the boulder emerged a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, holding a sword. He possessed a clean-shaven, fair face, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent more of a Confucian gentleman than a member of the Taoist sect. Xuanjun, your martial prowess has advanced remarkably. I was surprised to hear of your achievements at the peak. The man chuckled, addressing Li Tingchan with a respectful salute. Xuanjun Temple. Taoist title Xianyong. Li Tingchan reciprocated the greeting. I pay my respects to Taoist Xianyong. Representing the court, she naturally warranted such acknowledgement. Had it been elsewhere, as the chief disciple of the Qingwei Pavilion, she would have been expected to pay her respects to the senior of Xuanjun Temple. After all, they were both righteous sects, and etiquette was of utmost importance. Taoist Xianyong surveyed the surroundings and recognized several familiar faces concealed in the shadows, shaking his head discreetly. He then addressed the assembly. Fellow practitioners, there is no need for further concealment. We would not wish to become a source of amusement for the younger generation. You Xuanjun Temple practitioners are so meddlesome. A voice responded from the mountains. However, the speaker chose to reveal himself rather than remain hidden as he jested. It was a diminutive figure wrapped in a black cloak. His features obscured, yet his voice conveyed age and frailty. His robe was tattered, trailing along the ground and snagging on the tangled branches. Li Xuanjun recognized the individual. He was the leader of the most formidable assassin organization within the Great Qian realm, the Azure Garb Tower. Qitian Yiruowang. Seeing that no one else emerged, Taoist Xianyong sighed. Nephew Tingchan, these individuals will likely reveal themselves only after we enter the secret realm. Indeed, Li Tingchan acknowledged, nodding. She approached Wang Chushi and addressed all present. This is Wang Chushi, the first to enter that wondrous realm. According to him, the locale is extraordinarily mystical, differing from the outside world even with the passage of day and night. It resembles the celestial paradises described in tales, hence I have adopted this name. Li Tingchan continued. He has attained a remarkable inner cultivation technique known as the Longevity Sutra. This technique is profoundly mysterious, enabling the continuous circulation of one's vital energy, which allowed Taoist Li of Xuanjun Temple to reach the pinnacle state. Within that realm, there likely exist numerous intricate inner cultivation techniques, though we remain unaware of any potential dangers. Thus, in order for the Great Qian and awakens' martial arts to thrive, the court has decided to summon fellow practitioners to explore together. I hope that once we enter the celestial paradise, we can unite our efforts against any perils that may arise. Hearing the grandiose proclamations from the Great Qian court, the gathered martial artists could not help but stifle their scoffs, with only a few offering half-hearted responses. Li Tingchan remained unfazed. She was not inclined to engage in superfluous discourse, but protocol demanded it. She turned to Wang Chushi and nodded. Wang Chushi acknowledged her signal and leaped into the abyss of the narrow sky. Everyone, let us depart, Li Tingchan exclaimed, pulling Ling Rushuang along as they jumped down. As the three ascended, the multitude of martial artists exchanged glances, and soon, some followed suit, diving off the cliff. Shouts echoed, resonating through the precipice. As the assembly of martial artists plunged into the chasm like dumplings into boiling water, with many martial artists having jumped, only a few remained atop the cliff. While the surrounding mountains and forests emitted sparse sounds, Daoist Xianyong watched as Qitian Yirulwang, soared down like a great bat into the narrow sky. Hearing the rustling of leaves and branches, he stepped forward, joining the descent. A flurry of over 20 figures, moving with lightning speed, darted past. Any ordinary martial artist would be unable to discern their identities, only catching glimpses of shadows whizzing by. These were over 20 pinnacle experts, representing a substantial portion of the elite martial artists within the Great Qian realm. Chapter 57, Exploration 4. A score of unparalleled masters, if they were to unite, could likely withstand the onslaught of 1,000 troops. Most of them concealed their forms, shrouded in black robes or masked faces, revealing little of their true identities. Only a select few stood apart. Among them, one man led the assembly of these exceptional individuals, holding a long sword, clad in white, with flowing hair. He possessed a countenance that left many beautiful women feeling inferior. Though his temples bore a hint of gray, he still exuded an extraordinary demeanor. As he leapt into the narrow sky, he moved with an effortless grace, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman from a tale. One of the masters, observing his demeanor, could not help but scoff. Lin Xianqiu, you claim to have vanquished all foes with a single sword. What brings you to seek the secrets of the innate? Do you truly believe your sword cannot sever the innate? The master known as Lin Xianqiu did not deign to look at him. Just before the thick mist enveloped him entirely, he calmly replied, 62. Do you dare believe I could sever a finger from you? The taunting master, having had his identity revealed, felt a chill run through him beneath his black robe. He had believed he had concealed himself well, utilizing extraordinary artifacts to isolate his true energy. Yet, even in the act of confrontation, he had been discovered. 62, self-styled as the Saint of Thieves, had once encountered Liu and Appos, innate prowess at the Red Sleeve Pavilion. Saint of Thieves, having revealed your identity and with the sword god seeking your trouble, why not join the Public Security Bureau for your own protection? One individual, whose face was similarly unmasked, spoke with a smile that belied his fearsome appearance. Almost all the masters present recognized him, including the Saint of Thieves. He was Gu Xiong, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, the shield of the Emperor, guardian of dragons, Gu Xiong. The chief of the Public Security Bureau then turned his gaze to the last unmasked individual present, a woman, in her 30s. She radiated an ethereal grace, clad in moon-white attire that accentuated her elegant curves, with a simple moon-shaped hairpin adorning her head. She appeared as if she had descended from the moon. Lord Song, I did not expect you to come in person, Gu Xiong remarked as he descended, greeting her. Song Yusher, the master of the Qingwei Pavilion, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Their reactions, though seemingly prolonged, were in fact brief. As their martial arts had reached an extraordinarily refined level, their reflexes were simply beyond the ordinary. Soon, all the unparalleled masters ventured into the dense mist of the narrow sky. On the cliff, only a few dispirited soldiers remained. Li Xuanjin felt engulfed in darkness, as if he had been asleep for an eternity. In the moment he traversed the thick fog, all sensation vanished, as if stripped away. Now, all perceptions returned. Though his eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, making them difficult to open, he sensed himself plummeting downward. To prevent injury, he summoned his true energy to envelop his body, forming a protective barrier. However, the rapid descent produced little noise. It seemed that at the very end of his fall, a force gently cradled him. Eventually, Li Xuanjin landed softly. With great care, he opened his eyes to find himself within a mountain crevice, sunlight streaming through the narrow exit. Amidst the sunlight, 3 figures stood. He approached them, and soon recognized the silhouettes, Li Tingchan, Ling Rushuang, and Wang Chushi. The trio stood there, seemingly entranced. Confused, Li Xuanjin was about to greet them when his steps suddenly halted. As he emerged from the crevice, his vision expanded dramatically. A vast blue sky greeted him, bathed in radiant sunlight. As a gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, he felt as if he were in a dream. He stood atop a towering cliff, gazing down upon a breathtaking scene that seemed otherworldly. A wide river surged forward, an endless forest stretched across the horizon. The mountains in the distance soared beyond his imagination, reaching into the clouds like colossal pillars. Floating islands, veiled by clouds, revealed faint outlines of structures above. Waterfalls cascaded from the edges of these islands, resembling streaks of the Milky Way. Among the trio, the most astonished was Wang Chushi. Why had he not encountered such a spectacle upon his arrival? The place where he initially descended had been level ground. Why had it transformed into a cliff? What changes had occurred here? Such a transformation could only be described as a complete upheaval. Suddenly, Wang Chushi thought of his younger sister and hurriedly descended the cliff. The 3, lost in the breathtaking sight, finally came to their senses and followed Wang Chushi in pursuit. In the capital, Liu nodded in satisfaction. The effects are promising. It was worth exhausting the last remnants of energy from the Jin Shiyu Su. After Wang Chushi departed the secret realm, he reconfigured the environment, enhancing its allure. These masters of the martial world, upon entering the narrow sky, would randomly appear at various locations within the secret realm, facilitating a swifter exploration of the entirety of this mysterious place. Now, my lambs, let the exploration of this secret realm commence. Chapter 58. The stone tablet and the secret realm. Wang Chusher circled around, and the unease in his heart gradually dissipated. The surroundings were markedly different from when he first entered. This indicated that the location within this secret realm was random upon entry. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief, believing his sister to be safe. However, his brow soon furrowed again. What if some rogue swordsman suddenly appeared beside her? During his time outside, he had witnessed the treacheries of this world and harbored little fondness for the fierce and formidable figures of the martial world. He turned to the three who had followed him, saying, I fear I cannot serve as your guide. This place is entirely unlike my first visit. I am unable to lead you to that cliff face. Moreover, I must find my sister. Should a martial artist appear near her, Wang Chusher paused, adding with a tremor in his voice, I do not wish to lose another family member. I must find her first. My apologies, everyone. He spoke and began to depart without waiting for their response. Wait, Li Tingchan called out, pointing to Ling Rushuang. Let Sister Shuang accompany you. We had agreed that she would help find your sister. Ling Rushuang nodded silently. Thus, the four divided into two groups, each pursuing their own endeavors. Meanwhile, numerous martial artists who had entered the realm were taken aback by the scene before them. Daoist Xianyong stood atop a mountain, his hand trembling around his sword. Is this the celestial realm? He had prided himself on maintaining composure in his temple, cultivating for over 20 years, able to remain unperturbed even as mountains crumbled before him. Yet, the grandeur of the landscape unfolding before him was beyond words. If such a place lacked a path beyond the innate, then it could be said that the pinnacle of martial prowess truly lay at the end of the martial way. His earlier doubts had completely vanished. A buzzing sound reached his ears as Song Yusher, the leader of Qingwei Pavilion, also appeared on the cliff. They were not alone. Many top-tier martial artists manifested throughout the secret realm, all filled with newfound hope, proclaiming that the path ahead remained unbroken. Li Xuanjin and Li Tingchan had wandered through the secret realm for quite some time, marveling at the picturesque scenery. Yet they had not encountered the cliff face Wang Chusher mentioned. This expanse is boundless, if we continue searching in this manner. Who knows when we shall find the cliff inscribed with the innate techniques? Li Xuanjin sighed. Then, what do you propose? Li Tingchan asked, brushing aside the branches obstructing their path. Ahead, a brook flowed crystal clear, revealing small fish swimming within. She stepped forward, cupped some water to wash her face, and upon rising, noticed a fragmented stone tablet concealed beneath the overgrowth at the base of a large tree, rather inconspicuous. Li Xuanjin also noticed it and approached, kneeling to clear the weeds, revealing the tablet in its entirety. This was a stone tablet weathered by time, inscribed with incomprehensible characters. As Li Xuanjin focused on deciphering the meaning behind the inscriptions, the world around him suddenly spun, and he lost consciousness. Seeing Li Xuanjin standing there in a daze, Li Tingchan approached and realized that the first disciple of Xuanjin Temple was now staring vacantly ahead. She attempted to rouse him, but her efforts were in vain. Reluctantly, she turned her gaze back to the stone tablet, and in the next moment, she too succumbed to unconsciousness. In the capital, Li Yu observed the rising emotional values in the Golden Book predictions, a smile gracing his features. His efforts to transform the secret realm had not been in vain. It had evolved significantly from its initial state. He had set up comprehension stone tablets throughout the realm, akin to a diluted version of the Cliff of Enlightenment. These martial artists could glean various martial skills from the comprehension stone tablets. However, acquiring these skills was not without its challenges, as they had to undergo minor trials. Moreover, the highest-tier martial skills were not among the major comprehension tablets, indicating that the path of the innate was not found within those commonly seen tablets. In a state of confusion, Li Xuanjin opened his eyes. Upon fully regaining consciousness, he discovered his surroundings had changed once more. He now found himself in a spacious hall, its floors laid with blue stones. Looking ahead, he saw a figure standing 10 paces away, facing away from him. This individual stood there, adorned in a high cap and flowing robes of heavy gray fabric, resembling an ascetic hermit. As Li Xuanjin observed this figure, he felt a familiar aura emanating from him, reminiscent of his own sect leader. Who are you, and where is this place? Li Xuanjin inquired tentatively. Hearing his words, the figure turned, revealing the face of an elderly man. Li Xuanjin was taken aback, for the man appeared to be over 100 years old, yet his complexion was rosy, and he sported a 5-strand beard that added to his ethereal demeanor. Who am I? The old man muttered to himself, seemingly in contemplation. After a moment, he slowly uttered 3 words, Ning Daoqi. Chapter 59. The Temple Ning Daoqi? Li Xuanjin observed his extraordinary demeanor, subtly merging with the essence of heaven and earth. Harmonious and unified, it was evident that this individual possessed martial prowess of an exceptionally advanced caliber, akin to that of his own sect leader. Senior, what brings you here? Li Xuanjin inquired, clasping his hands in respect. Ning Daoqi regarded him thoughtfully. I am waiting. Waiting for whom? Li Xuanjin asked, puzzled. Ning Daoqi approached him, each step imbued with an air of tranquility, reminiscent of a child at play. Yet, Li Xuanjin dared not underestimate him. He covertly circulated his internal energy, prepared to unleash a palm strike should the situation demand it. I am waiting for you, Ning Daoqi replied, scrutinizing Li Xuanjin closely. Your talent is unparalleled. At such a young age, you have reached the realm of Grandmaster. Remarkable. Are you referring to me as a grandmaster? Li Xuanjin and Amp, Oppos, S brow furrowed slightly. Is a grandmaster truly an unparalleled expert? Senior, are you aware of the innate realm? Li Xuanjin continued. I have come here specifically to seek methods to transcend the pinnacle. To break through to the grandmaster realm. Ning Daoqi shook his head. I do not possess knowledge of the innate realm. But if you seek a way to surpass the grandmaster level, I indeed have something to offer. What must I do to obtain it? Li Xuanjin pressed. Ning Daoqi smiled. Defeat me, or endure for half an hour beneath my hand. Upon hearing this, a wave of confusion surged within Li Xuanjin. Could it be that Wang Chushare had also been required to withstand half an hour under an expert of such caliber? This seemed utterly implausible, let alone the fact that Wang Chushare had not trained in martial arts back then. Even now, he would certainly be unable to endure half an hour before this extraordinary master. Li Xuanjin remarked, Senior, you jest. I have a friend who, although he has not clashed with you, has acquired a remarkable skill that elevates him beyond the grandmaster realm. Ning Daoqi replied, he must have entered the temple. The temple? What is that? You, having come from outside, should have seen the great island suspended in the air. The structures upon it comprise the temple. Yet, my friend did not witness such a sight. This cave paradise is formed from the remnants of a shattered world, ever-changing, sometimes appearing as plains, forests, or palaces. Regardless of its transformations, the temple remains ever-present. It is merely that mortals, with their limited vision, cannot perceive its true form, thus believing themselves to be amidst swamps, lakes, or forests. This is not surprising. Li Xuanjin understood. He gazed at Ning Daoqi. In that case, I wish to learn the method you mentioned. I humbly request your guidance. With that, Li Xuanjin unleashed a powerful palm strike. The dialogue had served not only to extract information but also to channel his true energy, elevating himself to peak condition. His robe billowed as vast energy coalesced into a dragon-like form, hurtling towards Ning Daoqi. True martial dragon fist. Li Xuanjin had refined this technique from the true martial dragon sword. While its power was not as immense, it was easier to execute, allowing for energy accumulation with minimal expenditure. Seeing the young man approach with a dragon-like surge, Ning Daoqi sighed softly. How can a practitioner of our way be so impetuous? With a mere shift of his feet, his wide sleeves seemed to move of their own accord, and he suddenly vanished from sight. Li Xuanjin's eyes widened in astonishment. This elder and Amp, Oppos, S speed was unprecedented. He feared to strike would land in vain. The dragon-formed energy, propelled by Li Xuanjin and Amp, Oppos, S palm, struck the ground where the elder had stood, creating a crater and shattering stones that scattered about. As Li Xuanjin prepared to retract his hand, he suddenly felt a frail hand grasp his wrist. His heart raced. When had he been seized? In an instant, a wave of unease coursed through him. This sensation had emerged post his cultivation of the longevity technique, serving as a warning sign. Though it did not manifest frequently in this moment, it was undoubtedly accurate. Determined, Li Xuanjin attempted to unleash his energy to force Ning Daoqi back. However, a hand landed upon his shoulder, halting his next movement. Then, as if he were a puppet, he was propelled away by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Xuanjin felt a sharp pain in his chest, yet he circulated his internal energy, quickly regaining vitality. Rising, he regarded Ning Daoqi with gravity. You've cultivated the longevity technique? Ning Daoqi remarked, astonished. No wonder your energy flows ceaselessly. Even when I forcibly interrupted, your meridians remain unscathed. Senior, your martial prowess is profound. I have learned much, Li Xuanjin said solemnly. However, I must now truly engage. Taking a deep breath, a long sword materialized in his grasp. Ning Daoqi raised an eyebrow. That sword is impressive. Li Xuanjin tightened his grip. He had sensed something was amiss during their previous exchange. He should have brought the wind and snow sword when entering the secret realm. Yet it had not accompanied him into this grand hall. Thus, he speculated that he had not truly entered in body, but rather as a spirit, akin to the legends of old. Upon attempting to manifest the wind and snow sword, he succeeded. With a focused expression, Li Xuanjin warned, be cautious. In the next moment, the sword was drawn, and with the sound of its unsheathing, wind and snow began to gently descend. Chapter 60, Extraordinary Feats in the Capital. Li Yu gently tapped the surface of the table with his fingers. On the golden book projection, some of the individuals from the martial world had already located the Enlightenment stone tablets. They had entered the peculiar space of the tablets through their consciousness. As long as they could defeat or gain the acknowledgement of the figures molded after the masters of martial arts from various realms, they would be able to acquire their skills. Li Yu had invested considerable effort this time. The emotional value he had just collected had not been stored for long before it was spent again. The purpose was to enhance this secret realm, to put it bluntly. It was a matter of reaping while sowing. He was simultaneously gathering the emotional values of these martial artists and using them to supplement various settings within the secret realm. The scattered Enlightenment stone tablets throughout the realm had only a few that were functional, but now he could increase their number, allowing for more usable tablets. He had already conceived a specific idea for that temple. Jiaofeng, Guojing, Lu Xiaofeng. Li Yu recalled their names from memory, one by one placing the molded figures into the Enlightenment stone tablets. These figures spanned from the lowly to the formidable, comprehensively covering the strengths of the martial artists who had entered, apart from the few he focused on. The other martial artists matched with figures that bore a resemblance to their inner character. Of course, these figures were molded based on his memories, so they would inevitably be somewhat incongruous. However, that was of little importance. Functionality was all that mattered. As Liu gazed at the golden book projection, he noticed an individual, Li Tingchan from the Qingwei Pavilion. To his astonishment, her opponent turned out to be this person. Liu was somewhat taken aback. This intelligent yet somewhat aloof girl had such a disposition? Li Tingchan stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared before her, her brow furrowing slightly. She had merely glanced at the inscription on the tablet, yet inexplicably found herself in this place, a grand hall constructed entirely of blue stone slabs. The woman was clad in a gown of apricot yellow, adorned with what seemed to be dragon embroidery, resembling an imperial robe. The woman had appeared to be in a meditative state with her eyes closed, but now they were wide open. The moment she opened her eyes, Li Tingchan felt a profound discomfort within her heart. The true energy residing in her dantian stirred restlessly, as if yearning to escape her body. Who are you? Li Tingchan inquired calmly. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty. Though not surpassing Li Tingchan, she exuded a unique aura. I cannot quite recall my name, but I vaguely remember it contains the character and Apos, Yin and Apos. The woman and Apos' voice was soft, yet Li Tingchan heard her clearly. Yin? Li Tingchan echoed, and her body suddenly felt lighter. In the next moment, her expression changed drastically. The woman extended her hand, and the true energy in her palm seemed to transform into a vortex. Li Tingchan found herself inexplicably drifting toward the woman clad in the apricot yellow dragon robe. She attempted to employ her lightness skill to retreat. But regardless of how she channeled her internal energy, she could not escape the terrifying pull emanating from the woman and Apos' hand. An unparalleled master, the pinnacle of mastery. The thought surged in Li Tingchan's mind as she found herself standing before the woman. Before she could utter a word, the woman spoke first. You look so familiar. You and I bear an uncanny resemblance. The woman gazed into Li Tingchan's eyes, causing her to feel a chill. Was the woman peering into her very soul? A shiver ran down Li Tingchan's spine, and a long-buried, killing intent flickered in her gaze. The woman's finger lightly traced Li Tingchan's cheek. Don't be so tense. I have something to give you. Without further ado, Li Tingchan watched as the woman pressed her finger against her forehead, and a series of incomprehensible characters abruptly appeared in her memory. Subsequently, all the characters converged into 4 comprehensible words: bridal garment, divine skill. After a long while, Li Tingchan regained her senses. The woman began to disintegrate from her lower body, transforming into scattered starlight, ready to vanish from this world. Do you truly not remember your name? Li Tingchan suddenly asked. The woman, her upper body still intact, smiled gently. You should leave now. Upon the utterance of those words, Li Tingchan felt as if the world was spinning around her. Just before she fell into unconsciousness, she heard the woman speak her name, Jiang Yuyan. A gentle breeze caressed her face. Li Tingchan opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by babbling brooks and lush greenery. The first disciple of the Xuanzhen Pavilion remained in a dazed state, her eyes devoid of focus. She lifted her gaze to the azure sky and distant green mountains. Jiang Yuyan? Li Tingchan pondered as she beheld the fallen trees, accompanied by streaks of sword energy. A hearty laugh reverberated across a radius of 3 miles. The E-sword technique. This is indeed the E-sword technique. Fu Kalen, you truly do not fall short of me. Though he had not yet attained the innate stage, it significantly benefited his swordsmanship. A figure clothed in white executed lightness skills as he ventured into the distance, where the intertwining sword energies were still faintly visible. That was the sword god, Lin Qianqiu? Li Tingchan recognized that figure. It seemed this renowned master, celebrated throughout the world, had also encountered a fortuitous event akin to her own. Chapter 61. Pursuit. After a considerable wait, Li Tingchan, observing that the young Taoist had yet to awaken, decided to delve into the inner martial arts she had recently acquired. The bride and Apos' divine art, a technique that demands sacrifice for gain, is characterized by its intense and vigorous nature, accompanied by the power of thunder. As she contemplated this description, Li Tingchan couldn't help but frown. Although this martial art possessed its unique traits, it seemed incompatible with the Moonlit Pavilion's 3 methods of moon plucking, and appeared incapable of breaking through the pinnacle of martial prowess to reach the innate state. Furthermore, mastering this technique to its fullest would necessitate the destruction of one's own foundational skills, proving excessively domineering and perilous. In an increasingly uncertain future, without martial strength, one would merely be prey, vulnerable to the whims of others. It appeared the only recourse was to extract the philosophical essence and wisdom from this art. Li Tingchan was aware that the journey into this secret realm in search of innate techniques would be fraught with difficulties, yet she still felt a pang of disappointment. The sounds around her drew her attention, and she noticed the young Taoist had finally awakened. Li Xuanzhen slowly regained consciousness, the emptiness in his eyes gradually replaced by clarity. He glanced around with a hint of apprehension, only to find himself beneath a verdant canopy, and caught sight of the strikingly beautiful first disciple of the Moonlit Pavilion. He couldn't help but feel relieved. That old fellow was indeed formidable, he mused. Have you gained anything? Li Tingchan inquired. I acquired a martial technique. But it is not an inner cultivation method, Li Xuanzhen replied lazily. Rising to survey his surroundings, he noticed the stone tablet nearby and remarked, "There is nothing particularly special about this place. Why is there such a stone tablet here? If there is nothing of interest, we should continue to seek the cliff mentioned by Wang Chushi." Li Tingchan lifted her leg to depart, but Li Xuanjun called out, "Are you not planning to obtain something from this stone tablet?" "I have already received what I needed," Li Tingchan replied. Just as they were about to leave, the fractured stone tablet began to tremble. It was not only their location. Numerous martial artists who had benefited from the tablet also heard its quaking sound. Suddenly, all present witnessed a breathtaking spectacle. From the stone tablet, beams of golden light erupted, ascending to the heavens. These beams intertwined to form a visage of a human face. The golden visage appeared to emerge from ancient myth, grand, vast, mysterious, and elusive. The face then spoke, its voice resonating throughout the secret realm. "When the world is vanquished and the realm collapses, all laws fall away, blessing future generations. The divine hall hovers in the void, containing celestial arts. With a decree, one may enter. The island descends as a silver waterfall, the stairway to the heavens, decreeing the number 9 times 9. Upon hearing these words, both Li Tingchan and Li Xuanjun and Appos' expressions changed dramatically. "This is a call for all martial artists who enter this place to engage in mutual slaughter," Li Tingchan declared solemnly. As she spoke, she discreetly distanced herself from Li Xuanjun. The number of martial artists who entered the secret realm was not in the thousands, yet it certainly exceeded 800 or 900. However, according to the number of tokens, only 81 individuals could ascend the divine hall through the waterfall to acquire the innate laws. Li Xuanjun seemed to notice her movement, though he feigned ignorance. He sighed. "Once again, we are to witness a bloody storm. Shall we still cooperate?" He turned his gaze toward Li Tingchan. After a moment of silence, she nodded, indicating her willingness to collaborate. Despite their outward agreement, both harbored inner wariness. Suddenly, a golden token flashed into their hands, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns. "Is this the token?" They exchanged a knowing glance and promptly decided to join forces as they made their way toward the vast island suspended in the sky. In the forest, 2 figures dashed swiftly, arrows raining down behind them. They evaded the projectiles with agility. Ling Rushuang glanced at Wang Chushi beside her and asked, "Can you still hold on?" Wang Chushi, his complexion pale, appeared to have been struck by an arrow in the shoulder, replied weakly, "I can endure a little longer. These despicable fiends have poisoned their arrows." Ling Rushuang, while running, turned around, swinging her spear to deflect several incoming arrows. "General Ling, you should go ahead. They seek the token in my possession. If you depart, they likely won and Appos pursue you," Wang Chushi suggested. Ling Rushuang and Appos' gaze hardened. "I have grievances with them as well. The assassins from the Green Robe Tower killed my parents. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding myself." Behind them were a dozen assassins from the Green Robe Tower, each armed with bows and arrows, their skills seemingly at a second-rate level. Were it merely those assassins, Ling Rushuang could dispatch them all. However, the old master of the Green Robe Tower appeared to be lurking nearby. This master was an exceptionally swift top-tier expert, and Ling Rushuang had little confidence in her ability to defeat him, especially while burdened with a companion. She glanced at Wang Chushi, who had initially accompanied her in search of Wang Ling and Appos, only to inadvertently stumble upon the stone tablet. Wang Chushi had peered at it and subsequently fallen into its grasp, awakening thereafter with a newfound martial skill. She, however, seemed to have avoided the trap due to practicing the blood chi battle array method. Shortly after, the sky had revealed the enormous face woven from golden light, plunging them into peril, for they were not alone near the stone tablet. The assassins from the Green Robe Tower were also present. From what the assassins had conveyed, the leader of the Green Robe Tower was nearby. Initially, there was no conflict of interest that prompted the assassins to act, but upon Wang Chushi producing a token, they immediately took action to seize it. Thus, Ling Rushuang and Wang Chushi fled, even if they possessed the capability to vanquish those assassins. They could not guarantee that the leader of the Green Robe Tower would not suddenly appear. Chapter 62. To slay all and leave tokens. Spare your lives. A killer from the Qingyi Tower shouted loudly, drawing his bow and aiming at the 2 individuals traversing through the forest. Ling Rushuang and Wang Chushi remained silent. Who would believe such nonsense? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows were shot forth. The assassins wielded powerful bows, and their arrows possessed tremendous force. Some arrows even penetrated moderately thick trees, continuing their assault towards the 2. Ling Rushuang practiced the art of cultivating vital energy, possessing immense strength. Yet she was not adept at lightness techniques. Evading those arrows was beyond her capabilities. Although clad in battle armor, she was unperturbed by the mere dozen arrows. Even without armor, her physique could withstand blades and swords. Unfortunately, the injured Wang Chushi lacked such resilience. Ling Rushuang, employing her old tactics, swept her long spear to deflect the incoming arrows. However, they could not escape quickly, as the dozen or so attackers hindered their movements. It would be better to eliminate them all first, she declared, pressing her hand on Wang Chushi and Appos' shoulder and pulling him behind a large tree. "Keep a vigilant watch for any unusual movements and inform me immediately." Without regard for Wang Chushi and Appos. S response, she commanded directly. She leaped into action, her spear striking out like a silver dragon, swiftly tearing through a tree. With chips flew, leaves fluttered, obscuring the vision of the assassins. The skilled killers, witnessing this scene, immediately made a decision. Scatter, shouted their leader. All the assassins dispersed, some drawing their blades while others distanced themselves from the battlefield, using their powerful bows to provide cover. Ling Rushuang and Appos, S silver spear aimed at the speaker and thrust forward. The leader, armed with a blade forged from fine iron, reacted quickly. As the silver spear approached, he raised his sword to block its tip. The moment the spear tip met the blade, sparks flew. The leader and Appos' expression changed. The force of the spear was overwhelming. He could not withstand it. Just as he attempted to withdraw, his blade suddenly shattered. Ling Rushuang and Appos' silver spear pierced his chest. With a cold gaze, the female general executed no unnecessary movements, merely flicking her wrist. The leader was torn asunder from the chest, blood splattering in all directions. The time from the spear and Appos' thrust to the leader and Appos' demise was fleeting. The surrounding assassins were caught off guard. Now witnessing this scene, they showed fear but did not retreat. Given the current situation, they could only fight to the death. 7 or 8 arrows shot forth from the woods, aimed at Ling Rushuang. Ignoring them, she thrust her spear once more, killing another assailant. The arrow struck her armor, producing only the sound of clanging metal. Use poison, an assassin shouted, tearing a cloth from his waist and throwing it at Ling Rushuang, the powder spilling forth. The remaining assassins followed suit, and soon, the area was enveloped in toxic powder. Taking advantage of this, they distanced themselves from Ling Rushuang's range of attack. They no longer dared engage in close combat and readied their bows again. Though their arrows could not harm the formidable woman, they hoped to delay her until their leader arrived. Send a few to capture that man. He possesses the token. One assassin devised a plan, attempting to stall Ling Rushuang while sending a couple to seize the already wounded Wang Chushi. As soon as he spoke, a long spear struck out from within the poison mist. The speed was astonishing, quickly closing the distance to where he had just escaped. Thud. The spear pierced his throat. Blood splattering. Ling Rushuang emerged from the toxic cloud, showing no signs of distress. With her current physique, nearly no poison could harm her. The spear moved like a silver dragon, swift and fierce. In this area, the spear and Appos' shadow danced chaotically, and the assassins could scarcely evade, each one falling to her lethal thrusts. By the time the last assassin lay dead beneath her spear, Ling Rushuang exhaled in relief. During the battle, she had been vigilant against the potential sudden arrival of the Qingyi Tower and Appos' master. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. A sudden explosion echoed behind her as a large tree collapsed. Ling Rushuang and Appos' heart raced. That was where Wang Chushi had been. Rising slowly from behind the fallen tree, Wang Chushi appeared pale, 2 corpses lying nearby. He smiled at Ling Rushuang and said, "Fortunately, these 2 were not difficult to kill." Ling Rushuang nodded slightly, but inwardly thought, how did she not notice these 2? Observing Wang Chushi and Appos' weakened state, she recalled that he had been poisoned. She approached the bodies, searching for an antidote when a sharp pain pierced her brow. As if something keenly pointed at her. That sensation, it was above. Suddenly, Ling Rushuang looked up. A sharp dagger glimmered ominously as it descended from the treetops. Chapter 63, Gun sweep at such a close distance, it was impossible to block with a long spear. Yet, Ling Rushuang remained calm. She had encountered even more perilous situations on the battlefield. Suddenly, she raised her left hand, her slender, pale fingers grasping the thrusting blade. The physical strength honed through rigorous military training allowed her to withstand the sharp edge, which merely grazed her palm, leaving a few drops of blood. In that instant of seizing the blade, her right hand thrust the spear with fierce determination. The force of the spear tore through branches and scattered leaves, revealing the blade-wielding adversary. He appeared to be a man in his mid-20s, his expression dark and brooding. His long hair hung loosely, framing a pair of serpent-like eyes. Upon witnessing Ling Rushuang shred his hiding place, he decisively released his grip on the knife. With a swift roll, he evaded her thrust. Mid-air, his hands moved with remarkable speed, drawing several flying blades from his waist. Empowered by his inner energy, the blades shot forth like meteors, sealing off Ling Rushuang and Appos' every escape route. Armor-piercing blades? Ling Rushuang scoffed. These flying blades were clearly crafted by the Qingyi Tower specifically for piercing armor, possessing a unique design that, when enhanced by a master's inner energy, could penetrate ordinary iron or leather armor. However, unfortunately for him, Ling Rushuang and Appos' armor was not among those easily pierced. The sharp blades struck her armor without effect. Ling Rushuang advanced, her spear dancing like a hidden dragon, and Appos' claw, unpredictable and elusive. The man with the serpent-like eyes wore a grim expression. He had distinctly observed that she had previously employed a battle formation technique, bold and expansive. Now, however, her approach had transformed, resembling the dueling style of martial artists who sought fluidity in their techniques, entirely different from her earlier strategy. The young master of the Qingyi Tower, renowned within his domain, unleashed a flurry of flying blades, all aimed at Ling Rushuang and Appos' face, the only exposed skin of the great Qian female general. Yet, Ling Rushuang and Appo's spear formed an impenetrable barrier, deflecting each incoming blade. Realizing the futility, the young master could only sigh inwardly, contemplating an escape using his agility. He recognized that Ling Rushuang was not adept in lightness skills. While she could contend with top-tier experts through sheer physical prowess, she was less capable in evasive combat. As the young master of the Qingyi Tower leaped away, resembling a bat in flight, Ling Rushuang did not pursue but squinted slightly. Gripping her spear, she summoned strength from her right hand beneath the armor and coldly commanded, "Fall." The spear shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, its tremendous force piercing through tree after tree. In mid-flight, the young master suddenly felt an overwhelming dread. Instinctively, he glanced back, his heart racing. A silver spear had penetrated 3 or 4 trees, hurtling towards him. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The spear pierced his back. The young master of the Qingyi Tower cried out in pain as the silver spear drove through flesh, poised to exit his body. Yet it abruptly halted. Recovering from his shock, he realized he was still alive and felt a surge of relief. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw a figure cloaked in black robes, encompassing him entirely. It was none other than his own master, Baiwang, known as the Azure Wing. The master, concealed within his dark robe, withdrew the spear from the young master and Appo's back. The young master winced in agony but did not dare utter a sound. Ling Rushuang regarded the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure with a grave expression. The master of the Qingyi Tower truly lived up to his reputation. His speed of arrival was so swift that she had not even perceived the trajectory of his lightness skill. Baiwang's voice emerged from within the black robe. Heavy with authority, "General Ling, let this matter rest. You may take that young man and depart. We shall owe each other nothing." The other two present were momentarily taken aback by these words. The young master protested vehemently, "Master, many of our people have perished at her hands. How can we so easily let her go?" Baiwang looked at the young master he had chosen, remaining silent. Yet, the young master felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he were on the brink of death. He dared not speak further, lowering his head in submission. Ling Rushuang nodded. "Very well. Then I wish General Ling success on this journey." As Baiwang spoke, he lightly tapped the silver spear. The spear spiraled toward Ling Rushuang. She extended her hand to catch it, and at the moment her palm met the spear and Appo's shaft, an immense force radiated outward, sending a wave that scattered leaves all around. Remarkably, Ling Rushuang remained unfazed, not retreating a single step. Holding the spear, she cautiously led the weakened Wang Chusher away. What an impressive young woman, Baiwang marveled. The force he had imparted to the spear was something that ordinary top-tier martial artists would struggle to withstand. Only those from deeply rooted sects could manage it. And even they would have to take several steps back. Yet, this young woman handled it effortlessly, gripping the spear with ease. "Master, are we truly allowing them to leave just like that?" The young master of the Qingyi Tower questioned, a mix of fear and reluctance in his tone. Baiwang replied, "If we do not permit their departure, there may be those who will not comply." As he spoke, he gazed towards a cluster of treetops in the distance.